6 teams will vie for 3 spots here in the play-ins for the 2026 LCK Cup, and we got you covered here in the space. Tigon, alongside Ox and Wadid, better known as Wox, to set you up for the second ever play-ins for the LCK Cup. Welcome, guys. You guys excited for today's matches?
I'm very excited. I'm very ready. A lot of pressure today, you know, with today's matches. A lot of teams vying for, as you said, 3 spots available in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, especially there's no more chance, and it's BO3, do or die. So I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they're going to deal with this kind of pressure.
Well, let's see how we got here. With a look at the standings, it was only 1 series separating Group Brion and Group Elder, but ultimately, Group Brion came out on top. Gen.G and T1 move on to the playoffs alongside with DNS, DRX, Hanwha Life Esports. Very, very extraordinarily eliminated from that. But that leaves 6 teams left trying to make it on in to the play-ins. So, with the group battles done, we thought it would be a good time to take a look back and review how we all predicted. And in this one, yeah, small Tigon, not so good.
I do want to mention, actually, so one of our former analysts, Chronicler, reached out to me and tell me that he wanted to be listed on the prediction rankings even though he left. He actually told me he got full marks in the predictions. He's been following along.
He's lying.
He was insisting that he be put on there, and his request was denied, of course, as he has left. But he said it was so important that everyone knew he was still on top. So,
he cares so much about the prediction.
He does care so much.
Oh,
you'll probably see him in the chat right now talking about this, saying, guys, I'm still #1.
This revisionist history of Chronicler must stop. But
I mean, he was
not today.
He wore a crown when he was doing the
prediction. No more. Chronicler was good man. He cared about predictions, but not to the extent that you say, Ox.
He wore a crown. You saw him. He was right there wearing a crown when he won the predictions. He loved them.
Granny, I can't help. You killed Wadid in lieu of the predictions, so that was pretty tough. All right, group stages are done. So what do we think? Let's dive into it, and we'll start with Wadid. What do you think of the group stage?
So from my perspective, I feel like it's whatever, you know? I think in terms of you want to try out some new stuff, because it's a new Rift, new patch, so I think everyone is just trying out some new champions and new meta in the thing, so I feel like it's just whatever, like who cares? All that matter right now is just survive in the BO3 games.
Exactly, it's whatever. As long as you made it, it's whatever, which
Oh!
into my comments in April, actually. You know, they had some things they needed to get together, they were working on, didn't make in the end. Now they have some time to really focus up, get those things together before we see them again. A little bit of time away. And the power of teamwork, the power of friendship in Group Brion got them through it. You know, wasn't necessarily series wins for Bro, but it was the power of teamwork.
They'll go to the hyperbolic chamber in practice, but for me, I think the big takeaway from the group stage is hashtag 0-5, still alive. That's right. The Bros are so good, they can go Bro and 5 and still make the play-ins. I love group battles. Group battles are the best. Thanks for doing the homework, everybody.
I think that's actually more impressive than going 5 and
It is. It is.
That really takes effort. That's just that person on the group project who just doesn't do the work.
Yeah.
And just gets the same grade as everyone else.
Well, since we're speaking of grades, let's see who got the highest marks in this week's Gold King. It was the player who had the highest weekly average gold, and it is one of the reasons why Group Brion went so well. It was Pays for the 2nd week in a row getting the Gold King.
20,000 gold average. I'm sorry to say, but inflation has hit Summoner's Rift, and it's out of control. That's a ridiculous amount of money. We've seen the 80 carry gold quest come in. We've seen cashback be the big thing.
Yeah.
Let's be real, the big factor here was T1 had some pretty crazy games. Pays getting a lot of money, and T1, you know, they definitely do eventually win the games, but there's been a lot of meandering in these games. There is a goal, but it's a long way away, and the journey is long and arduous, and a lot of gold is gained on the way there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just good at last hitting, you know? I don't feel like T1, their gameplay is all about, like, player on the AD carry, you know? I think he's just pretty good at AD carry. That's why he earns so much gold.
Also got to play Varus in that series against D plus Kia. But it's not just that. It's also the fact that bot lane has just been accruing and spending more gold than ever as we compare last year to this year. Not only with the gold income that goes up, but also the extra slot that you're able to get is 6 items.
And they'll still do it. You'll still have them say it. You'll know someone who does this, an AD carry main who'll say this role is underpowered. There's one with us in the space right now. G-Gon is an AD carry main, he'll say the role is underpowered.
Underpowered.
Yeah, totally.
Let's take a look at the average quest completion time. Although lots of gold going to the bot lane, it's actually top lane that's finishing the quest first. And then you go down a little further, support and mid are actually last.
I mean, I think that's because how much time do you spend in lane? I think top lane, you don't normally like move around, but I think mid and support, I think they normally just move around the map to expand your power in the map. So that's why.
Yeah, it's all contextual, right? The different roles have different criteria and how they finish. But I think it's important to take that into account and then look at some of the players who've been fast and slowest. You see, obviously in latest, it's all mids and supports, right? But when we look at fastest, Chovy, despite mid being one of the slowest roles, Chovy is in the top 5 for fastest, you know? We compare that to like Faker, who's much slower.
Second slowest.
Yeah,
out of all players.
Faker's roaming, laning, but he's obviously been roaming quite a bit, whereas Chovy's been locked in to like, I'm finishing my quest. That is my goal. And he's been getting it done. Ruler as well, #1 for fastest quest completion in the bot lane.
Yeah, 4 mid laners in the slowest in the league. So just kind of showing the dichotomy of the roles. As we take a look now at the play-in bracket, completely filled out. It all starts with DRX versus Bro in a single elimination best of 3. Then later on today, it's KT versus the DN Automotive Supers. The 2 winners will then go on into the double elimination part and play D+ and Nongshim. The winners of round 2 will move on straight to the playoffs, and then the losers will get to go to a best of 5 on Sunday. So going from the final Super Week group stage battles where you played best of 5s, and then you got to go to best of 3 single elimination. That's a big change here.
Yeah, that's the big thing. This is first round, best of 3, single elimination, really high pressure. From here on out and into playoffs as well, it's double elimination. So this is the danger zone.
So
you get through this and you have that little bit of a safety net. So I think this is a really important round here for these teams.
I mean, I don't feel like there's a big difference between the last week and this week because it's not the new patch, and I think every team is gonna go the same. So I feel like they need to bring something like fresh idea to break this down.
Well, one thing that is not the fresh idea that they keep bringing for KT and for the DN Automotive Supers, the second series here, are support swaps. Both these teams still trying to figure out how to get the bot lane to work and who is going to be the starting support.
So yeah, KT and DNS, they are mainly figuring out who's their primary support player, and I'm gonna start with KT. So they have Ghost and Polu. They are completely different. So Polu, I think he's better at laning phase, but I feel like after the laning phase, I think he's kind of lost. He doesn't know. He sometimes like getting caught so much. He sometimes like he doesn't have the sight zone to get the vision control. But for Ghost, he doesn't know about the matchup that well in laning phase, so that's why sometimes he gets crashed in lane and he can't be able to play the game. But after that, if he gets out in the lane, then I think he's better about the game knowledge. He knows about the macro. He even said that in the interview as well. So I feel like those 2 different playstyle is like, for KT, really hard to figure out who's the primary support. But for DNS, I feel like it's way more clear because I feel like Peter has been playing so much better. I think his main issue was getting caught after the laning phase or some misunderstanding about the matchup. But I think he played so well all around. But I feel like live, he's just mainly focusing lane. He used to play Pantheon or Set, but I feel like he's way too aggressive after all. So I feel like it was so clear, but that was so weird that you you sub out Peter after the losing game because like it was not Peter's fault that they lost the game. So I feel like they need to just set it down and try to decide whoever like you want to play on.
I think this is part of the problem is that when you lose a game and the only sub you're regularly using is support, even if it's not the support's fault and they've actually had a decent game, you might still end up making the call, hey, we're going to sub out the support, we're going to change things up, which has resulted in a situation where when you look at the games played, not only are these players splitting scrim time, they're also splitting stage games. And so none of these players are getting like a full set of games, full set of practice, and to integrate with their teams. And I think they're all suffering a bit as a result. And I think at some point you need to make the call and commit to one of them, give them more scrim time, give them more stage time, and actually get them to integrate with your team. Because right now, I think you're just ending up in a scenario where you're bouncing between them and not really getting the full benefit from either. I think both these teams struggling in that regard as a result. And I also think that you have that added pressure when you're playing where you make a mistake in a game and you think, oh, am I going to get subbed out in the next game? And the answer often is yes.
Yeah, briefly we did. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I had the same experience when I was in Griffin. I had to share with the player, and I didn't feel great about it because even though it was not my fault, I have to sub out to give the experience for the players, and I think that was really bad experience from my side. So I feel like they just need to decide.
All right, well, we'll see what KT and the Supers go with. We have our predictions ready. Going with KT. Ox going with KT. We did go with the Supers here.
Yeah. I trust DNS for the last time.
Well, okay. We'll get to that series in just a bit. But the first series of the day is DRX versus Bro. And before we dive into it, it's time, everyone. That's right. Wow. It's Digon's Fact of the Week. Now, our contestant number 1 from Newcastle, he's here to win. Hashtag, it's Ox. Hashtag, bullied G-Sun last week. That's right. I forgot about that. G-Sun's always watching. It was her day off. Anyways, his opponent here for the 4th time in the season, trying to get back into his winning ways. It's Wadid. Hashtag also bullied G-Sun. I wonder who made these hashtags. All right. Let's get into this week's Fact of the Week. Now, Coach Voice was used for weeks 1 through 3 of LCK Cup 2026 and is now done. Other than T1 and Hanwha Life Esports, who did not use it, that's your hint, which team used it the least? You have 10 seconds. 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
I think mine is...
Lock it in.
Gen G.
Right
Gen G.
now, Gen G. Gen G. Both Gen G. This is why Digon's Fact is so fun. It's the DN Automotive Supers. They used it the least.
What is Odin doing?
No. What do you mean, what is Odin doing? Odin knows how important it is for the team to know how to win. They used it the least. Gen G used it the 3rd most.
Whoa.
Whoa. That's right.
Impressive.
That's crazy.
Also, you said earlier, like 26%, Nongshim used it, 26%. That was so funny, Dan. That was crazy.
Wow. You know what's actually insane is the fact that DRX used it 45 out of, I think 48 is the max they could have used.
Yes.
They really got
That's
money.
true.
They used it a ton, which sets us up for our first series of the day, DRX versus Bro. They've used it the most, and the Bros have gotten better throughout, but they haven't been able to get over the hump and the victory here. As actually, it leads me to just some learning lessons here, everyone. Because sometimes you need some bropium, and you need a lawyer to help you with that. So Lawyer Gon is here. Now, the Bros were actually just scaling, Your Honors, as they started off trying to figure out if they could win by losing. They could not. Then they tried and double-checked, because they did it twice, if they could win, if they lose first, then win, then lose. They could not. Confirmed. Then they tried seeing if they could win and then lose, and see if they could win. They could not. 0-4. And then they tried losing, then winning, and then losing twice. But you say, wait, Lawyer Gon, what does that mean? Can we show the evidence, please? If it was a best of 3 instead of a best of 5,
Whoa.
what would this mean?
They could have won.
But, I mean, it was a best of 5, so they
it's
lost,
BO5.
right?
I rest my case.
The Digon, it was a best of 5.
Oh, wait,
Oh,
wait,
rest
wait.
my case.
But they played today.
Yeah?
It's BO3.
It's a BO3 today? But that means...
I'll take his rights in the chat, please. His rights. He's rights.
So if you take a best of 5 and you just chop off the last 2 games, it's just a best of 3.
That's factually correct. Now let's fly the predictions. I'm not only a lawyer for show, but when it's time to go,
You know,
you go, bro. 2-1, baby.
Now I've heard your argument.
You sold?
He made a pretty good case. You know, I'm never one to flip-flop.
Nah, I don't trust bros.
He made a pretty good case, honestly. Also, Coach comes out. And they used 46 out of 48.
True. Right, 46 out of 48.
Oh, man. I'm cooked.
I can't believe that you're a non-believer either, right? 2-0 here?
I'm not paying bro tax here. I'm gonna full trust DRX here again.
Oh, I think Degon's got the science behind him.
The science behind him is
And
how
the
many
law
World
behind it.
Championships has Coach Song won? And how many has DRX won?
All right. Gotta see.
That's right. We'll see what happens here and how it all shakes up after game number 1. It's Bro versus DRX in a best-of-3 single elimination. See you after game 1.
Brion, fighting!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the play-ins here at the LCK Cup and the beautiful Chijijik World Park. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf, and today we're getting into our first best of 3 of the day. Feels a little bit like a regular LCK day, however, it is not. This is do or die for all 4 of the teams that are going to be playing here today. But first, before we get into anything, we need to address what Degon said. His checkmate was, Song has won 1 World Championship. How many has DRX won?
1.
They've also won 1.
That Song coached.
Yeah, it's the same one, actually.
Yeah, I was starting to worry about my pred today, which we'll reveal in a moment, and then I heard Degon's reasoning as to why Bro would win, which was basically just to list all of their losses and then say that they would have won a best of 5 if it was a best of 3, and now I feel pretty confident about my pred.
Yeah, I'm feeling okay about it as well. Let's have a chat about Coach Voice, which is going away starting right now.
And
I
yeah,
think
these
that
are the
it's going
two teams that use it the most.
Yeah, it's going to impact the DRX the most, I think, because they used it all the time. Positively or negatively. We'll just have to find out whether it's annoying for the players to have Joker in their ear all the time, or whether it was actually a huge boon for them as well. So,
yeah. I mean, it might be that they learned a lot from the experience, right? Like, maybe they can imagine what he'd say, and, you know, we'll see what happens when we get in-game. For Bro, on the other hand, you know, they used it the second most, but they didn't use it anywhere near as much as DRX. Doesn't feel like as much of a hindrance for them when it does go away here.
Yeah.
This series, we know, is probably going the distance. It always goes the distance.
For the last 2.5 years,
yeah,
it has gone to every game.
And like, if you thought this was going to be one-sided either way, I really don't think you've been paying attention to either these squads or this meta, or we have an insane volatility level right now, and we have a pretty stock standard way that we draft for games 1 and 2. Game 3 gets more interesting for sure.
Yep.
And we'll see how much the lack of Joker here is going to impact them as we take a look at our predictions here.
Yeah, exactly. Let's have a look at what everyone's saying. 1 Bro vote from Degon, who obviously has to.
I forgot we did went 2-0. Cannot believe it. Pony and Jonah as well. Come on.
Jonah Strong doing the 2-0 for Bro is like try to predict what's exactly not going to happen.
Well, Jonas Strong is the only person who has the license to do this.
Exactly, and he does it all the time. I'm nervous. Maybe he had a conversation with Digon earlier about the like science behind it, and Digon managed to convince him, like lawyer Digon, like figured it out. I'm not entirely sure, but don't listen to him, Jonas Strong. Next time, just ignore it. As nice, we've got DRX 69.5 versus the 30.5 here of the Bros. Bros definitely in the underdog position. If you are a Bro fan, then this is exactly where you want them, you know? And we'll see whether they can actually come out on top despite what most people are predicting for this series. This team, 0-5. They could be going out of the tournament second, but with 0 victories, which is kind of hilarious based on what happened earlier on with HLE having to bow out very early.
They could also
the LCK Cup
be going to first stand as our first seed.
They could.
You know, it starts here.
And Coach Song is pretty good at being in the worst possible position and then winning it all. He did it in 2022 at the World Championship with a 6th place in the LCK DRX.
You could argue that this is even a better start for them because their group caps out at 5th.
Exactly.
Okay? And they're only 5th place.
There you go.
6th place.
5th seed, so easy. Man, how is he supposed to lose at this point, Wolf? That's the thing. It's absolutely ridiculous. We're checking him out now.
We did hear from Coach Song in an interview before this match that Romer came in as a quite late addition, which was something that was kind of rumored for a while, that Fisher, was just unable to play for his own personal reasons, right? And Romer was pushed into this team pretty last minute to have a fieldable roster. And it does kind of help explain some of the lackluster performances we have seen from him. When you're looking at UCal on the other side, I think this is one of the big weak links here for Bro as to why most people predicted DRX, even though they think it's going to be a closer series. It's going to be a messy one, right?
Oh, yeah.
But most people think that it wasn't just the coach comms that got this team across the line. They have pretty good macro. Sometimes it's because they were told how to do it, but even when the comms were off, they made the right decisions from ahead. So all they really need to do is get through the laning phase, and when Romer is on the other side, he has been really struggling there, despite being such a solo queue monster. That's what I'm worried about. I'm looking at this Willer UCal mid-jungle synergy here, jungle mid synergy, that has been super potent throughout this entire season thus far, and I have to give DRX the nod, but a lot of this is going to come down to, in my opinion, the Game 3 draft.
Yeah, and also just down to which one of these teams is going to be playing a bit better on the day, because we know that it's going to be long. It's going to be the full 3 games, and like you say, the draft is going to be very important, but also who can keep their heads in the game, especially DRX without having that coach voice to rely on. Maybe that is going to hinder their ability to shot call throughout the mid game. We'll just have to see. Because, I mean, Joker sometimes throws out all of the coach voices within the first 7 minutes of the game.
That's true.
It's kind of ridiculous. And then the team does manage to figure itself out. So we have seen some examples of DRX being able to work in a macro sense without the coach voice there. So I'm still thinking that they're going to be fine. Looking towards this bottom side of the map, Arndil is the only support to pick up a POM so far this LCK Cup. And Namgung has been improving, I think, but is still very, very new and not necessarily up to snuff here at the LCK just yet.
Yeah, my biggest issue with Namgung has been his laning phases, especially around level 1 and level 2, which, frankly, in the bottom role, that is the laning phase. Like, most of what happens after that is jungle intervention and finding your all-in angles, when you hit level 6, or potentially just trying to deny waves and trying to push the advantage you already get at level 1 and 2, which is, of course, usually determined by matchup. But even in strong matchups, the laning phase has looked a little bit weaker here for this new player here for the Bros, and we'll see if he can turn it around. There he is on camera there.
Yep.
I think he obviously has a lot of potential. He has had a few games where we're like, why can't you play like this every time? But doesn't have a ton of stage experience here in Wall Park just yet. Just 5 series under his belt.
And Joker actually joking. So living up to his name. There on the stage, as we just saw, having a little bit of a giggle. Coach Song, very different demeanor. This guy is all business right now, looking a little disheveled in the fringe department. And I think that might mean that he's been trying very, very hard to make sure that that notebook is chock full of exactly what the Bros need to
I
achieve
never,
victory.
for one moment, ever considered his name might be Joker because he likes to make jokes. I just always had the playing card in my mind.
Yeah, I think maybe it is the playing card. However, it works in this instance. He may have been a Shaco main earlier on as well. You never really know. Although then to be a pro support after that That sounds terrible if he was a Shaco support player. Shaco. I mean, that's always been the debate, and I don't really know which one to say. Let's not worry about it, though. Let's dive into the draft here for game number 1 already.
We are
Rock.
still on patch 26.2 for play-ins, just to make sure everybody is aware of that. So we're not moving to a new patch today. It'll happen later on. 2 jungle bans towards Gideon here in the Malphite and then the Jarvan.
Yeah, and first pick over, yeah, this is the thing that's a little bit interesting, because obviously what we've been seeing is Varus, Jace, and Rumble, the must bans on the second pick side. Right now, we are following that completely, but it does mean that the flexibility is on the side of the team with first pick to ban what they kind of want to.
So right now,
like
you just ban Azir, right?
Thing, yeah.
If you ban Azir or you ban Orianna, you can do either.
But UCal obviously wants to be the Orianna guy.
Sure. And then if you do that, then they have to ban Rumble and you get Orianna. And then they have to try to pick a Nocturne away, which is awkward. They probably don't want to do that, so you have your opportunity to pick that one up as well on third.
You can just ban Teemo and then
you can
force them to pick the Rumble and then get Orianna Nocturne.
Yeah, that is a great way to do it. Or ban Vi in this case, which is actually.
I really thought Teemo would have been the right call.
I kind of personally, I know UCal's going to pick up Orianna because it's UCal, and his impact over Riches, we have to be honest, is stronger. But I kind of feel like most teams would take the Rumble here, actually. Instead, they'll take the Orianna. And because it's difficult to deny that Nocturne, that probably will still come through. Well, let's see what they get with this Rumble, since they were the ones who banned Vi. Because Vi Rumble is quite powerful. Now they can't get it anymore because that was the kind of throwaway ban you were alluding to in the trade.
I mean, I think you can go Rumble and then mid-matchup or Pantheon. Pantheon's also very, very strong at the moment. I was thinking that perhaps you could bait them into maybe going for a Scion pick, something like that, and then getting a Rumble Trundle into it. We've seen that find some success here in the LCK Cup so far. But, I mean, this pairing is just kind of redonkulous.
This kind of makes the Nocturne pick just, it has to go through, right? Because the Pantheon needs to be matched inside, so you have to think. Now, this indicates a little bit more focus on Gio in draft. So, but it's setting up a better front line, and he's a decent ball carrier as well. Could just audaciously charge into the correct location and set up the shockwave that way. This Milio hover is interesting, but I don't think it's real, and we'll see the Yunara to follow here. So that aligns with this pick over the Nocturne, so I do see it there.
Yep. I do, okay, the Corki going to be coming through as a response. This makes a whole lot of sense. We've seen Corki into Yunara so many times, especially in game 1s. But foregoing locking in your entire top side of the map is kind of interesting here. Oftentimes we do see top laners picked up at this stage, and it might mean that we'll see a lot more top lane bans coming on through, unless we see the need to ban some supports. And that is exactly what the Bros are going to do first here, with Brad being taken away.
Well, interestingly, Nico has a really strong place in this draft here for Bro. I think that DRX probably should ban that one away, since Bro do have pick priority here.
Yeah. And
so they were trying to ban the Bard to say we'll have the winning lane with Nico no matter what. Then they'll ban the Nico, and then perhaps we'll see a Lulu ban eventually here, as this is kind of a unique position, like you said, with top lanes being left out to dry thus far. But I think the same general draft ideas will apply here with the split bottom lanes, and support will be the next to go. Now with both the Nico and the Bard gone, you could ban the Lulu if you're afraid of it, if you don't want to lane into that. And they
I already wrote the Lulu in. Like they were gonna put the Lulu in the bag unless you took it out.
I wonder now though if you just try to ban something from Roamer, but there isn't a glaring pick here that stands out that says, okay, this is what we're gonna play.
Nautilus?
Might just be Rise. Nautilus also could be banned because it point click on the Yunara.
But
the Akali, okay.
So a decent matchup into the Orianna, which is what they were thinking of there. So Roman not going to be able to play that. But now let's see exactly what they're going to be collecting here. Obviously, there is... Yeah, Roma still had his pick to go. I think I mistakenly said that we needed 2 top laners. But we're looking for a mid laner and a support. Looks like it's going to be an Alistair consideration. Top lane Sylas, anyone?
Probably not, but I'm now wondering with Alistair basically means you can play anything and win the lane. So they can really go with whatever they want here. And I think the Nautilus that you mentioned earlier can work quite nicely here to help lock down, set up combos, and that is exactly what they think as well.
All right.
And now, what do you want to counterpick this Rumble with? We've seen a few different picks. The Ambessa can work. It's not going to be an easy matchup to play. Rich is going to have to pilot this well. but it gives them even better setup to get on top of this Corki. Anyone can follow up the Nautilus ultimate, right? And there's already a great front line in this draft. Now, I imagine you're looking at Rise pick or bust, right? Like, there just really isn't anything else. It can pair well with your Pantheon and sides. It's a lot of magic damage, but I think it's necessary here. This is the mid-meta. It is so constrained right now.
Yeah.
Not only because we usually see those bans on the Azir, right, the Orianna. Look at how many mid-bans we have. We just have the Azir and the Akali, and yet because of tiers, you don't think about the matchup as much as you think about which mid is the strongest, which mid is going to have the most impact around the map and in sides and with scaling. And Rise, unfortunately for Bro, really is the only pick that fits the bill. So even though they had final counter pick, doesn't feel like they got a gotcha with it.
They do now have the double global, though, of the Realm Warp and the Grand Starfall. So Pantheon Rise, we've seen find a lot of success. T1 especially have been very, very good with making this work. Faker and Ona are really expert at it. Hopefully the bros have been taking some notes as far as that is concerned. But I do really like what DRX have here as far as this draft. It is, they've got enough engage. They have great side lane potential with the Ambessa, and team fighting is kind of crazy with this Orianna and Xin Zhao combination and Yunara there for all that consistent damage. I think the bros are not going to be too upset with how things are going here, especially in the mid game. That Corki can really find some value, but I think if DRX let this game go late, if we have some Broen and some Bruin, then we could see the bros in a little bit of dire straits, and we know that it's going to be Bro and Brew.
I am just super hyped for this bottom 2v2 because for once we don't have a range support down here.
Yeah,
it's
true.
going to be all skill-based in the bottom lane.
It is an even keel between these two squads. Let's dive onto the Rift for our first best of 3 of the play-ins. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for game number 1 between Bro and DRX. Last time, it went to all 5 games. As Lawyer Degon pointed out, the bros, if it had have been a best of 3, they would have won. However, they wouldn't have won game 1. So if history is going to repeat itself, DRX needs to win here. That's kind of how it goes.
Yeah, that's true. Interesting looking at this mid lane here for just a moment. The bottom lane is so exciting, though, to me because these two AD carries are very different in how they want to operate, but in some ways very similar in that Corki is going to be able to fight best when he has Gatling gun available. The same with Jiu on this Yunara when he has his Q available and stacked up to look for those longer trading patterns. Ooh, what a hook!
Very nicely done there from Andil. Gets himself out of the way. But it's not really much of a trade. Still, if you're able to get to the wave, which Jiu is able to do, then they're kind of happy with how things are going. So stacks up the Q, feels a little bit better, and does have a few extra minions under his belt.
Yeah, feeling
Level 1 Alistar, man, just always feels not great.
Did go unsealed as well, so isn't going to be very healthy. But he has his ultimate later on. Andil went the same, so they both go for unsealed. Level 2 advantage goes to Jiu and Andil off of that really cool hook play, and like you mentioned, Alistar just kind of not having the greatest time in general. And before Corki has level 2, it's very difficult to play. But now he can kind of go into that trading pattern I was talking about a little bit, now that he has it. And so that'll get more interesting down there on the bottom side. But got to make a play like that to abuse the Alistar, and Andil did that. But the resurgence of Andil has been pretty real here this season. And I mean, that was a very basic play there, but it's his proactivity that ends up getting them the lead that you expect.
And he's also been roaming around the map a whole lot more than a lot of our other supports, right? Getting very early towards mid and into the jungle to really disrupt. Speaking of disrupting the jungle, Willer is moving over towards Gideon here, who's not exactly the healthiest. He is going to be able to take away his Grom, but it's running out of patience quickly. He does just get the smite off, so he should be okay. As Willer is not able to find the Wind Becomes Lightning.
Roamer doesn't even blink, just keeps pushing mid.
Oh, beautiful. That's that solo queue mentality. As Casting is going to light Rich on fire for a while. Works out very nicely here as Roamer's roaming.
Yeah, this actually makes a lot of sense because UCal is backing right now. A little bit of extra prio. Want to go put the extra pressure on. Instead, we'll just grab this crab here. We'll be seen by the Phaelite and could try to make a play for double crab, in fact.
Could theoretically, because has headed over here before taking his blue buff. Instead, will be going back there. Spotted on a ward, as we can see. So I believe Willer will have information that that crab was taken. We'll go for a back and then head towards the bottom side crab, which is now just seen, I'm pretty sure, by DRX.
Vision game here, great for DRX. They have vision on this blue buff, and then Ondil with the prio they had on the bottom side grabs Phaelite, control bottom side to make sure that scuttle wasn't, in fact, being taken. Well, would have, I think with the timing of it, he knew it already, but would have spotted it if they didn't have vision.
Willer immediately moving towards the top side of the map is kind of insane. Catching casting on a full shove-in, and it might mean that he and Rich could be able to get something done. He is kind of happy feeding right now, though. Will be heading towards that bottom side.
Doesn't have any CC yet without his ultimate, so I don't know if there's really a play they can make here, unfortunately, just yet.
Yeah, just going to be heading towards that crab now, but certainly wasting a bit of time in comparison to what Gideon's been doing.
Yeah,
it's down,
range one.
Grabs the respawn of this Krug camp. We'll be able to head over towards these Raptors now. Wasn't actually able to go over and check the Rift Scuttler, so wasn't able to get that double scuttle that he could have theoretically done. As Rich dances around once again. He's only down by about 5 CS and will be able to go back now, teleport back in, and should be healthy and happy here on this Ambassador towards the top side, getting towards that quick eclipse as fast as possible. As so far, it's just Bros winning out a little bit here. We can see they've got advantages in both solo lanes and the jungle as far as that money is concerned. Bit extra farming speed here for Gideon and being able to get to his camps a little bit faster than Willer has been able to.
Yeah, just really didn't waste any time and wasn't interrupted by Willer, who spent even more time going over there to try to do so. So feeling really nice about his pacing currently. As in this mid lane, very small lead for Roamer. And he was able to maintain that advantage, so the fact that he's missing teleport really doesn't hurt him at all with home guards in this meta. So he's just happy to go back, grab some additional items, has his shoes now, which feels good.
Yep, Plate going to go down here towards casting on the top side of the map. He's ahead by about a wave on the Rumble.
And despite Namgung, you know, obviously being Alistair, which was a choice they made, right? So that naturally the bottom lane gets a little bit tough early, but they've stabilized well. A lot of the Bro games, we see an incident, right, in the 2v2 at some point where there's a misplay or an overextension. See right now getting a little bit annoyed by the minions here in the freeze, but nothing too crazy. Maybe a caster curse.
That's a level 5 Namgung though. He's not necessarily the most healthiest. Jiu getting a lot of damage down. Heals coming on through. As we do get the full zoom out, there's the Realm Warp to bring Roamer in. Flash out from Andil as Rune Prison does come in, but it's not enough to lock down the kill onto Jiu, but they will get both summoners out of this Nautilus.
I think really good communication on the DRX side. Yukal's also going to get a plate on this, on the defense here. Sure, Andil loses his flash, but I think this actually feels pretty good for them. Good reaction to the roam that Roamer was trying to set up.
Yep.
True to his name here, as we'll see the TP back from Andil with his Unsealed Spellbook, and they can control Dragon off of this. Ends up being a huge win for DRX, despite Andil using his flash there. And they read the play well. When Namgung went in, they were like, I'm not going to be confused by this. I'm actually going to realize that, in fact, the Rise is coming, and Yukal probably did communicate that to them as well. And they handled it very, very well, and it should lead to first Dragon.
Unless, okay, Gideon not able to get over the wall, decided not to flash in, which is what he would have had to do, unless someone got in range. As Teddy is possibly in an uncomfortable spot, as Roamer's getting on down here, and we're going to get thrown away as Teddy able to Valkyrie himself to safety. The slows do come through, and the anchor goes entirely wide, but it's 2 kills for Gio immediately, and Willer has the Crescent Guard. Roamer nowhere to go, and it's doubles upon doubles here for DRX. And some top laners fighting in the top lane, but man, that was pretty red side favored.
Yeah, it looked maybe initially like they had overextended onto Teddy, but Gio goes burr. And like initially here, it looks like, okay, this didn't quite work out. Andil tries to get on top of Teddy, gets knocked up by Namgung, and Teddy's super safe, right? And then they hard commit. Andil goes incredibly low, and Teddy's like, all right, cool, I got the kill. But then everybody else is still just trying to brawl in here, and the follow-up is actually insane, and Gio just cannot be touched by anyone. The Shockwave playing a huge role here in this fight alongside the ulting Xin Zhao. And that's the kind of skirmish you don't want to take when your 80 carries on the back foot.
No, definitely not. And especially not when the enemy 80 carries a Yunara who is now 2-0-2. Jiu is having a very good time. And this is a guy that, you know, we have been critical of in the past, but this year certainly looking like a bit of a step up. You know, going back to those Nongshim days where he was that hyper carry for the team.
I was just watching Teddy in that fight being like, wow, I mean, Teddy is really quite a veteran, you know? He played it well, but the rest of the team just kind of sent it. And once you're that deep in, you can't really, you have to fight your way out, right? So they did not win that fight.
No.
The tools that DRX have in a skirmish, Bro kind of misreading, I think, their power level at that moment.
And now we've got a cull that's going to cash in here for Geo as well. One very cool thing that you can see towards the top of your screen is quest completion timers, kind of. You can see how fast they're ticking up. This was like part of our feedback that we put in, Wolf.
Yeah.
And they did it. They're listening. It's just, it's so beautiful. But you can see that DRX a little bit further along, especially in that mid lane. It's going to take
so cool,
Romer a little bit of extra time.
We were talking about it, and like at the beginning of the year, we were like, are they going to add an extra bar like next to XP and mana and stuff? But that's so cluttered. But this is actually quite minimalist, and gets the job
beautiful.
done. I'm really impressed with it.
Yeah, I don't think it takes anything away from what we had before.
No.
It only adds.
Exactly.
And that's all you want. Okay.
It doesn't cover anything. That's how you make a good UI right there.
Yep.
That's what we do here at the LCK.
Yep. We might be a little biased, but I don't care because it's good. And I think everyone can objectively understand that.
Yes, objectively.
Yes, objectively. Okay, speaking of objectively, we're looking for our next one of those. 2 minutes on the Drake and 5.5 on Rift Herald. And so DRX are hunting in the enemy jungle, looking for something to do. Looks like it's just going to be a crab here for Willow, though.
It is somewhat of a big deal that this Ryze has grubs unlocked.
And it's Gideon. All right, public execution here from Rich. Looked a little bit more defensive, but that's a lot of extra damage as the Hex Drinker shield coming in clutch. Does mean that his Eclipse is going to be a little bit late, and casting misses a cannon.
Yeah, does that even really equate to a win for casting, as Rich does have his teleport coming back online like right now? I don't even think he necessarily needs it, but
I mean, he has a 20 CS advantage.
Yeah, it's the advantage he had before feels great. The one he got from that exchange, not as good. It looks like Rich will just dash his way back over as quickly as he can and won't use the teleport, but will lose a few minions there on the top side. Rumble, very powerful. We talked about it in the draft. This draft does have at least the Pantheon kind of point-and-click easy setup for the Rumble ultimate.
Yep.
And obviously the Alistar can help hold people in place. But the Rumble ultimate is going to be really important for these early to mid-game fights that Bro are going to find themselves in because this Yunara is so online so early. Equalizer placement is going to be paramount. And the fact that Zambessa is behind right now really doesn't matter that much yet. Like, it's not like this is a, you know, really strong pushing Rumble that's going to start solo killing Rich and or taking multiple plates. So
yeah,
that advantage doesn't really matter as much as the gold that you see on the top of your UI might indicate here in the top lane.
And Roma should be able to get all of these. Yep, very nicely done. Connects the Q. Rich actually went back to base and just didn't buy anything at all. It's kind of interesting. I'm pretty sure. I thought he already had the pickaxe.
I think you're right.
Just goes back and then wanders back towards the top lane. Hasn't actually augmented that build any further.
Sometimes when you go for the Hex Drinker, you're like, your build is kind of hampered by it, and you don't have enough money for the next breakpoint of any component, and you're just like, this is horrible.
Yeah, I was expecting, like, you could just go double longswords or something. But Rich, instead, is going to use his passive in order to get himself a shield, and will be able to just farm up these minions. I don't think he's going to be winning any all-ins or anything like that, so it's not really end of the world.
Anyway, I mean, the bottom side of the map's where it's really at, right? Like, you know, the top side, great advantage for casting and all that. DRX like, cool, we're going to take another objective here as we keep having that bottom side prio.
Oh. Hook going to come on through, but now we've got the Unbreakable Will for Namgung. We'll see when he actually decides to press that button as he's going down very, very low. Andil now looking for the angle as in comes Gideon. Namgung is just dead, though. That's another kill over to Gio, and now the Shockwave has to be flashed, but the flash hook from Andil comes in, and Yukao will be able to lock him down. The first kill for the Orianna as casting. Was he interrupted? He was.
Yeah,
Rich manages to get the ult off. Beautifully done.
But that's kind of on casting, probably, right? Like, when you're channeling that, it's pretty tough for the ambassador to not interrupt you.
Yeah, we'll have to see how it actually happens.
Oh, he was on a ward. Okay, this is forgivable for sure. Max range comes in and says no. And also, because he's so much larger than Rich at this point, maybe he thought if Rich goes for the interrupt, he could win in an all-in, but he did not.
Well, I mean, he got the flash out of Rich. Actually, Rich sacrificing a lot to making sure that he doesn't die.
This was just, I think, again, a miscalculation. Gio has Kraken Slayer in this fight. Ando with a beautiful flash hook here.
Gorgeous.
Really great reaction there. Just knows exactly that he has the range for that. But now it's another kill for Gio. He has 3. And Triforce is put together now for Teddy, but it was not at that moment. And It's a pretty big gap. Now there's a full item lead, by the way, with the Fiend Hunter Bolt's
that is
completion.
Obscene, because his Cull just cashed in at the same time. You can see he's sitting on that cloth armor, so going for some steel caps as well. But 2 items, like the only equivalent second item here for Teddy is attempting to be just a half-stacked tier. That is so sad. And the Corki is supposed to be hitting spikes around this time, but it's Gio that's hit 2 items right now.
You can see the Caulfields was just picked up for Rich, so what he was trying to buy finally does now have that in his inventory, along with some very magical shoes.
Yep.
Let's get those at New Balance.
Yeah, the freebies. Hey, I was just there.
Yeah,
but
they don't have magical footwear there, I checked.
No, nor do they have quest timers, so it's not really a thing that I'm...
I also talked to Boris, and he said I couldn't buy them if I had the right rune.
Oh, really?
He says he only gives them out for free if you have the...
I don't think that that's a great business choice if you make a product and people aren't allowed to...
I think he's like in cahoots with the people who do the masteries. I think there's some sort of deal going on there.
Makes sense. Yukao going to strip this top lane of all of its crystalline overgrowth. Will grab himself a bit of plate gold. By a bit, I mean quite a lot. 4.1k. That is a massive lead.
Yeah, it's pretty big because they kind of gifted him these advantages, and I'm not even trying to throw shade on Gio. It's not like he made some sick outplays in lane. He just was gifted team fights where he's like, okay, they can't hurt me, and I will kill them.
He did walk at them and do auto attacks.
He's now just the benefactor of all this. Let's see how well he plays with the lead he has, because now he has a pretty huge amount of agency in this game.
Well, we're seeing now a max range hook yet again. Andal, is he just the GOAT? I'm starting to think that perhaps he's just really good. I mean, I know that's just a cue, but still, it landed quite nicely. As Willer's going to be able to steal away this blue buff. That is going to be the result.
Notice, okay, Willer flashes for this.
Flash smite. He flashed in front of the rocket, I guess, or maybe just pressed the wrong button.
Maybe he pressed the wrong button.
I think it looked more like the wrong button because he also pressed smite.
But I mean, notice the starvation of Gideon in this game. He's a level and a half down, but effectively 2 levels down.
Yeah.
9 to 11 because so much of his jungle has been taken.
And he can't even get over here to get involved at all. Command attack is doing a lot of damage here from Yukao at the same time with his torch already built up. Roma's moving over, but let's see whether he can actually get anything done as the Grand Starfall does get Gideon in there. That's going to be the steal away, though, as it went down to about 1 health. Shockwave is going to connect as Gideon's going so low, but the Aegis does a fair bit of work. But there's a public execution as Teddy will be taken down. Now Rich's turn to get involved as DRX wipe out 3, and the rest of the bros just have to realm warp themselves to safety. But I think Roma should have aimed that one at game number 2 instead of this, as another hook weaves around the turret, and Gio says, I can't be bothered walking over that way. I'm just going to take this plate.
Yeah, so the resurgence of Andal, that's really feeling it still. This was such a desperate attempt for a contest. It almost feels like Bro are already thinking about game 2. This is Herald, right? But Gideon ults in to not get the secure, puts himself in shockwave range. Namgu is going in by himself. Look at Rich on the flank, as well as Gio, who's untouched, right? Luckily for them, there was no way to stop this realm warp. Romer gets out. They're very lucky for that one, but I don't think there was really anything in that play except maybe we'll show up and they'll make a mistake. As I know they know that they're super far behind and they don't want to give a Herald up, which would have given, you know, mid turret for free instantly. Turns out they're going to lose mid turret anyways, and maybe even more with the Herald. But I think that was kind of the last-ditch effort for Bro, given this extremely warped game state with the Yunara, and now like even Rich is ahead.
Yeah, you say that, Wolf, but if there's one thing I know about the bros, is that it ain't Brova while I'm breathing. Okay?
Yeah, well, I guess, yeah, maybe that's true, I suppose. Some have said that.
It might still end up in a loss. However, Nexus is alive, so we cannot count them out just yet. It's Rich, even winning his top lane matchup now.
Bolt's coming back.
Yeah, let's see whether Carson can make something happen here as the public execution does nothing. The equalizer does less. And if an R button is pressed in the top lane, you must also press your R button. These are the rules, and they obey.
I guess he just thought Rich wasn't going to miss. I don't know.
Well, I mean, he definitely missed, and then he thought about it for a second, and then threw his ultimate.
It was very weird. It's like he just kind of reacted there or something. I don't... But either way, nobody dies except this turret, but he's not really alive, is he? I mean, we had this debate once. I'm not going to get into it again. But
yeah, we should not do that. As Rich,
okay, right? He's got flash.
He's going to flash out of the way of the flash pole, and he will keep himself alive. That is Soul Point going over to DRX. The Bros at least got 1 kill, so they've denied a perfect game. They also got some grubs. They got some grubs. Gideon does like that.
He does like that. Doesn't necessarily matter as much if they can't hit the turrets, though.
Yeah.
I mean, it does give a little bit of golden experience. And as we pointed out, you know, last year, like the first one, always great to get, stuff like that. I think he got all 3. He doesn't have a lot of money, so it's good that he got the grubs because he is 2,400 gold behind.
And if they didn't get the grubs, then they would have only gotten 1 kill this entire game, as far as the things that they can talk about and their achievements. So that has doubled the amount of things that they have achieved in this game.
That's certainly true. Now, they're scaling as well.
Oh, true.
Romer?
All right, Romer is going to try and put Rich in prison, but he may publicly execute him in 1 second's time.
Rich
now going making his way down. Yeah, Rich this time I think will get pulverized to death as they're looking to double their amount of kills. Public execution is going to be used for fun here as Rich will be taken out. Overloading here on the bottom side of the map as the Bros.
Doesn't have TP. Like, I think they should be able to get out just fine as long as they don't greed super hard here. If they greed a little bit more, they're all dead.
Well, we'll just have to see because, of course, with Rich dead and no teleport, then it should be a man advantage here for the Bros. And so they are just going to be able to wander their way out. And everyone is going to be safe. All 5 members here towards this bottom side. Decent way to find something as now I'm going looking for an angle. They do look to turn it. There's a Grand Starfall as Yukal is going to be the target here for Gideon, but he's down so low. Equalizer is great here from Kasi, but the Shockwave's even better. And down goes the Pantheon. Teddy having to get out of the way of Willa now. Wind becomes lightning, goes white, but Andil always finds the hooks, and he flashes in to sacrifice himself, but take down all of the Bros. That's going to be the ace, and DRX, they woke up on the right side of the bed this morning.
I mean, this whole game for Bro has just been trying to force fights that they have no right to, and I think they just kind of eventually got, they were like looking at me through the 4th wall being like, Wolf, there are no good fights for us this game. We just have to try. I don't know if you're familiar with this old Cops meme of this guy who's in handcuffs. And Valis and I talk about this meme all the time.
You can't break these cuffs.
Yeah, you can't break these cuffs. And like, Bro, we're basically like, I can break these cuffs. And if you're not familiar with the meme, go YouTube it right now because there's nothing else to see in this game. It's very funny. But this is basically Bro trying to break the cuffs right now. And she was like, you mentioned the man advantage. She was like, I'm worth 3 men right now, actually.
Yeah.
And Teddy is hitting a Xin Zhao that's also hitting him. And so there isn't really a whole lot in this one. Let's see what happened to Gideon in the
Gideon
replay.
has exited the video game for the next 30 seconds. That's what just happened.
I was promised I could farm later. They said I could farm later. They didn't let me farm for the first 20 minutes.
Yeah, later is game 2. He will be able to farm then. All right, there's Pulverize onto Jew. That would have been great 20 minutes ago. Unfortunately, it is not that case.
And this is certainly feeling like a kind of gap everywhere outside of the laning phase for casting. You know, Bro just are getting outclassed in every position, and the team coordination, coach comms without DRX look great in this game. The coordination is just much better. They've been able to basically just absorb all of the pressure from Bro, who played this scaling comp like it was an early game comp and found out that it's not.
Well, Rich looking for a little bit of an angle here to publicly execute Roma, as Andil's just going to get a flash with that hook. Gideon down to 50% as Namgung just cannot make it towards his teammate. Shockwave connects onto Roma. That's the priority target they're looking for, as Rich is able to help take him down. And now Carson going to avoid that hook very nicely, but there's the Arc of Ruin, and they will all disintegrate under this inner turret. Jiu happily tanks that one up, has a big old shield as well, and it is only Teddy left standing.
Yep, that's kind of been a lot of these fights, except Teddy dies in the end of the fight. He just didn't show up for this one. Yeah, this is just Gideon trying to get his blue buff with no vision.
Yeah, not allowed to do that.
And here, Rich doesn't have ult, so he needs a little help. Ando, by the way, would have hit this if Romer didn't flash it, so another great hook from him. Gets the flash out, he retreats, absorbs a lot of the pressure. Namgung tries to rotate in, loses his ultimate while trying to buy time for his teammates on the bottom side. And as you can see, Teddy, he's just like, nah, I hate it when the Xin Zhao is autoing, but he keeps doing that in these fights. I'm out of here. Sorry, I can't join.
Namgung did that thing where he walked into the jungle now, so the cow is dead. And Willett looking for an angle towards Teddy. He can audaciously charge towards him if he wants to, but decides instead he's going to hit a minion with that button. Doesn't want to go underneath the enemy turret.
And Namgoong's defense, he is playing Alistair 15,000 gold behind with no ultimate and no aftershock, and he has a Zeke's. You know, he's just,
I mean,
he's
right
not
now
really playing the game.
We shouldn't really be assessing Bro's play at this stage. They're going to get publicly executed. Both of the carries just eviscerated here by Rich, who gets a big old shield to keep him alive. Casting now down to 50%, but there's the hook onto Gideon as Namgoong does get a headbutt back onto Rich, but he's happily able to dash his way out. I say happily, I mean he limped. But still, it's a triple kill here for Yukal on this Orianna. Can he get a penta? That's the question, as the bottom lane's still up here for the Bros. I think enough time has passed, and DRX are just going to get down to business here and take down these Nexus turrets. My goodness, what an absolute statement game in game number 1, and what a time to do it here for DRX as well in the first game of the play-ins. It's looking very different from Super Week here as they take down the first Nexus of the series.
Oh, I think there's a lot to contextualize about this game, and I still firmly believe we're going to 3. Remember, if you just tuned in and you're like, wait, 12,000 gold lead, sub 25-minute game, there's just no way that there's any chance Bro can go toe-to-toe with this
Imagine doubting the Bro and
But
Brew.
also imagine missing the early game where Gio was gifted so many kills that he got a Kraken Slayer, and then they fought into him again when he had Kraken Slayer item advantage, and Yunora ended up with like 5 kills at 15 minutes and was able to just take over the game, while the rest of his team was also benefiting from those fights that we kept seeing opted into here by Bro. Gideon getting outclassed in the jungle, and Willer, I mean, from minute 1 was basically already on him.
God.
This was a very one-sided game. Yukal and Jiu both were deathless in this first game, but...
And what was our biggest bit of feedback out of the draft? It was picking the Orianna over the Rumble. Do it again every single time, DRX. That was, yep, that's the way. And Yukal has been prioritizing this champion every single time. The Bros must have known that it was going to happen. Unfortunately, they did not have the answer. However, this is not a you mess up the first answer and you're out kind of test. They have another chance. The Bros, let's see whether they can keep themselves alive as we go to a short break. The space is going to then break it down. Lawyer Degon is going to tell us why this is actually good for the Bros, and then we'll be back for game number 2.
야, 쉣.
거기 재밌어 보인다. 여기 좀 재밌긴 해. 빠데 도플. 나도 가고 싶은데.
죽여.
괜찮아요?
안 괜찮은 것 같아. 살려줘.
솔라를 주긴 했어요.
펜타.
뭔
예?
타요?
괜찮아요.
그래 마냐?
끝내. 야, 나 궁도 있어. 그냥 하면
할게.
돼.
그렇게
야.
대리 없고.
그렇네.
미녀 왔어 얘들아.
나 한번 살 수 있어. 그냥 끝내면 돼.
한판 잘하자. 야, 잡을래?
왔어.
잡아줘야 될 것 같은데?
왔어. 오. 타워.
타이브?
타워.
나이스.
나이스.
한판 잘.
I usually reserve this for games where it's true, but that was a shellacking. Very one-sided, and there's only one person that's surprised, which is Jonas Strong. It is 1-0 DRX after doing whatever they just did to the pros, whatever they wanted to do to the pros. That was very one-sided and probably our most one-sided match of 2026 in the LCK.
Was this in the plan, Digon?
I think so. Should be.
It's in the plan. It wasn't, 2-1,
But it's too.
I'll prove it in a little bit. What did you guys think of that last match there?
I don't know. Like, I feel like the draft was kind of 50-50. Like, you just trade some good picks and, like, you have those materials. But I feel like the gameplay, the issue was definitely a gameplay, right?
Yeah, I think it was a playable draft. I think it all came down to the execution in the game, which, we'll get to the clips. I think, really, this one, I think the major issue is you look at the Corki, right? Not level 6 yet, half HP, low mana, level 16 Yunara on the other side, and they're starting a fight here, which is just crazy to me. They're opting into this.
And look at Yunara here. Like, Gio, is he on vacation right now? Like, he's just free hitting. Just chilling.
I'll be the waves.
Oh man, this is like dream of AD carry. Like no one is touching you. You're just dealing for free, collecting some free gold. And yeah, this is what happens. He just didn't do anything special. He just collected kills. And I think that's also Teddy's responsibility to call that out. Hey, Yunara is on vacation. I can't do anything. He's so free. So just back out. But nothing happened. He just gave a free kills.
Yeah, I think the bro activity went out there rather than the Brositive kind of move there. It also, good shockwave, very good shockwave there by UCal to soak everyone up, but it was a little brutal. And that's not the only time that happened in that game. Actually, it happened in the very next team fight.
I mean, this was such a weird one. This was so disjointed. Now I'm going to someone who actually starts moving in here. And initially, I'm not even sure if they wanted to contest this Drake, but he starts the fight. He's going in, but they have Pantheon ready to cut. Where's my Pantheon?
Wait. Where is your Pantheon? And is Gio again?
Guys,
is he free? Again, man.
I'm so confused. You know, like the Alistar went in early, and then the Pantheon flies in. I don't know, but Gio, he's just having a good time.
This is Gio in game. He's just collecting free golds.
I thought HLE were the ones on vacation.
Well, I mean, it looks like a Can we zoom on
Wait,
Ken?
what?
Zoom on Ox. Look how funny. That's crazy.
Whoa! You just can't drop the bomb like that.
Well, I mean,
No.
Gio just did. Gio just did on bro. That was a little brutal. Again, huge kind of game there and start by DRX. And Bros didn't make it better because they continued to try and find fights after that. But those were the first two big moments from there. There's just no coming back from that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be decisive about your target selection. You know, you are the Alista, and I think whenever you're going in, you're just fully committing, right? So I think at that point, you have to either just full dive as a team or be decisive.
Guys, both those fights, they were engaging onto the Nautilus. Kill Jiwoo, kill the Yunara. It's that simple. Target selection, target priority. That was just a mess, right? From the Bros, they need to step it up.
Well, they had the opportunity to regroup and show what not to do for game number 2 if they want to continue on. Otherwise, they will join Hanwha Life Esports in waiting till their next match until April. But you don't have to wait long because game 2 starts right now. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that one. Fantastic vacation sounds as well. And the Bros, one game away from a vacation themselves, as Ox is also doing the same thing.
Expect a Chemtech Soul here in game 2.
Absolutely. Ox is just not really caring about very much of anything at all here today by the sounds of things.
All right,
here we
so
are.
I want to reframe the series a little bit because
All right.
remember, Bro are
What
now
kind of
on their
frame was
last.
it in prior?
It was frameless. I think
really?
In some ways. I mean, the desk did a good job.
You just straight from the Kodak store?
Yeah,
Or
they
just
just-
still in the paper packet?
But one of my close friends gave me a great photo of the two of us sitting on my desk, but I haven't framed it, and it's probably I'm probably gonna have to ask him to give me a new one because it's starting to get some
Yeah,
damage.
I got a Legend of Zelda Wind Waker poster that I was meaning to frame for 10 years.
Yeah.
Still haven't done it.
But now I think Bro basically played that game with one hand tied behind their back after giving Gio those initial kills, and then the second set of kills as well, right? And the rest of the game was not even a game. We can't even criticize it.
The second set of kills was when they tied the other hand behind their
Yeah,
back,
exactly.
And then they had no hands.
So I do think that this series still has legs. I think Bro will not make those choices again, and we won't be playing with S-tier picks on both sides here, since all of those are fearlessly banned now. So if you're a Bro fan, especially with your backs against the wall here, potentially your last game that you'll play until April. If you lose it, I think there's still hope. I think they absolutely can bring us to 3. I think this series is going to be volatile. That game 1 was a great example of how that volatility can steamroll a sub-25-minute game.
Yep, and we do have first pick over to DRX once again. This time, though, they will be on our blue side as they ban away the cannon. That's an interesting choice here.
This kind of
Rich is this first pick Renekton
I hope
territory?
not,
That
but
would be crazy.
telegraphing that they probably want to do something like that, right?
Yeah.
I do find it surprising that Bro went for second pick and counter pick, considering that they just kind of messed up how they used that last game and ended up with the Rise pick there at the end.
Oh God, it is Renekton first pick.
unless they get the Azir, which is probably going to be banned here.
Is their plan to get a Renekton ban so they can get Azir?
I mean, maybe. If you don't take away either, like it's just going to be not a great time anyway. I think there are plenty of picks that you can pick into Renekton and not necessarily completely hate yourself, but I don't know, man. It's really telegraphing that they want to play a Crocodile, but I think the Pigeon is still banned here. I think they still banned.
I think so too. I think if you fall into this trap.
Oh, never mind. They fell for the bait.
This is unreal to me.
If this is
I actually think Azir is better than 3 bans or 2 bans here to protect a Renekton.
Yeah, and the thing that's ridiculous about it is that instead of banning Renekton, you could have just banned something else that's not Azir to see whether you could get the Renekton after these 2 champions were banned.
Yeah, I think this was an error of judgment. Now we're going to see if that Akali ban from game 1 has any weight behind it. If Romer can play Akali here, maybe it's an old classic counter pick, or even maybe a Sylas, although the Alistar is gone.
Yeah.
Maybe they have a plan, and they wanted them to get the Alistar or the Azir all along.
Well, the Vi is pretty powerful. We've seen this one banned away a lot of times here in the LCK Cup thus far.
Starts to feel like it might be an Ahri pick here with this angling of the Vi. It doesn't have to be, but as one of the strongest synergies with Vi in the pool. Could also be Taliyah.
Yeah, Taliyah does pair with the Azir relatively well.
I don't feel good about a Taliyah pick right now for either of these teams, to be honest. And it looks like casting also doesn't. Facial expression there, I'm not sure.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not really looking forward to, you know, scrimming for forever until April. That just doesn't sound very fun. But that might be the case here, as Taliyah hasn't necessarily been performing all that well. Still, the bros, they might be able to, you know, make it work. And we should stop doubting them, as Jarvan is very strong at the moment. That one is going to be the lock-in here for DRX. Gwen alongside it, blind, but there's no Gnar, no Kennen.
Yeah, some of those great answers for the Renekton are also great into the Gwen.
Ooh,
like casting is definitely prepared to play Aurora top here, and he will lock that in. And I do think the damage profile means very little in a draft like this. The fact that you have both AP solo laners won't really matter.
Yep. I mean, it's the same on both sides, so not a huge deal. But let's see what bottom lanes are going to be taken away here, as they are all we need to fill now.
I'm mostly concerned about if DRX get a scaling pick here, because their macro is better, and they have 2 great side laning champions. Aurora can also be a strong side laning champion if given a lead, and Taliyah can help you know, side lanes with her ultimate, but if you just go, we're going to scale also, I just don't know if their team is equipped well enough to actually play that macro out.
Yeah.
And I'd rather see a winning bottom lane of some kind here for Bro. Instead, you know, luckily for them, they don't have the Alistar at least to default lose the lane.
Yeah, there's some things that you could do. You could do the lock Kalista and then get a Renata the next time around, because there's not a whole lot of pairings with Renata at the moment outside of Kalista. That could be one of the options. Sivir is going to be taken away here, keeping up that gold theme for our last couple of bans.
Renata does feel really good into the Gwen.
The problem is, if DRX has an Ashe Seraphine, they do just kind of crush a Kalista lane regardless of whether you have a Renata or not. So I don't know whether they are necessarily feeling like they could play it, but we have seen that lane work very, very well here in the LCK. As Poppy taken away. That is often a Gideon-aimed ban, but with the Vi already locked in, that is going to be taken away from
that does kind of feel like a... You can't play this pick to lose lane. He gave him a bit of a freebie. Everyone knows my opinion on Poppy.
It is very good into the Azir, Jarvan, and the Gwen.
No, everyone knows my opinion on Poppy. I think Poppy support is not very strong right now, especially in a scenario like this where everything is all slocked up. But I would have rather seen a ban like onto the very free and very safe Ezreal. But they are going to go for this pick that... Okay.
Oh, God.
They swap it at the last second. I was like...
Oh, swap it back.
Okay, so the Azir and the Gwen, strong side lane champions. The Aurora can be as well, right? But opting for the Ezreal at least gives you 2 item spikes. You don't have to get to the Supreme late game. But they may just be angling for Namgung's Karma again here, Atlas, to win this laning phase. Instead of going for Lucian to try to kind of finesse win the laning phase, I think they might just be pressing mantra Qs to get through that one. But I don't know if that really empowers the rest of this composition's pick potential. And this is one of those scenarios when it's really easy to just kind of position well, and the only real ultimate you're super worried about is the Vi one. I think the Xayah actually gets a lot of value. The Rakan is also available here.
This is a lot of scaling, though, Wolf, here on the DRX side. The Bros should be able to find some decent mid-game advantages with a draft like this, especially with Namgung's Karma coming in. And Ezreal Karma has been a trap across the world for the last couple of weeks. Namgung actually thinking about doing the Lehen special here, as he does lock in the Elise. Okay.
I would have loved the Leona here because great into Rakan. Also really works incredibly well with the Talia the Vi. Setup there is so strong. It also becomes really a strong frontline in this composition that doesn't have otherwise one here when it's going toe-to-toe with the Gwen, the Jarvan engages. But the Elise should be able to generate some advantages and also works as the same type of pick. It doesn't have a solar flare, but the Cocoon can certainly work in a similar fashion. I just think that if Bro are not massively ahead when we crest the mid-game here and Teddy is firing on all cylinders, getting his 2-item spike, then this is going to be a tough one to pilot. But sometimes in our play-ins and under teams, win lane, win game.
Yeah.
And this draft, unlike game number 1, very clearly is about winning the lane. And even the Karma they highlighted, we talked about the weaknesses of it, would have also guaranteed winning the lane. I think they knew the assignment. And on the DRX side, they're saying our macro's better. We're going to scale. We're going to win this one in a very different fashion than we did in game 1. And similarly, though, to game 1, if you mess up one of those early skirmishes and suddenly the Xayah has 3 kills, or Yukal gets accelerated on this Azir and is too much of a menace in side lane, same if you mess up a gank on Rich and he gets ahead, you just lose. Like, there is no coming back.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, if DRX can make it through the mid-game, it should be in the bag, but the Bros might be able to take it before then. Let's see what happens here as we dive into the Rift for game 2. Oh, Bro fans in full voice here, as it could be their last time on Summoner's Rift here for the LCK Cup. DRX with match point to keep themselves alive here in the play-ins. They will have an extra shot, right? It's this first round of play-ins that isn't double elimination. Everything after that, you do get to lose the match and stay alive.
This is a bit of a Namgung special. We've seen him play it already.
Yep.
Does enjoy this pick, so maybe that's ultimately the reason why he picked it over the others. Because even his Karma game, which it's difficult to show skill expression on Karma, like he didn't look like he was amazing at it, as the desk pointed out in the pre-show earlier. But it's a pretty simple one. But this one definitely feels like one that he definitely has mastery on. Yeah. So I like that angle. And it also saves for game 3 some of those other picks.
And the thing that is a little bit worrying is that Gleaming Quill healing will be coming through here for DRX. And so, because this lane is pretty all-in-y, you can get a lot of damage down. The problem is getting damage to stick is quite difficult when you can't just kill them. So the Bros with a fair bit of control here, because they should be able to win a lot of the trades. Over time, DRX have the sustained advantage, so things can be a little bit troublesome.
Since he's played since Season 14, Namgung is actually somewhat of a Academy veteran. He has only played both of his Elise games this season of the LCK Cup, has not played any other professional matches of it in his career, so still looks very good on the pick.
Maybe some scrims telling some stories here, because we have actually seen it banned away from him before as well.
Yeah.
So people understand that this is something that he has put some time into, as Yukal and Roma finding one another here. Yukal looking a little worse for wear here in this lane, and this is what we kind of expect for the Bros to have early advantages, and DRX just wanting to bide their time and get their scaling out. That's all right. There's the ward going down.
The second one here, Namgung just trying to wait patiently for his opportunity to cocoon.
Yeah, clearing out all of this vision. As Andal gets another Gleaming Quill. Every time those hit, it's a problematic time, as Rich is going to ghost away from casting, deciding to go for Ghost instead of Flash. It's kind of crazy.
It almost implies that there will be some sort of jungle attention to the top side of the map in this game. But I also think it's a very powerful combat summoner in terms of team fights later on. The problem is that when you want to be a powerful side lane champion, missing teleport really hurts. Oh, he took teleport and flash. Or it's flash, sorry, excuse me. So that makes sense.
Making sure that he has the big old shield. We've seen so many top laners do not want to give that up.
Yeah, for that moment, I was like, it's actually insane that he does not have teleport on this Gwen for so many reasons. But I'm the one who misread, and he just doesn't have flash.
Nope, it's okay. there have been some spooky things that have happened so far. This draft is looking a little weird here for the Bros, but let's see whether win lane, win game is going to work out for them, as the Repel will avoid the grand entrance.
Clean here from Namgung so far, generating a small lead, but not, I think, the lead they were hoping for. You mentioned the Rakan healing. It's really coming in clutch.
Yep. And the thing is, Andil is still playing an engaged champion. I think that DRX really rely on Andil to make the calls, make the plays, and he is on a champ that can definitely get that done. As long as he can avoid the rocks. Obviously, Romer is going to make life for the Rakan pretty difficult. Speaking of difficult lives, Rich's life is just not great at all up against casting here on the top side. As Jiu will be able to get... Oh, there's the flash in from Namgung. Does go up into the sky, uses the minions to taxi his way out, but gets the
hurts.
barrier out of Jiu.
I mean, after having a game like that in game one, you know, you're such a young player. It's your first time really on this stage. I hasn't even played LCK yet, right? It's just LCK Cup, but you're trying to generate this lead, but you're like, I can't let them back here. I can't just let them, you know, coast and get through this scaling draft. I want to make a flash play, but you whiff it, and it's, again, tough to hit this champion, but he does miss, and so now is down both summoners.
Yeah, this could mean that the Elise is killable here towards his bottom side. Obviously does have Repel, so can be a little bit more slippery, but casting is going to be pushing this wave back towards Rich, doing his very best to zone him out of as much minions as he can. But Rich is actually doing a decent job picking up what he can find. You can see there's a massive stack of minions. He's only going to be behind about a wave, which is what you'd expect with the huge range advantage that casting does have. Pretty difficult to stack up the snips. 15 minions probably conga lining towards there. Does need to be able to get as many of them as possible.
He is very healthy, so I think he should get most of them.
All right, they're looking for the angle. There's the flash out of the Emperor's Divide, as now Gideon making his way forward. Gets knocked up, though, by the flag and drag, as the 2v2 is coming on through there. Roma gets a little bit frustrated with these minions, and great sidestep from Willa gets him out of the way of the seismic shove. The walk strategy working so well for DRX here today.
If that Vault Breaker connects onto UCal, I think this could have been a really, really favorable trade for Bro. It's not able to quite land it there. The Emperor's Divide in his face. I think might have actually just been right out of range, but either way, UCal doesn't have to flash, and they end up winning out. But it was a great flash from Romer, and they were setting a trap. This does not work out. There's a Dragon take here, a little bit aggressive, but they have enough control with this Elise.
Yeah, midwave looks to be in control by Romer, and that is going to be that first Hex Tech Dragon taken here by Gideon. Next straight going to be an Infernal, so we are not necessarily with the greatest of soul options on the cards, but, you know, Cloud is still there. We did, I guess, realize that it was going to be a Chemtech Soul earlier on because of Orcs' reaction. And so we'll see whether that does indeed come to pass.
Yeah, so far here, you know, we saw a mid-gank attempt, you know, and the counter gank there. We saw the flash attempt from Namgung to look for the play there in the bottom lane, but did not come up with it. And it's Bro just getting a solid lead from lane, which is what this comp is designed to do.
Yep.
But they want more than this. But at least they were able to secure the Dragon. They've been able to control all of this early game thus far. They wanted to have a bigger advantage, obviously, with that flash play bottom side. As this is a greedy play from Anda, but he is Rakan, so he should be fine.
Yeah, just dances his way out of that, or enters his way out of that. Yeah, it's a tough ability name to use as far as an exit is concerned. But
that's weird. It's an escape, you know, but it's also an engage.
It's like Relentless Pursuit is often used not to pursue. In fact, the opposite. But if I learned anything from Pokemon, you know, you can still use Pursuit even if they aren't switching out. It just does more if they are, you know? Just do it for the 40 base power instead of the 80 that you get if they are switching. It's absolutely fine. So
fairly true. Yeah, no, it's a good analogy.
Thank you. That's what I'm here for. That's all right. Willa going to be taking down his last camp here. We'll see what he does after this one is going to be taken. Possibly some grubs. Going to be up in 15 seconds time.
Yeah, Gideon is actually heading towards his wolf camp right now. They have a lot of vision set up here though. And you can see Namgung is channeling, looking for a potential cocoon angle here for Romer to then shove. But very safe play from DRX. See if Gideon actually joins this fight, or if they just give this up simply.
Yeah, he is down towards his bottom side of the map, has his blue buff to take as well.
Looks like they're just giving it up.
Yeah, so Grubs going over to DRX by the looks of things, unless Willa decides that he doesn't really feel like it.
It's kind of crazy with casting, actually for the first time really in this game, catching a wave as well. And just not going to try to play around that Aurora topside lead or anything.
Yeah.
There we go.
Ooh, Andal doesn't spot Namgung in this area, but they do have vision. And so Namgung just going to be going back. Gideon should be able to collect this Rift Scuttler.
I just think with all the vision in the fight that we had there around the grubs, it was pretty transparent to DRX that they just were not going to go for the contest, so they played safe bottom. And so there's no cross map. 2 grubs go over, not the third, interestingly.
Yeah. Just going to leave that one there. Willa just not really feeling like taking it down.
I mean, 3 grubs for this Gwen Azir is pretty insane, and they already have 2 of them. We'll see if they do end up securing eventually that third one or not, but I mean, I'm guessing the answer is probably not, but still 2 feels good.
What they need on the side of Bro is to get as many Drakes as they possibly can, or just kill Jiu here, who decides that he doesn't need to Feather Storm, and he didn't. True Shot Barrage would have almost killed him. Doesn't even press Barrier.
Yeah, I press Barrier there every time.
I think I flash and Barrier and Feather Storm every time. But Jiu instead presses none of those buttons and does look to just go home.
Didn't even have boots. It's just super calculated.
He does theoretically stick around because he has all of those buttons still. He can actually hang out underneath this turret without worrying too much. Pulls back the feathers here, as it should be a plate going over to Teddy. Not quite. A bit unfortunate. We do head towards his top side just to see Rich securing a cannon. Beautifully done.
Yeah, no, last time I talked about the Rumble 400 gold advantage. It's almost the same thing here. Really unfavorable matchup for Rich. But, and I said like, oh, the Rumble can't really solo kill, doesn't necessarily matter. The Aurora kind of can. And even with a small advantage like this, you have to be very careful. And this lead can balloon a little bit.
Oh, yeah. And we saw from Keen last week that Aurora can really get things done in the team fights, hitting his first pentakill of his career. See whether casting can channel some of that. As Rich dashing towards him does have the mist there to stay a bit immune.
And when you are an Electrocute Aurora, you just kind of press buttons towards the enemy and naturally win. And unfortunately, Gwen is melee, cannot touch the Aurora, and does not want to ghost towards her either. As you can see here, just kind of bullying him, as looks like Willer will finally get that third grub, in fact. So maybe Rich isn't touching the turret now, but he will later, as this bottom side is really where Bro have played around. They end up getting the first dragon. They're going to grab 2 here. But I do think DRX are kind of like, we're scaling. And then they're right.
Yeah, speaking of right, actually he went left. I guess based on where he was going, though, he went to his right.
No, well, DRX was like, he's right, and so I'm going to go left.
All right, there you go.
And now we just see this dragon getting taken for free here, but see what soul we get. The 2 individual Drakes themselves are powerful, as we are even going to see a TP from Yukao with that item completion. It's too slow, though.
And it is Chemtech Soul. We knew it. Thanks, Ox. Can we get him on camera?
Yeah, maybe can we do a pip of Ox right now on the couch? I'm sure he's
or just
watching.
a not Ox pip of him just not being there, because that's probably what's happened. As Rich, with some needlework, does throw that one out, and yeah, see? No Ox. Doesn't pay attention. That's why we get the Chemtech Soul Susja in chat, please.
We already knew.
Yeah. It's normally...
He's not beating the allegations.
Yeah, this is the thing. Normally, if we say it ahead of time, we're like, this is the time for a Chemtech Soul, it's going to be problematic. He gets it together, but this time not the case.
Surely it won't be a Chemtech Soul in Game 3.
No, that's impossible.
Right now, Bro have a lead, but this gold lead is kind of fake.
Yeah, we've pointed it out already that DRX's comp in the late game, like the front-to-back team fighting, is just kind of absurd. The ability to get value out of the Rakan is something that, you know, Roma will be able to control to a certain extent, but I do think that the quickness will be able to get some kills, because there's not a whole lot of tankiness here on the Bro.
And I also just don't think we've even seen a single Cocoon land this game, and the Elise gets tougher and tougher to play as this game goes on.
Wow.
Not playing into a strong engage support or anything like that, so it's not like if he loses map control, he's just going to be fodder like Elise often is, but they'll still kind of be fodder.
Yeah.
He runs into Jarvan, he's not going to like it.
Well, he's going to get engaged on here, and almost, yeah, he just dies.
Everybody is
First
fodder,
blood goes over to G.
Sorry, no, I'm going to caster curses work on anybody, okay?
Can you believe that Chronicler used to say that caster curses weren't real?
Yeah, I mean, after
like, we've got so much proof.
I mean, literally the Chemtech, so I don't...
Yeah, look.
I was like him once. You know, I was like, this is BS, this isn't real, there's no way. But I cast 2 years of LCK and I was like, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm a believer.
I'm also a born-again cursor. All right, there's a seismic shove onto Willow. Works out quite nicely, but into the backline goes Yukao. They will be able to take down the Jarvan first, as Mega Cone to get Roma to the enemy side of things. Flash out from Yukal, and he just zaps him with his little staff to take down his opposite number. A 1-for-1 in the jungle, but the Bros are at least on the board.
Yeah, it could have gone worse.
Yeah.
Could have gone better for Romer, but...
There's another grand entrance connecting onto Namgung, but man, he's so squishy. It's kind of terrifying.
Yeah, he does boom boom damage. He does a little electrocution, but he does not have a lot of health or defensive itemization in him at all with the Hextech Alternator. Yeah, there's a ward here, which is why Namgung was going over to check for that, but he just dies. Forgot how how squishy he is, let's say, in this case, not tanky. Even though Willer ends up getting hit by the rocks here, it's a decent little setup. Gideon takes him out though, and then Romer blast cones himself to the wrong side here, unfortunately, but there wasn't really a good angle to go for, so it ends up being a trade.
Yeah, gets a flash out of Yukal, so that is certainly good news. And Casting making his way down, getting himself an assist. He's got his Blackfire Torch. I think that this Aurora is going to be a huge part of the win condition here for the Bros. So good to see that Casting is off to a great start.
What DRX need to do in this game in order to really solidify their position and get to the scaling part of the game, and everybody's building Zeke's now, Ando's building again on this Rakan.
Yep.
It's not that crazy on Rakan, but still, I mean, this item is just in every game.
It's gone in and out of these Rakan builds a whole lot over time.
Yeah.
I used to love building it, even when it was a very different item.
I don't think anything's going to avenge me here, but what I wanted to say before I just noticed that Zeke's was that looks like Yukal's going to be fine. I want to make this point about how I think they have to force Casting's TP somehow so that Rich can get some alone time.
Yeah.
That's really what they need to do, and now Rich doesn't have TP himself. So if they can force Casting's TP in any way, and Rich gets some time with these turrets with 3 grubs, that's how this Gwen is going to get online.
I mean, he does have his Riftmaker done now. I think at 2 items, Rich, every time Ghost is up, just runs at Casting, and Casting will not be able to do too much about it. So that might be an angle here. I think it's mainly the early game that the Aurora is really going to be feeling great, as Roma throws rocks at Andal, and Andal has Celestial opposition, so he's fine. And Jiu is just slowly but surely building an advantage. Teddy does really like the Ezreal, always has throughout his entire career, but we know that this Xayah will be doing a whole lot of work come later in the game, and this is one of the picks that Jiu really flourished on Nongxin especially. As Casting now just going to get ran at with scissors. We know that that's dangerous as the snips stack up and do cut him down a bit there.
It did not use his ultimate. Yukal shoved.
Yeah, nice shove. But looks like we're not going to be finding too much of a dive opportunity here with the wave clear of the Azir.
Not very well coordinated with how that was set up either. I mean, they had both Gideon and Namgung there, and the shove was way too early. We are going to see a potential Drake take here. Weaver's Wall can be utilized to cut this team in half.
Team fight, question mark?
Maybe. Maybe not.
Teleport is available for Casting, not for Rich, so not exactly a fight the DRX want to take, as Will is down to 50% already. Yukal was down here with the jungler at 50%. Like, I think that this should be Bro being able to retain some control here, as Gio's just going to walk at Teddy. That Mystic Shot would have actually taken him down to about half, so good that that didn't land there for Gio. And all right, Rich, he might be able to sacrifice his turret if they do want to take this dragon. Theoretically, he could just run over and try and get something done after this back does come through.
I think no matter what, this turret is going down, so let's see what he tries to do in the interim, as he is running over to the dragon, and they are going to contest.
All right. Featherstorm thrown out to avoid getting hit by an Ezreal ultimate. That's kind of insane, as Yukal is going for a Herald ride. Let's see whether he can knock up Gideon. He does do so. Weaver's Wall comes down to split up this fight. As let's see whether DRX can get this one down. Andal's going to be going down. That is going to be the soul point denied. As Yukal trying to take out this fight. Gideon going to be taken out first. Jiu gets over the wall, but they go between the worlds, and out goes the Azir via the Death Chamber. It's a 2-for-1 in favor of the Bros, but they don't get the Drake.
That was very bizarre, the way that DRX decided to play that. It was extremely greedy, and luckily for them, they are able to secure the dragon. So it feels like it's somewhat worth that they do, in fact, get that soul point away. If it was a real strong soul here for DRX, or sorry, for Bro, I think he'd feel a lot better about the secure. As I thought we were going to see the Shuriman taxi shuffle here. Like, I think that's what the idea was, but he just was like, there's not a setup. My team is holding dragon. And then end up getting the secure. The sacrifice is there. Zondil does go down. And then Yukal is like, maybe I can hold my own here. I do so much damage. But he does not, unfortunately, do enough, and he does not have flash or his dash. So he is a second sacrifice for said dragon. The Rift Herald also was kind of just tossed away by DRX in that scenario, trying to use it creatively in the fight. Did not work out.
Yeah, this was like the Kanavi tech that we saw him use so many times actually throughout the LCK Cup, where you throw it down, use it in order to it's kind of like an extra stasis and some extra CC to manage to run over your opposition. It was just kind of misused there by UCAL, unfortunately, as Rich is immune. Casting aware of that now. But the Gwen going to be more and more problematic as this game goes on. Casting will eventually not be able to kill him.
So we're getting to the stage now where the question becomes, can DRX turn the tides in these side lanes, right? The Azir and the Gwen. Right now, the Gwen not quite there yet.
Nope.
As we saw in that topside trade, though, getting closer if casting does not play respectfully. Or perhaps if there's some jungle attention here, that Ghost is available for Rich.
Wow, they are running very, very quickly towards their opposition, as there is the Between Worlds, and Casting doesn't bounce back to the sad side of it, which we have seen misused in the past. He is going to be absolutely fine. Still, ultimate now on cooldown, holds onto the flash. So Casting absorbing pressure here.
I'm going trying to set up a flank here, but I don't know if there's a really great follow-up for this. Let's see what happens as Gio is no prio in the mid lane right now.
Yep. Namgung was certainly pretty AWOL at that point, but does make his way back.
That was a very scary possibility there. There were a lot of different possibilities of things going wrong for either team, but I didn't.
Yeah, I was a bit generally worried.
Yeah. But ultimately, nothing happens, actually, with that Elise.
Yep. 2-item spike here for Teddy is absolutely fantastic. This time around, Gio is not mega fed. They're, in fact, within touching distance of the gold between one another. And
Teddy's popping off.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Featherstorm has to be employed to avoid dying to the True Shot Barrage. Beautifully played there by Teddy and Gio. You just need to not get hit by a billion Mystic Shots. It's just kind of how it's done, as Gideon, with a point-blank Vault Breaker, is going to look to try and take hold of Andil. Not going to be killing him.
I mean, we know Teddy's a pretty good Lucian player, but this is why he picked the Ezreal.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to 1v9. Okay, this is going to be about me. I'm just going to win the mid-prio by not missing anything ever. And he can also kind of do that on teamfight setups as well. He can just poke his way to huge advantages before the fight even breaks out, because he's inherently safe. Still has his flash. He's generated a massive amount of damage and pressure in this mid lane without really ever being under any threat so far.
Ooh, Willow is thinking about going aggressive. Didn't want to do so onto a repelled up Elise. Not going to be able to find too much of an angle there. And so I think if you're a DRX fan, still fine with how the game state is. However, the Bros with a 2,000 gold lead, obviously not going to be too worried about that either. As we get deeper and deeper into this game, though, we're looking to see whether the Bros can push that advantage further. Not as much brewing.
Yeah.
They should be trying to avoid the brewing where they can.
And this is really the kind of game I expected all three of our games to look like, right? In game one, we had the incidents that happened where with the Yunara.
Yeah.
And the Hawaiian music and stuff like that
Casting
happened.
is 2 levels ahead, man.
He is pretty big. Like, this is what the game one could have looked like if there weren't incidents, right? Like, imagine if Gio had 5 kills in this game. We'd be like, well, I guess this one's just over. It's a 2-0. But now DRX are tested in a different way, because there's scaling side laners aren't online yet, and they still need to continue to apply pressure on Dragon, which is why that one Dragon secure might have been worth in the end, even though they gave over kills, because now they have some extra time.
Oh, Gideon doesn't find the Vault Breaker, but there's the Weaver's Wall. Willow will be able to get away from that. Does have to use the flash, though, in order to avoid it, as now we've got the quickness coming in. They want to take down Gideon, but he flashes away. Grand Entrance is fantastic. The knock-up with the Flag and Dragon. DRX's team fighting looking so good. UCAL eats all of the rocks, though, and now Casting makes his way forward, trying to do his best Keen impression, but he gets knocked up by the Grand Entrance. DRX are limping in this fight as the Featherstorm tries to keep Gio alive, and there is the Feather recall. Teddy tries to go ballistic, and he does so. Picks up the double True Shot Barrage. Doesn't take down Rich as he manages to be immune, and Teddy just Mystic Shots the Jarvan instead of dying in the fight. And DRX, I mean, any of these Qs they connect, Teddy could get a pentakill. He decides not to push his luck, but he may have just saved the game for the Bros.
Yeah, I think he may have made UCAL jump out of his chair a little bit with that last Q, stopped his recall when they wasn't in range. You just never know when that Q goes over the wall. this fight for
This
DRX.
was so close to them just
Like-
getting aced.
Like, this is almost a game-winning play from DRX to turn on to Gideon, because he's overextended here, right? And look at this from Andal as well. You mentioned him on Engage, on the edge here of Gideon, and the team trusts so much. They follow up here. Now, these rocks on Yukal actually make a huge impact because he's not able to look for the ult that he wants, has to go golden here. And then Teddy gets the honey fruit. This is actually Valdez's
honey
worst,
fruit value.
the thing that he hates the most about this fight. Then he has the Mega Cone to get back in. And I think the way he plays is incredible, but I have a bone to pick with this Jarvan re-engage here. Don't go back into the queue.
Yeah.
He's aiming for the Azir as well. You know?
Maybe just expected him not to have... I know, that's not going to be anything. Just, unfortunately, Teddy...
So Teddy 1v9, you know, we said he does that on Ezreal.
I mean, he's the
doing it
fountain
right
laser.
now.
He is the fountain laser. And that is also going to be the Bros securing the Drake off the back end of that play. And so they aren't down in kills, but up in dragons, up in gold. Feeling fantastic. 3 turrets to 1 as well. This is exactly the position you need to be.
And this
breaking open the map, making sure that this... I mean, it's largely a pick composition, right?
Yeah.
It works very, very well in single target pick. And the Bros, the darker they can make this map, the better it is.
Casting and Teddy really pulling up the damage here is way ahead of where Gio is in this game.
I mean, Gio does now have his Infinity Edge, so he's still scary.
This is the Teddy angle that we saw. If you were a DRX fan last year, you were like, well, at least we got Teddy. You know, it's always a win con. You know, whether it's on Kai'Sa, Ezreal, Xayah, this guy gets to late game, he does do a lot. His value is going to be high, even if his team is massively far behind. Now his team is ahead.
Oh, Grand Entrance coming on forward. There's the repel as Gideon, gets charmed up. The quickness is so good here. As Gideon's taken down, Roman's dead as well. The feather pullback is decent, but Will is going to get taken down. Namgung still alive and is able to take down Jiu, and DRX overextend. The amount of damage there, especially from Teddy, just disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, Rich finally is able to get some alone time with the turret.
There you go.
Just moments before Yukal got the top turret, so that's some injection into the soul. Landers are both alive right now, but that's definitely not a W here for DRX in terms of the team fight. Right now, Bro controlling these skirmishes incredibly well. And you have vision control here in the river. You can play through the choke, and they hard commit. Andal here, I mean, it's a great play from him, but I think that's really where the miscalculation comes through from DRX, because this is a fed Ezreal.
My God, Teddy, yeah.
And casting, he's also, you know, he's pretty big. I don't know if there was any way they were going to win that fight.
I'm also not sure whether Gwen is going to be immune as... Oh, never mind. Perhaps Gwen is immune. Rich realizing that he just wants to try and go for the fight. Let's see what he can actually get done here as casting is his target. Oh my God! It is so close, but Roma finds the shove. Almost 1v3. That's nutty here for Rich on this Gwen. And with 3 invested into the bottom lane, Gio has a lot of DPS and they've got an Azir. Still, Gideon is going to be here to try and make this a 50-50, but they are just taking away the vision.
You can practice here, Joker in the coach bombs.
Oh God, there is Andal. He stops the interruption, stops the denial, and there's the cease and desist. Speaking of stopping, that is Andal stopped as well. 3 Barons left on the map though as DRX. They make the cross map work, and the Mega Cone to safety. Oh, Valdez is seething today. As the Weaver's Wall comes down, Roma regrets his decision immediately and flashes away. And DRX, a bit of highway robbery here.
I mean, any game is winnable. At this stage, you know, DRX end up losing Rich, but...
And it's also a negative Rebel Baron power play. I have to remember that the gold for the Baron is not as high as it used to be.
But, I mean, this here is Rich drawing resources, right? And the rest of his team isn't in setup for the Baron just yet. And in fact, there's a moment you can see on the minimap, you're watching the Azir, where he was coming down to try to assist Rich here, and then the call is clearly made for the rest of the team, especially the control vision they have around Baron. They're like, let's just go Baron here. Rich can buy time. Rich also, as you point out, the play-by-play, almost gets a kill on top of it all. And that I feel like is one of the learning moments here. You could say you take away from Joker, right? Is they were able to make that decision. I'm not sure if DRX last year with that roster would have made that call macro-wise, but DRX make the right one here for sure. They're still pretty behind in this game. They're not in a great spot, but this buys them a second lease on life. It really does.
And they've got so much standing gold on the map. This outer turret going to be the next one to be going down. And they should be able to get it with these Baroned up minions. Rich having a great time here towards his top side. Pretty upset that he didn't get the Baron because he would really like to make use of it. But he's starting to win in these side lanes. Even if he does have a level disadvantage, the Gwen, if isolated, Still going to be able to do a fair bit of work as Casting does chase him down here momentarily. There is a Baroned up Siege minion, just getting some work done. Thankfully, Teddy is ridiculously strong, so the Bros are able to take that one down. The problem is, I just don't know whether this gold lead is big enough for the Bros.
I am starting to wonder the same because of the standing gold you mentioned. As mid turret is going to go down here very soon. And also the Gwen, even though she doesn't win quickly enough to really have side lane pressure, if they want to pinch her, they have to bring three people. And as we saw in that last fight, it's not necessarily enough, but that opens up other win cons, other cross maps. And now DRX, I mean, they just could take this dragon for free with all the pressure of the mid lane, and it looks like Bro are heading to a Baron that don't exist.
Yeah, this is the thing. Oh, we can get the Baron. We'll trade. It's not there. That's obviously not what they were saying, but instead they're going to look to push top lane. I don't know. They just knew that they weren't able to actually walk in there. They didn't have enough control. The problem is that these neutral objectives just last 0 time.
Yeah.
Gwen, Xayah, Azir. So much DPS onto neutral objectives. It's just kind of crazy. Their PvE is out of control.
A lot of vision here, and no reason, like literally no reason to go in. Andal, literally no reason. There's no Baron.
He sidestepped the assumed cocoon. Nicely done.
I guess if he got the Vi ult out, he'd feel okay. Andal is crazy today.
I mean, Andal is just, like, this is game 2 as well. And Andal's performing very, very well. As, all right, Casting is going to face check Rich. Not feeling too good about that one. As Rich will now just take down this control ward. Feel very good about himself.
He's got the Dusk and Dawn build this game. He does a ton of damage. He is very, very threatening, as we saw.
Mode, dude, look at this. I'm so immersed.
I like it.
All right, Andal getting some damage onto a ward. It's red buff going to get stolen away here. As DRX thinking about going for a team fight. Cocoon going to connect max range onto Willow, but not too much more is going to come of that. And like the use by date that was stamped onto the Bros. Sometimes, you know, if you see that you're at the time or like it's 1 day later, like the milk is probably still okay. You know, you could probably still drink it. Don't throw it out. It'll be a waste. But once you get to like 4 or 5 days afterwards, like that's going to be
especially
a bit weird.
If it's like if it's a type of food that's not really dangerous.
Yeah, but when like
it's a cracker that's like 2 months late, you're like, well, I mean, it's a cracker. It can't hurt me.
Yeah.
I'd be a little bit more concerned. You have a canned food that's like going to last forever and it's past that expiration date. I'm like a little bit worried about that. You know, canned food does, you know, people say it lasts forever, but the expiration date might be like 10 years. You eat something that says it expires in 2026. You're like, oh, maybe this was made in like the year 2000. Oh, I shouldn't eat that.
Yeah, that's the thing.
But yeah, this comp is starting to run dry a little bit.
This is like 2.5 days past and it's milk. Okay, let's just say that. And if it gets much further, like you're gonna have to throw it out.
Look at his perfect KDA, by the way. Look at his build. There's been a lot of debate about Shojin's versus Endless Hunger, which item you get third. Teddy's like, listen, I just get both. I don't go double tier. That's lame. That's not for me. I 1v9. I'm about to be level 18 in this game. This game is all about me. And forget about expiration dates. I'm Teddy. I don't have one. My expiration date is infinity.
Indeed. He's the veteran of the longest game ever. So we know that he is in for the long haul. As backing on a ward here is Gideon, casting. Oh, okay, so Gideon doesn't actually go back. I imagine Rich would have just ghosted at him if he had have seen the jungler go home.
This is really tricky. This is kind of how you have to play sides, though, as Bro in this game now. It's a really good lane setup because they know the Azir can't really get access to that top turret yet, but they're going to have to be quick. Is Andal?
Namgung is going to go up into the sky, comes back down again, but now Willa going to have to flag and drag. Roma comes on over as Gideon gets into that back line. Andal looks for the angle, but he doesn't find it. Teddy just takes him out as now Willa flash Cataclysm to get on top, and they do trade the supports. Gideon goes down as well to his GA, and Willa is able to keep himself alive. Sundisk put in place as well as Willa goes back. I'm not sure about that one, as now Rich really wants to kill Casting because it's personal between these two top laners as the Baron up again in 2 seconds time. Oh god, this is not the time that the Bros wanted to lose their jungler.
Let's see how hungry Teddy is with this Endless Hunger. Does not hit Willer here quite critically.
Look at how fast this Baron goes down though, man. It is kind of insane. The feathers are put together. I don't think this is going to be a steal as Willa did go down to his GA, but thankfully they had the recall of the feathers and Gio is able to lock that one down. So a second Baron here for DRX, and the Bros, they're just running out of ergs.
Yeah.
The ergs just aren't there anymore.
It is so fun to watch Teddy just be like, I think I get him to GA. Like, hold on, it's playable. It does not work out As this initially looked like maybe DRX overextend here, but Roamer does not really enter the fight in any meaningful way. Like, he actually kind of just wasted his ultimate here. Ando goes down, right? But there's just too many threats. The TP's coming through as we have a skirmish over Raptors that aren't going to really eventuate into anything. And then Bro just, unfortunately, Teddy can't do enough damage quickly enough in this setup here.
Yeah, and Willa did have his GA, so like you were saying. All right, quickness gets into the backline there as Andal finds the knockoff, and Teddy with the arcane shift avoids the Emperor's Divide. Willa is going to get taken down though, and now the needlework from Rich isn't finding enough value. Ucal's taken out, casting, starting to pop off. True Shot Barrage doing so much work as Teddy looking to take matters into his own hands as the Feather Storm comes in, and down goes Gio. The Bros are just going to ace them.
Teddy, man, look at his face too on the player cam. He knows. He's known it all along. He's known this whole game. He's the only one on Bro who hasn't died. And this man has a lot of gold in his pockets. He has a lot of items, and he has the high skill cap, endless hunger. And this man doesn't miss. The Fountain Laser brings us to 3.
Oh my goodness. There is one man on the Rift today that definitely does not need 8 kills in a row to be legendary, but he has them anyway, as Teddy 806 on this Ezreal is going to finish off the Nexus. And as it was written, we will go to the 3rd game.
There are a lot of times, just like Gio's performance in Game 1, where you see a high KDA, 80 carry, and you go, well, I'm impressed with the damage numbers, but I'm not impressed with the play. It feels like it wasn't about him. This was not that type of 80 carry game. If we had player of the game, Teddy gets unanimous. His performance on this Ezreal, deathless. So many of these skirmishes, if he steps one step too far forward over the line, he misses 1 or 2 of those Mystic shots, they do not win this game. He hard carried to an insane degree, and he shows that old man Teddy still has hands.
He certainly does, and I actually thought that Andal's angle there was really, really good, but just not enough to get on top of Teddy, who outdamages Gio by 11,000 here in this game. And look at the gold graph, man! Immediately, as soon as DRX get the hint of a gold lead, and they lose grip just a little, they feel a little bit confident, comfortable, Teddy just says nope, and they just destroy them. So, this series going to be going the distance, but with how it's kind of gone, it's going to be different than what we saw in the Super Week match in that best of 5 that did go the distance. We'll have to see who's going to be able to take Game 3 here after we head to a quick break and then see a very, very happy Dagon on the space here to explain what happened there in that game number 2.
모든 거 그럼 그냥.
공은 돌았을 때 근데.
우리 개활지로 나가.
아무래부터.
빨았어.
자, 너무 뺄게. 뺄게.
그냥 붙여.
야, 빼면서 얘들아 빼면서. 맞아. 아질. 자야 높을 얘들아. 보자. 자야 높을. 가자. 자야 높을. 야, 천천히 죽자. 자야 높을. 미드.
야, 나 방금 뭐야 이거?
나 있자.
What you're going for.
Yeah.
And just
you look at it that way, it's not so bad.
Not the biggest steal in the world, as yeah, the exhaust is going to come down. So Showmaker does go in. They're looking for the turn this time around, but again, Owner kind of alone, has Faker at least to follow up, and they're all super low on health, and it's really just pays as lose it. Takes an immense amount of damage, but it doesn't matter. As the rest of DK very healthy here, looking for that kill on a pace. He flashes the charm as Carrier goes down, and the damage is just too immense. As Doran looking for the trade here on a smash, who says, I'll just take the disengage cone. Career trying to tank the turret for him.
Why are you going AP Jax?
Well, I mean, why not? Bin did it. It must be good. Okay, in they go. Hostile takeover comes down as Roma gets into the backline. He's in the shroud. Zhu is just eviscerated. And now into the backline goes Rich. There's the unstoppable force they were waiting for. And everyone melts at the hands of the Victor. It's going to be a full house here. Victor's full of Jaxes, and down will go the Drake. DRX, welcome back to the series. I see you took a bit of a timeout. I'm glad you decided that you wanted to play the game.
Now we see the mountain value. There we go.
That's what you do.
It's just a beautiful thing, the way that they can utilize this Fed, Yone and Fed, Yunara, to split the fight like that, to do Baron quickly. It's just really, really awesome to watch. Now they're going to do the same thing here on this Dragon.
Yep, Quadra, Cloud, Solus. Kanavi goes in. Okay, looking for a little bit of an angle. There's the Pop Blossom, picks up 3 of them. The Yunara is down. Let's see whether Genji will have the damage. As Gumushi will be taken out. It's a double kill for the Auroras. Chobi will be wiped out, but Keen's at full health. Can he get the rest of them? It looks like he might be. As there's the Quadra. As it's getting pretty low. Kosik trying to get on into the pit, and there he goes. He's going to be stunned up. They want to turn on to the Sejuani as the smite goes to the Lilia and BNK. Kosik super low, but he's the tank, soaking a lot of damage. Clear, trying to frontline here, and with the counter-strike, I think it's good enough. But Vikla in a really rough spot, already goes down. Sonya's also already burned here. Raptor barely able to take out the Tiggs, as now the ult comes through. Kellen in trouble. Diablo trying to kite this one out, and I think he just does too much damage, although his frontline is disappearing. He's able to disappear the enemy team.
5 seconds here, and then he will be able to go wherever he wants.
Out, big angle here for the flank. Has a blast going to get himself into the back of the pit here at the same time. Aiming
Gotta be so careful.
Yeah, that is a nice double up there to get a bit of damage here on the Sponge. They look for it. Paranoia flies in. That is going to be the steal away from Cuz. Can they find Morva is the answer. If BDD is dead, aiming's dead. Cuz taken down. And Ghost and Perfect, the last man standing. Perfect though, he's gonna get run down, turned into a zombie.
나 그냥 어택 당했는데 안 좋아.
And on the back of those broad shoulders of the human nexus, the Bros are still alive in the 2026 LCK Cup, but just barely. This was a very, very close game, but DRX, unable to close it on out, gives a final hope here for both these squads to continue their season, because you lose, you're out, but the Bros get a big Game 2 win here.
And now it's just down to this final game, but I think this one for the Bros really came down to just that one player stepping up when it really mattered, and especially against his old team, which definitely is a lethal blow, I feel like. been on the receiving end of that performance.
Yeah, and I think draft definitely helped them a lot because they had such a great early game comp, and I think it was kind of greedy from DRX side that they have like all scaling comp, you know, like they have Gwen on the top side, and also they have Zyra Khan. We don't consider Zyra Khan strong laner anymore, so I feel like Teddy just had such a free game as Ezreal, like no one could touch him in teamfight.
Yeah, I think especially the fact that you have like the triple birds, because, you know, it's very hard for the Azir to get on top of the Ezreal, but also the Zyra. You really have to push forward if you want to try and reach the Ezreal, which is, you're just never going to find an opportunity to do that into this team comp. There's lots of threats onto you, so Ezreal's just free-firing the Mystic shots. Only really Gwen can be a threat, but even then there were plenty of times where Gwen would get close to Ezreal, he finds terrain to jump over, and she just can't follow, so it's also a Jarvan into an Ezreal too. I think there were a lot of things that made the Ezreal comfortable, but also just like you had the strong lanes that meant when you got to the mid game, you were gonna naturally have a lead in that position.
Yeah, a lot of close moments here, but it's the Teddy show as we take a look at how things unfolded. And on the Ezreal, 22 minutes in, this was the big fight that the pros took control.
Yeah, this is the issue for DRX. They really wanted to push out Ezreal, but since you use all the cooldowns on Ezreal and he's not even get chunked, and I think it's really hard from that position to get back into the pit again, because there's nothing that you can actually kill Teddy here. He's just like shifting out, dealing free damage, and like this is such a free fight for Ezreal once again.
So the amount of damage the Aurora ult does there, connecting with so many people, chunking them out, is just insane. You see Teddy as well was just repositioning the fight, gets this Mega Cone over here, buffers with the Arcane Shift and gets his cleanup. And then what's crazy is that the Gwen W saves a kill here, but if that had connected, he gets this kill on the Jarvan.
Yeah, he could actually get the Penta here, by the way.
It could have been a Penta. If the Gwen W wasn't available,
yeah,
this Arcane Shift into Q would hit, and, you know, the Gwen W wasn't there. That could have been a Penta, but he was so close to cleaning everything up. Still, that fight could have been so favored to DRX if he hadn't come back in at low HP and said, I need to rejoin the fight and help and contribute. And he did, cleaned up the enemy bot lane very effectively there.
Again, even though we are keep mentioning that this is such a free game for Ezreal, it still depends on the players who execute well. And I think Teddy definitely needs some shout out here.
Yeah, the guys were saying on the desk, sometimes it's like milk, you got some good milk, but it's starting to get a little bit past due. Well, here's where Teddy takes it, puts it in the rest of the cereal, and makes a delicious game-winning play.
So in this one, he's playing very far forward, very confident, trying to get poked down. And honestly, DRX do what they need to do, and they throw everything at the Ezreal to try and catch him out, to try and punish him.
I mean, look at his positioning. He's just playing on the line.
Yeah.
And I think even though he gets engaged, he knows that he has flash. He knows that he can shift again. So I think this is like primary the gameplay that whenever you're playing Fat Ezreal, you kind of have to play aggressive, but at the same time, you shouldn't die at all. And I think Teddy, this is the reason why he's known as one of the best Ezreal player here.
Let's set it up super close, because he Arcane Shifts, gets caught again, manages to flash before the Emperor's Divide hits. But here, he's waiting for his Arcane Shift cooldown.
Oh yeah.
Gets it to get away from the Gwen and dodges the needles. But then again, he's low, but he's like, no, I need to be here. This ult, look at the damage on a Jiru. Playing this angle, avoiding the feathers, but needs to get the damage down, finishes off the Zyra, there for the cleanup. And it's just that constant thing of playing on the edge, making sure he's still there to get the damage down, despite being low, doesn't back away, doesn't leave the fight. He's like, I still need to contribute. And despite both of those fights, he was very low on HP, didn't die once this game.
Yeah, I mean, the main point of this gameplay is that you should not panic at all, because you're gonna get cooldowns back, because when you hit the skill shot, you get your cooldowns as well. So I feel like every time whenever like Teddy's playing, even though it looks really close, he never panic out, and I think he finishes well.
And I just feel like, again, with Ezreal, he's one of these champions where, you know, the ceiling is so high, but if you're just hitting your shots, if you're consistent with it, you know, it's one of these picks where it does fall off in the later stages of the game, but if you're just executing on it, landing these shots, you can do so much with it, as we've seen in this game.
All right, well, earlier the guys asked for the proof. You know, lawyer gone. The proof, how they were going to do it. Well, if you take a look, we can get a close zoom.
Again?
Oh, here it is. Oh, started with the loss. You get the win. You get the win, and then cover up the rest of the losses. Here it is. This is how it will work if you're a bro leaver. We'll see how it actually works out in reality with the decisive game number 3. Who's moving on and who's going home? Let's find out with the casters.
Thank you so much, Tigon. Yes, it has been written. Whether it's been written truly or not is what we are about to find out here today, because I have the unfortunate counter-argument. And that is, Andil plays way better in the bookend games of the series.
Also,
this is the last game of the series.
Isn't it just like the same model that they did in the first 2, where they lost the first game, won the second game, and then lost the third game? I don't know if that really proves anything yet. Maybe they'll change it up, though, as Digon was saying. First pick to DRX, though.
Yep.
Which is very valuable when we get to the third game of Fearless. So let's see what they opt for here. The Azir and the Orianna are gone. The Ryze Talia are gone. Has certainly been a core of our mid lane experience.
Yeah, it's finally we're going to see some interesting mid lane picks is what I'm kind of expecting here. The Malphite's still going to be taken away, though, as Jace Varus and the, well, not Rumble anymore, because that has already been played. We'll see what that last ban is going to be.
We're playing the Renekton ban game again.
We're just going to see whether we can play Renekton. Okay.
I think it's very funny.
Maybe they just ban Renekton here.
Well, that would waste, like, if DRX wants to do it, they have to ban another champion. Then you get to actually ban it in the third. Like, waste one more of their bans first. Make them ban Gnar first. Ban something else.
Yeah, I think you still need to ban Varus.
Yes.
So I think getting rid of that makes a lot of sense.
So we'll see the Gnar ban again, I imagine. I think this is not unreasonable, especially in a best of 3.
Yeah, I
just
think
get
it's fine.
Rich a strong comfort pick here, and then force this Renekton ban, and maybe they have, undoubtedly they have a plan for what they're going to pick when that's banned again.
Yeah,
last time it worked out.
It also benefits a Jax pickup if that's where Rich would like to go. With the Aurora now taken away, it's a little bit more difficult. I don't know whether they first pick a Jax or anything like that, but that is something that is sort of standing out in my mind.
It is a flex pick, and we all remember that crazy Wombo combo Jax game.
Yeah, true.
Or Zahen, because you know Zahen also really hates playing into Gnar and Kennen.
All right, well, that is going to be the choice. See
and with
what
no
we're
Aurora,
going to answer it with.
I kind of feel like this gamble has paid off a little bit here for DRX, you know? They ended up with the Gwen game where obviously lost to Aurora, but it ended up being relevant later on in the game. Teddy 1v9, so it didn't matter, but I feel like the way they handled that draft worked out. Now that's gone. See what the Zahen can get done as the Aphelios here for Teddy. He's just going to be a Fountain Laser again.
All right, is it Aphelios Thresh or is it Aphelios Lulu?
I think Lulu is the better plan, but maybe you don't grab it here.
Yeah, if you don't grab it here, though, you could run into a Jinx Lulu that immediately comes in afterwards. Jinx has been sort of the classic answer to the Aphelios over the years. We have seen it opted in for so far
and
this
can
tournament.
Namgung play Lulu or Thresh is another question.
Oh,
this Aatrox is empowered
budget
so much.
Zahen?
It's empowered so much by Lulu, so maybe they really are now saying, like, you have to take it away or we're going to get a ton of value here.
Let's see what Gio's answer is going to be. Just the Lucian. I don't know whether I agree with this quite as much. I much prefer the Jinx angle, but they are also... Okay, so they're expecting Andil to be able to play Melio alongside the Lucian because...
There's so many other picks. Like, it could play Renata even, potentially. It can play the Nami, of course, and the Melio. So because there's 3...
I mean, there's Braum as well. So I'm expecting Nami Braum to be the bans, as Lulu is pretty obviously coming through here. I feel like denying the Lulu would have been so valuable here for DRX.
Yeah, I think Jinx Lulu would have been the best way to shut that down. And they are going to be really in an awkward spot in terms of how this comp plays in the mid game, because Lucian's going to be strong, but the Zahen needs a little bit more time, and the Galio doesn't really offer a bunch of damage, so... I am a little concerned, as they will leave a lot of supports open and just give Andil his opportunity with this Nocturne ban.
And they're just protecting Rich even further, doing their very best to limit casting's options.
In this scenario, I think Melio is the pick I fear the most, to be honest. They did think it's Nami, though. And it comes down to whether Andil feels comfortable with this pick. It was Keria who first played it, but it's kind of been seen everywhere now.
Yeah. Okay, so Will it just be Lucian Braum? That is my kind of question. And will it be another top lane ban to come through here from DRX?
I'm starting to wonder if they just want to ban Jax.
That could be, I mean, that's got to be the next option, right?
Yeah, like I don't think they're playing Gragas here, and I don't think they're playing Aatrox either.
And we're expecting Gideon to be playing this Aatrox in the jungle. Rek'Sai going to be the takeaway. So just making sure that she doesn't come out. So are we going to see Casting's pick or are we going to see Roma's pick? That's going to be the question.
I think you go for Casting's pick.
Well, I mean, I guess you can pick whatever Roma wants to play into the Galio now.
All right, we're going to show a Wukong and flex the... Potentially flex that Aatrox top. Because this gives you a lot of power with the Lulu, to be honest. And this makes sense considering that the Lulu came through a little bit late. Willer does not look happy about this scenario because now you have an extra knock-up for Cyclone, and the Aatrox still gets value out of Wild Growth in skirmishes and in fights, and also Lulu's kit just in general empowers him, and he's going to have a lot more money.
Oh, I'm nervous.
Cassante.
Okay, Cassante. What? Wait.
Is now being played as
and
jungle.
It's a Sona?
Or is it jungle Cassante?
It's got to be jungle Zahin, right? That must be it.
I'm not sure, to be honest. I've never really looked into this pick as a jungle pick. We've seen it played support, which was very weird and not optimal, in my opinion, but this is certainly going to be interesting. Now, Cassiopeia comes through here as another strong scaling option for the Bros, and they have really strong frontline with this Lu to empower the Aatrox and the Wukong. And I like their draft a lot more here. It is ultimately Zahin going to the jungle, which kind of allows him to skip a laning phase, which is uncomfortable, and then just otherwise...
Yeah. we figured it out. We swapped things up. I'm feeling like the Bros are pretty happy with the draft that they have.
The Sona pick is really quite different than the Milio pick because it doesn't empower the Lucian in the same way.
But you can always flash ult. And it gives you a whole lot of power. Song of Celerity is also very, very strong with the extra movement speed.
The Milio ultimate wasn't really going to be very high value in this draft, outside of some funky stuff that can happen with Cassiopeia in a team fight. I'm not sure, this DRX fan shook her head, so I'm not sure if she really likes the draft, but she's still going to support them with the fan side.
Yeah, which is what you have to do.
But, it's a very stressful draft, to be sure. As not sure how Zahin jungle is going to operate, but it will be weaker early, like this Wukong pick, so maybe a little bit lower jungle attention. But I feel like that favors the draft that has the Cassiopeia and the Aphelios on it. How does this comp fight in the mid game, is my real question. I don't see it here for DRX.
I don't see it either, because we haven't seen so many of these things. See how it works as we jump into the Rift here for the last game of the series. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, and we're already fighting. Andil going down relatively low. Has taken that Q as they do get that barrier in. Teddy in a little bit of trouble now, but the Glitter Lance is very good from Namgung. And we are just continuing to fight. Another round of spells here as Gio really wants to get that double tap on Teddy. Instead has to do it onto Namgung as he is forced to flash. As there's a flash forward from Teddy as Andil, not quite enough. And Andil still has flash, remember, but he does have to use it, and the bottom lane has to go home. The Bros stand strong.
I mean, you have to wonder, like, Teddy really wanted to get that kill into Gio. I think he probably missed an auto or two onto Andil. Maybe he hadn't greeted for that, might have actually been able to secure the kill. Now it's Andil just going to sit down here and try to farm. Barriers employed, flash is employed by both AD carries. It's Andil has to use his flash, though. Namgung does not, so they have that advantage. But that's really just the tip of the iceberg for the advantages here now gained for Bro off of this play. That said, Teddy decides to back, actually, not to try to push that wave in to grab an additional advantage. So it will kind of end up being, in terms of gold right now,
yeah, a little bit of a wash
even.
outside of the flash being available for Namgung. That is the only thing. As Teddy's back, Gio's back. Let's see what's going to happen here as Q's flying forward here from Andil. Does have now level 2 gained. So just wants to be spamming as much as he can. Get towards that empowered auto attack and stuff like that.
Pressing the attack.
It's been a long time since we've seen Sona. We've often seen Seraphine, which felt like the upgraded Sona.
There is that echoes of Helia build that's been going around.
Yep.
Talk about that later as Willer's here.
Oh, yeah, Willer's making his way down. No flash for Teddy, and a flash forward from Willer. Teddy knows that he is extremely dead. Gets pulled back, and that is first blood over to the Zahan, and a couple of assists dealt over to DRX.
Zahan is a champion that's not easy to set up ganks on, especially with the way that you clear. It's not great, but if they're way overextended like that, you do get the basically guaranteed knockup, and with the ability to kind of skewer people as well. Like, his kit does make sense in a situation like this to have a great gank, and Willer off to a great start here, did use his flash, but ultimately ends up being a big win.
Yeah, very nicely done. Gideon, obviously not going to be going for these early ganks. Wukong, notorious for wanting to hit that level 6 before he can really get anything done, but is boosting his way around the jungle as fast as he can. And is a couple of camps in the lead. Willer looking a little worse for wear. Level 3 to the level 4 of Gideon now as well, as Ando will rotate over, offers the healing back. There is the pullback onto Gideon as well. Does have all 3 of the buttons, so Andal is able to piano as much as he can. Finds another Q as now Gideon goes in. That is the secure on the blue buff. Nice knock up there, but there is the polymorph onto Willer. He doesn't have flash, remember, so he is very dead. Teleport to bring in the Galio, but it is a turtle port, and he takes forever to get over here. And so the whole thing is just all done by the DRX.
When the Miasma is there on his teleport location, he can't actually make anything happen. I think that the problem is that Zahan, like I said, he's got some jungle buttons. He's got a little CC, he's got that knockup, but he doesn't really do damage yet. The Wukong did some damage and had a Lulu there. The Sona was trying to help.
Yeah.
Which is kind of the story of Sona in general. It's like, besides her ultimate and some lane sustain, like, she's always trying to help, and it doesn't always end up being enough.
You do get to press a lot of buttons, though, and you don't need to worry about aiming them. So
look, he's got
really like Sona.
Double the tier stacks of Roamer. You really are, you're stacking it. You're pressing all the buttons all the time.
Yep. Feels like full build, you know? Just gotta get that tier stacking. All right, Teddy does have that little shield from the Whimsy. It's a lot of damage here from Jiu. This lane, it's one that's like this tech has been known for a really long time since the Lucian rework. Is now Teddy taking a fair bit of damage here. Does get the heal out of Namgung, as we can see, as Justice Punch comes on through as well. Willer gonna force the flash out of Roma. Needs to respect this Zahan gank. Man, this is just fighting all the time here in this bottom lane. Namgung very low on mana, as Andal almost has 0 mana.
It's a mana game really down there with both of these supports just blasting spells out constantly to try to empower their AD carries to win those skirmishes. Willer is in a relatively precarious position here if the bottom duo would come over and help, but they don't want to stop their backs. In fact, his presence will stop those backs, and so let's see. I guess they're just going to grab that extra wave, and that'll be the end of it. Nothing too crazy here, but the Zahan has me kind of intrigued. You know, we saw the good part and the bad part so far.
Yeah.
If they're overextended, you could use your CC to gank successfully. If you are skirmishing to try to hold on to your jungle camps and not prio, you probably shouldn't be contesting for your jungle camp, so you'll die.
Well, Willer is now just going to take a dragon, and that looks like it's going to be picked up without a contest. As there was the Wukong going back to base, has now a Sheen. So well and truly on the way to the Trinity Force. Both of our junglers wanting to complete that item. And so first Drake does go over to DRX, and the next one going to be a Cloud. A little bit of a shame, but at least Orcs is off the hook in this final game of the series.
Yeah, we'll let it go. What happened in game 2. It's still a fun game.
Yeah.
It's all right. It's not his fault. He can't be perfect.
Yeah,
just who he is.
KT.
Yeah, no.
And yeah.
World finalist.
Yep. Okay. And it pops out of the brush here as now Jiu looks to go aggressive. It's a decent grab at him there. And now he's got red-white guns, but Teddy's forced out nonetheless.
Sona's cooldowns come up pretty quick.
They certainly do.
And so I don't know if you really could force this fight at Teddy's current health, even with red-white, with just a Dirk and a Doran's Blade in inventory.
And they're a very long way away from level 6, otherwise you would have to really respect the crescendo. As now Rich once again taking a fair bit of damage. That was a very satisfying Q3. Speaking of satisfying, Jiu finding that piercing light, looking real good there. But this wave is going to crash. The bros are able to pick it up. And Jiu is retaining a very large lead when it comes to the CS.
After the back there from Teddy initially, it really didn't win out on that trade despite getting the extra summoner. And now this kind Okay, looks like they just get that last CS. I'm going to say maybe even another one lost there, but the lead remains.
Yep.
The build that we're going to see from Andil is going to be the Diadem of Songs build, right, where you end up getting more healing and shielding power based on your bonus mana. And so you can end up with a scenario where you just make this, it's kind of like Lucian Yuumi, right, and to a certain extent where like you just get a lot of healing, you get a little movement speed, you're as Lucian trying to pop off and carry the mid game and get to a late game where you just kind of dash at people and they explode.
Yep.
And it does empower Lucian well. We've seen Lucian Sona quite a lot actually in these niche scenarios when the supports were banned away. In this case, they just kind of opted into it even when there were some other more meta picks available.
I really like picking it over the Brom option that was still available.
Oh, 100%. Into this Lulu would have been a unfun time.
Yep. And I feel like it adds a little bit more aggression than what Melio would have suggested. Is now Song of Celerity to keep them up. And I actually really like this combo as Namgung taking so much damage, doesn't have Wild Growth yet. And with the culling advantage there, a big deal as Willa demonstrating that Zahan really is good at destroying wards as they go down.
That is true. That's another good point. Really talked about just yet, but does clear the wards real fast with his little double attack. If Gideon's there a little bit faster, could have maybe deterred that play, but when he shows up, obviously Zahin's already there, so Willer being there and the health that was already expended for Namgung with that really good burst from Geo means that can't actually make a proactive play. I don't think they should look for a dive here. I think they should settle for plate gold.
Yep, there is Crescendo available for Andil, so you can feel that he wants to go for something. And the problem is, like, if Andil's still alive, he presses E and they run away so quickly, so it can be problematic. We do have Teddy able to farm up these minions, though, and so keeps himself at 20 CS. Man, that's a large gap between the two 80 carries.
Yeah, I mean, it's starting to really balloon a little bit. As up here,
Rich just happily tanking damage.
yeah, he's like, yeah, well, Aatrox's pretty old champion compared to me.
Yep, release date does dictate that the Cassante feeling pretty good. But Gideon having his grubs. He's going to feel very happy about that. We don't call them Gideon grubs for no reason.
It does feel really interesting how this draft eventuated. As
Roman Splash is just barely not back up again, but he is able to move just towards the top.
Gideon does end up getting these grubs, as he is often wont to do, and that in exchange for this turret just losing more plates and his bottom duo losing all of the money. Like, I don't know if this is really worth it. He kind of just needs to camp down here because Willer is.
Yeah, and he's like, rotating down. This is the problem. Like, if the Galio's off the map, then there could be 4 people under this turret in an instant.
Also, Roamer probably needs to consider coming down to bail out this bottom lane as well. Like, with the prio he has, he's like just going to take, you know, 15% of Yukal's health bar instead, but I just don't think he can say worth after that as his bottom lane.
See? Press E!
Yes.
Oh, man.
Teddy is probably, like, not happy, let's just say. I don't know how to frame this, but it's like that solo queue game where you're like, I need help in bottom lane. You're pinging it, you're asking, and it is
I am
coming.
the win condition. Did you see game 2?
Gideon is just typing 3 grubs in the chat.
Yeah. And honestly, pretty good. DRX only have a 200 gold lead, something like that. It is nothing to worry about right now. And the bros, pretty comfortable sort of front-to-back composition, bit of wombo combo available there as well.
It's such unknown territory for me how this comp is going to work, but how I think it's going to work for DRX is that
Andil flash ults.
Andil, basically, he flash ults and/or takes his hand and like rolls it across the keyboard in team fights. And
he definitely does that. That's all the rest of the time he's playing piano.
Yeah, and like all of the you know, healing and whatnot is going to go into the Zahin or the Lucian, and they're going to be very difficult to kill. Zahin's going to get his passive procced with all of the healing going into him. He's going to be able to get that up. Willer should be able to res in the fights, but he won't do that much like early in the game. So I think Bro losing this first set of dragons really hurts actually, because DRX can kind of just pick their battles now, and then eventually the Zahin comp gets a little bit stronger. Now they have the Aphelios, they have the Cassiopeia, they have that damage scaling, but I think how the team fights operate for DRX gets pretty oppressive later on. Again, unexplored territory, but that's kind of my theory here. I think in terms of damage, scaling favors Bro. In terms of how team fights can work if played perfectly, kind of favors DRX.
Yeah. There's another calling. Now I'm going to have to heal to try and keep himself alive. Opts to use that instead of the wild growth. Gets that movement speed as well as Willa going in one more time as Teddy. Moonlight Vigil, and Willa is just exploding. He has the passive. No! Not stacked up enough. And now Jiu, he's having to get out of there, but Namgung's going to be the one to take the kill. And DRX, they felt like it was a good angle, but the Grim Deliverance didn't really deliver much of anything at all.
Yeah. And like I said, we're not there yet for this composition.
Whoa! Yukao is just flashing in, gets a nice taunt, Winds of War to take down Teddy. And yeah, that's sometimes what a gargoyle can do. You just walk in and kill the 80 carry.
All right, well, I guess that part worked out for DRX. Unfortunately, that means Roamer is going to get some extra plate gold and accelerate himself there in the mid lane. But the Lulu Wukong, we did discuss it. We did hint at it. We did talk about how Lulu is incredibly strong. And getting the triple knock up here twice with Cyclone, Wild Growth, even with Willer having that insane ult there, it's just too much.
Yeah.
And that means that Teddy has to flash. He felt really compelled to flash in that moment, and so he does die while he greets for a plate, so...
Yeah, walking up to the plate was certainly a decision that he could...
Because if he just doesn't walk up to the plate, then Yukao is just wasting his time, and will probably lose a plate anyways, and he already won on the play. So anyway, a little greed.
Yeah, and Andal also managed to get the Crescendum slow with the passive, so that was what helped let Yukao get in there. So nicely played there from the Sona, as he does have the Helia already completed.
Yeah, the Diadem comes second, and then he does absurd numbers. Well, and Andales, she does absurd numbers, the champion.
And right now, still has a gigantic mana pool as Teddy. My God, the amount of damage. The culling! And he's just dead. Namgung with all the wild growth just came back. And yeah, Jiu is doing some work.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like Teddy's going to have the same kind of game he had in Game 2 here in Game 3.
It's looking a little bit like a Game 1 angle, as Yukao gets over the miasma and in goes Willa. There's a petrifying gaze, but finds zero luck. And Willa is able to walk away. All right, Gideon coming on forward here is the flash out from Jiu, and he is able to get the shield. There's the heroic entrance as well, and the knock up onto Gideon. Now Yukao, he saved his 80 carry, looks to try and kill the enemy jungler. The Winds of War are looking good, and DRX, they keep the president alive.
That was a bit of a potential snapshot of what the future could look like here in team fights with how...
If that's what the future looks like, if I'm DRX, I'm nervous, man, because... Jiu, you gotta not be doing that, man.
But maybe if he is doing that, it's okay because he has his Sona and a gargoyle that's gonna bail him out of every team fight. And he also does big boom boom damage, as we saw in the moments leading up to it right here. Speed up. Teddy's like, I'm kiting back, I'm kiting back. Oh my God. And like you said, look at Namgung's ult in the portrait. He doesn't have it yet. He's unable to really impact this play and almost loses his life as well.
Just needed one extra light slinger.
I would
come out and he gets a double under that turret.
I would love to see their faces. Well, this is all cool, but like, can we see what happens when he almost dies a few seconds later?
They're also doing the Shiu thing as well, but with Jiu instead. I love it. That's actually very cute. All right, that's a decoy just getting obliterated. Rich really doing a number there as down goes the Rift Herald.
I'm trying to calculate the game state because Roamer just keeps getting plate gold. He's generating a pretty significant lead at 0-0-0 over this gargoyle, right? Like,
what formula do you use to calculate this game state?
I don't think the AI knows it yet at this point. Like, I don't know if anybody knows. So I'm kind of looking at this game state going, all right, so the Cassiopeia is getting big. Right, the Aatrox is heading to a mid game with really great setup with this Wukong and Lulu, right? And yes, the Aphelios is 900 gold behind, but that doesn't necessarily matter if the team fights are a wash for DRX. I think if DRX didn't have both of these dragons, I would actually favor Bro's position. If they get this Infernal Soul point, is Infernal Soul, by the way.
Yeah.
If they get this Infernal Soul point, I feel very confident about their ability to go through the rest of this game because they can opt out of fights that don't look great for them. They can play around Lulu's cooldowns a little bit more, play a little bit more proactively around the Sona ultimate like you were talking about. But if they mess this fight up, Dragon goes over to Bro, Teddy gets some gold in his pocket. It's really hard to say that DRX are significantly ahead, especially because the gold is just dead even as well in this one, and the scaling is immaculate.
Yeah, I mean, it's
like the Cassiopeia, if you use everything trying to get onto Teddy, Cassiopeia is another massive threat.
Well, let's see whether Willa can try and take it down a peg or two, as a little sentry does go up. Gio able to avoid the Glitter Lance. Is now Gideon fighting against Willa. Doesn't find the pullback, but does get the knock up. And he will back away. Now I'm moving over towards his monkey.
Once again, everything is going to get put into Ju defensively on this fight here for the Dragon. I think Bro absolutely need to contest this. They cannot give over Infernal Soul Point here. This might be the fight that decides the game, frankly.
Yep. Gravitum set up here for Teddy, so a fair bit of CC on the cards, but look at that, Gideon just getting pushed out. I don't think he's going to have a way in here with the teleport down from Rich, and Casting hasn't even channeled his just yet. They are just giving up this Dragon.
And I just don't think that is, ideal, right? Like, this is not what they wanted to do, but they just couldn't get access. The setup was too good for DRX. At least they got the TP out of Rich.
And they also get the charge out of the Rift Herald at the same time. Yeah. They did it once again, using the Rift Herald in order to guarantee a Dragon. And so now in 4.5 minutes time, the Bros, I mean, it's Infernal Soul. This is a huge deal, especially for this comp that Teddy wants to spike around this Lucian's damage.
And Teddy is sitting on Collector BF. Like, he didn't have his second item, and they were not in position to actually look for any sort of combos or setup there on the Dragon itself. Like, there's not a big wombo for the team fight. So the Aphelios can't really carry it on his own in this scenario. It's just too risky. And I think the Aatrox teleporting in would have been completely useless. He would have just been there to watch. He's not really the setup, so...
Yeah, Gideon, with the fact that he sort of got chunked out and couldn't find his way towards the pit, it just wasn't really an option. And so now DRX with a bit of a stranglehold is what it feels like, but you can see the gold on the top of the screen isn't really saying too much because it is just Ju that has a lead here on DRX's side. That's exactly where they want their money, but there are other carries on Bro that might be able to pick up the mantle if they can kill this Lucian. So let's see whether they can. There's now Casting, looking for some sweet spots, and this is just going to be a wet noodle fight forever here in this top lane.
Every time Casting hits a sweet spot at the Cassante, he's like, did I hit that?
Yeah.
Doesn't look like I hit that, but I think I did.
He's just got so much armor. It is kind of ridiculous.
And he also has the Bramble Vest as well, so it's just GG Casting. Enjoy this matchup. Well, interestingly, like, Bro flexed their jungle top, right? I mean, Aatrox is still very playable top, but then DRX were like, I'm flexing my top jungle. And now we got this Cassante that's immovable. And it's actually working out quite well for them. We had big questions about the Zahin. The Sona, a little bit more known, but not in this meta necessarily with this item build just yet here in the LCK. But we kind of know what it does, what it says on the tin. It's going to do a lot of healing and shielding power.
Indeed.
Where was the Chemtech Soul here, Ox?
Exactly. Well, I mean, at least they have one Chemtech Dragon, so they've got some of that Chemtech value. But yeah, would have been a nice Chemtech Soul game for Andil.
I guess with the Drake lead they had, they were never going to get more than one, big shield power Chemtech anyways. But at the end of the day, like, Gio is ready to carry this game, and I don't know if Bro really have any ins now. And even if they get like a Dragon setup here on this next Drake, DRX can just opt out, like I said. Willer will opt out now.
And yeah, Andil then presses W, and everything is absolutely fine. Sona just dancing around the battlefield as much as he would like. 2 items here for Gio. He's pretty scary with those quick blades now done as well. And that is mid out of turret falling down. Yukal possibly in trouble, as there's the Cyclone to start this fight off. And Yukal does the walk thing. He is just going to walk. Does flash as well, as there's the flash Petrifying Gaze. Does manage to catch Willa there, who dances towards this monkey, and Yukal stays alive! Andil comes down here as well with Gio in tow, and Roma, without Petrifying Gaze, is not going to be able to do anything to these guys outside of Willa, who does go down. Didn't manage to stack things up quite enough, but it's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of DRX in the end.
Kind of sold on this comp for DRX. I'm starting to feel like it's actually not only viable but oppressive, and it may be that our top teams have been trying to not show this whole time, and they're like, I know everyone's screaming this, but could you have waited until we get to like lower bracket finals or something to pull this out? As this is just actually absurd. And when I watched that scenario for Yukal, I was like, is he in danger? Because there's only a Cassiopeia there to follow up on the Wukong. And
he was looking pretty low.
Zahin took so much damage, and it was valuable. Like, how much value got out of tanking that to look for the turnaround there. And now Yukal has gotten past the building defensively and has his Riftmaker, and now he actually has a lot of damage. As the Cyclone is used so early, it can't be used on any other threats. And look who has Prio in terms of the 2v2, right? In the mid lane, it's Andil and Gio, so they can get over here.
It was Flash Crescendo as well. I didn't see that from Andil to make sure that UCal survived.
Yeah, and then, you know, your 80 carry duo is here. You're always going to win on this. Romer does play this well and at least trades one back onto Willer, but it was almost Willer getting out there as well. And it's not looking any better for Teddy, by the way. He's got his pickaxe and his crit cloak. He wants his IE so badly.
No.
It's 25 seconds until this dragon
Recipe
spawns.
purgatory. You hate to see it.
Because now he's not going to have it for this fight, but they have to fight. They cannot
yeah.
give Infernal Soul, or they might as well just give their Nexus too.
Well, that might come along with it. We'll just have to see as DRX trying to plant themselves here in this mid lane. Teleport in from Roma from that bottom side of the map as UCal can threaten. He's got 4 seconds until heroic entrance, and he can stay in that bottom lane, put on as much pressure as he would like. Gideon goes over, delivers a decoy, as now Rich could be in a little... Well, I mean, he's Cassante, so he's not in trouble at all. As now Casting, looking for a little bit of an angle here, gets pulled back by Willer as the old Aatrox will get wild growth. It's a decent crescendo there as well, but the Grim Deliverance is massive. Heroic Entrance comes down, not a massive amount of value, but Teddy just almost gets popped with that colossal smash out of UCal, and that should mean the Infernal Soul goes over to DRX.
I think that might be the game, Atlas, here. I think the Bros may have had their last fight in this series and in the LCK Cup, because that was the only fight that they really had left in them that they could try to take on any sort of even terms, but they're so far behind in this game.
Oh,
and
dear.
everyone marks the right targets. Like, Gideon goes in here initially. Look at you. Polymorph's already on cooldown, so he's like, cool, I can step up here. I can do the damage. And then watch what happens when Casting comes in. They just kite it back. UCal gets into the back line here, hits the taunt, and then from the other side, Rich just denies Romer entry. Romer can't offer damage. Romer wants to get to that back line and offer some big ultimate value, tons of damage, but he's just marked by the Cassante. And then all the while, they're pushing Teddy back constantly, and Gio just does a massive amount of damage. Positioning from UCal, phenomenal. Didn't even have to use his teleport to get it. Because they had all the prio, all the control. They got to control exactly how that fight went, and now they could turn this into a Baron take here, potentially.
And they won't take any damage because they have Sona, who can just press W on top of them, give them big old shields as the Miasma doesn't do too much of anything. Roma throws down another one. Let's see, DRX, they back away from the Baron. They're not actually looking for that. They want to find a fight instead. Crescendo's back up again as Rich goes in one more time. There's the culling as Gideon having to move over. UCal looking for that opportunity. Petrifying Gaze is decent, but Grim Deliverance is just going to deliver a Lulu into the Nether Realm. And now DRX looking to take this plate, maybe even more here, as Gideon looking worse for wear. That should spell Baron here for DRX.
DRX just having the better macro throughout this series. Starting the Baron, looking for the turn. When UCal's taunt doesn't get value there, when he's looking for the denial of the entry, he's like, you know what, we just step off Baron. Now we can just hold the door once again, and they can look for another turn.
Yep, sprinting away with that phase rush as the Infernal Chains are going to pull back UCal momentarily. They are going to pull away from the Baron, so once again they'll stop it. The Geo looking about half health here, but that's sort of a myth, isn't it? As the Infernal Chains don't do too much to Rich.
TP.
Absorb that. He is a big flank to come on forward as Willer is going to pull back Casting. He might be the option here as UCal made his way in and then moves back out once again. Another decoy is going to cause a bit of a ruckus, but DRX aren't getting big enough advantages to guarantee a Baron.
The pull off the Baron the last 2 times made sense. I think starting it a 3rd time here would have been ridiculous now that Namgung is back and they have Cyclone Wild Growth. But when you look at how these fights go for DRX, they can kind of just bully, right? And Gio has free reign. Romer here, the target pulled out.
So good.
But he's pulled out, right, and can't actually offer any more damage back. And for them to like, okay, that's enough. We kill the Lulu, we do this again, and they kind of just rinse and repeat this cycle. And the longer these fights go, the more value they get out of the Infernal Soul as well, with every ability that hits and procs it. And we can just slow play this. They have a lead, but they will not just throw this game away. And once again, we go one more time as there's no Wild Growth Cyclone in position here. Look at the vision control they have. Control vision here in this Banana Brush.
Yep.
There's no angle.
Phaelites towards the top side as well, as DRX are not looking for a 50-50 by the looks of things. They really do want to turn. Crescendo still up and available here. As let's see whether Andal is going to go for the play. Does have flash up as well, as there's the pullback onto Roma. He's looking for that Petrifying Gaze, but he does not quite find it. As in they go Grim Deliverance as Willer gets into the backline, and Teddy is just eviscerated. Down he will go. It's a decent knockup with the Cyclone, but I think it's too little, and I think it may be too late. As now Rich, fighting against Casting again, will break those chains, or those cuffs, Wolf, as you mentioned earlier on, as Yeah, that is a very cute snowman, but he is also terrifying as Gio is going to relentlessly pursue. Yes, it is the right name for the ability this time, as the Sona is going to go down, but I think Andil did his job. Piercing Light looks so good as Gideon looking to go down as well. Looking a little worse for where they did lose at least a little more than they would have thought, as Willa did go down, but still looking pretty good here for DRX.
Romer did a lot of work, but it's just, you know, not enough. And when you watch this fight again, you just see how quickly the call comes through, burst down Teddy. Like, and the culling connects. Gio does so much damage to Teddy that one threat is gone. Casting is pulled away here by Rich, and Romer's like, I've got tons of sustained damage, and I'm just like, I've got tons of sustained healing. Good luck. And Rich is winning on the side of the fight as well, and they just end up getting corralled away and split. And Romer cannot really impact the fight much anymore. Andil is extremely squishy.
Yeah, Andil just kind of suicided into the brush. Did get that ward down though, and that was pretty good at helping them secure the rest of these kills.
I just think
the last one to go down.
DRX showcased in this fight, and the several turns we saw off of Brion, they have insane mastery of this comp. This is not something they just pulled out on a whim. They absolutely have practiced this scrim, they know what they are doing. And UCal with this weird early Galio pick, we weren't sure yet how it was really going to work out, but it is absolutely working out in terms of zoning right now with Teddy being this far behind. I mean, a full item right now, it is so hard for Bro to do anything.
It's a rough
Cassante,
one.
man, he's just like, you can't hurt me, no one can hurt me. Rich just keeps ulting anyone he can to pull them out of the fight.
And once again, the dance of the Baron will continue as Gio is going to look to push them away. Crescendo up again here for Andil.
Casting has to TPN if they're going to stop this, but I think at the end of the day, looks like this one is the one that DRX finally get. Here's the TP, it's late.
Yeah, and there's, oh my god, the amount of damage here. It's the Cyclone to interrupt the Justice Punch. That was pretty good out of Gideon, but he's still walking away. Once again, they stopped the Baron.
There's no Cyclone.
Yeah, this is the problematic part. As Winds of War coming on forward, UCal just on a flank angle here, looking for an opportunity as the culling onto Teddy. Ooh. Petrifying Gaze is pretty good out of Romer. He got a decent amount done in the last team fight. Can he do it again? As the heroic entrance comes down one more time, but it's onto a decoy, as Teddy was alive for a little while, but he gets taunted and destroyed as Casting pulled back together, as Will is able to make it happen this time around on this Zahen. Romer still there with the Twin Fangs, but unfortunately he just cannot walk towards the DRX blockade. And the Elder Dragon is up and available, and there's only a snake standing in the way. DRX thinking instead they might just win the game.
Yeah, the DRX are not going to make a macro mistake here. This is not 2025 DRX. This is a new DRX. Even though his voice can't be heard today, I guarantee you it will be heard in the celebrations to come as Joker, I think, make a huge impact on how this team macros, how they have played out the early days of the LCK Cup, and now a big part of why it looks like they're going to win and advance here in our first round of play-ins.
Yep, Teddy has respawned, but these Nexus turrets are not long for the world. That's a fair bit of damage there from Romer, but he's immediately just taken down. Now Teddy just desperately trying to hold his base alive. He survived for a lot longer than I was expecting, but this Nexus is not going to. Gideon goes down, and there it is. DRX will be advancing forwards here in the play-ins, and unfortunately, Bro are going to be the second team eliminated from the LCK Cup.
DRX pulled out the secret sauce, the strat, today in this series, and it did not disappoint. Phenomenal performance from the team, and it was a team effort today in this one, for sure.
Yeah, is it Andil POM for the second time around?
I think it is.
That's what I'd be giving it to. I think this guy played absolutely amazingly today, even in game number 2, which has never really been his strong suit. But his game number 1 was absolutely fantastic on the Nautilus, magnetic hooks to get them the victory, and then played Sona, and they won. I don't think I remember the last time Sona won a game. I think the last time I really saw a great Sona performance was Gosu Pepper back on Moscow 5, now known as Edward.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen a few of these Sona Lucian games, but it feels like it's never really about that as much as it was here. And goodbye to Bro. We will see you in the LCK regular season come April, but they will not advance. They will not go to Hong Kong. And for Rich and crew, there's still a small hope, right? There's still a burning belief that maybe this squad could do more than the sum of its parts, because early on in the season, we didn't have this roster at the top of our list, right? UCal, always a fun guy with the ceremonies. but they overdid expectations despite nearly falling out of the group, right? They had some really impressive games against the Titans on the other side. And people said, well, it's just Coach Comms. They won't be able to do it when it comes push to shove. But I think in these macro games they played, all three, honestly, they looked pretty good. I think this team, I want to say this, they're going to lift the trophy. I'm not going to say it that early or anything like that, but this team really, I think, has turned heads so far.
They could certainly challenge. And now they are going to be advancing forward to see who they're going to be facing out of the next couple of in the next match. As of course we do have KT taking on DNS next. The loser will then be eliminated.
And Teddy, in this game, you know, the previous game obviously he had 0 deaths. He ended up popping off on Ezreal. But this well-crafted draft here, which made his laning phase miserable, and there were so many threats to get on top of him, and he was so far behind he couldn't cut through the front line that also had all of the healing. And there were really no targets he could kill at a deficit. They put him so far behind in the lane that he ends up 0 and 6, I believe, as KT was ultimately. I think it was 0, 6, and 1 in this last game. And I think a lot of people might be like, well, Teddy, the dichotomy of Teddy, you know, has thought uncut hands after the last game. It's not necessarily his fault in this one. They were just so far behind, and they couldn't get even one dragon. That was the main thing. They couldn't buy additional time for this Aphelios. And Romer had one of his best games of the season on this Cassiopeia, but it just still was not enough.
No, and I think Sonadiff is what it came down to in my brain. Obviously, I do have a play-by-play-caster brain, but it did look to me like Andal was just able to get enough done in the laning phase to push them over the line, and then a lot of these flash crescendos and things like that were just so beautiful to see. Let's check out this remaining, this last team fight here as we drift towards the top lane as the highlight continues. And Teddy, he just gets all outed. Rich gets on top of him, and with Teddy dead, there's just not a whole lot they can do. Roma desperately trying to do enough damage here, but just wasn't enough.
I think honorable mention to Willer. He had a great series, but there's just, I just don't think you can top the support play we saw from Andal. And I think a lot of people are biased towards him because it's just such a glow up for this player that has been otherwise inconsistent, and it really feels like he's firing on all cylinders right now.
Yeah, Andal has certainly had a whole bunch of ups and downs in the LCK, but I think he is coming into his own.
Gio also a vote you could go for. He was fed a lot of money in game 1, and he was fed a lot of money in game 3.
And he did a lot of damage.
Who was the one holding the spoon, though, is the question we have to ask.
And sometimes it has to be given to the guy that was spoon-fed. It is going to be Gio that picks it up. 7-0-10, Yunara. Pretty good.
I heard some thinking voters shocked by this result. Look, sometimes you do the boom-boom damage vote. Sometimes it's 7-0 and 10 Yunara. Yeah, but after what happened in game 2 where Teddy popped off as well, I don't know. I feel I want to celebrate Gio, but I think Andal is the real hero.
Hopefully in the interview, Gio is going to shout out Andal and how well he played in all of the games, but he's already the only support to pick up the POM so far this season, so, I mean, he's already won enough. Perhaps, but I still think it was deserved. Hopefully we do get to check out the votes, which we will, and we'll see exactly what went wrong as far as getting Andal that vote, or whether maybe we're just crazy. Maybe no one else voted for Andal. Maybe it was a battle between Gio and Rich for who gets the POM, but I don't think that that's necessarily going to be the case. Still, unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to the Bros, Wolf. So not going to see them again until the LCK starts up for real.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame they're going to have that long hiatus, but they can use it, I think, to build some synergy, improve, and come back to look for their first win of 2026.
Exactly right. So we might need more of that vacation music that we had on the space before for the Bros as they do take a little bit of time off. But now it is time for the interview with Gio, so let's throw it over to the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. Joined by Gio on the side of DRX. Congratulations! That victory felt great, and you're headed to play-ins round 2. How do you feel? Today against the Bros, we prepared pretty hard against them, and we really wanted to get today's win. So it feels really good to get this victory. And this is Actually, it's been such a long time since we saw you on the POM stage. So how does it feel? It's been a long time.
어떻게 할까 생각했는데
And, I thought to myself, how am I going to do this interview?
POM 받아서 기분 좋기도 하고
And it's been so long that I feel kind of nervous.
기분 좋은 것 같습니다.
아, 네, 그러세요.
But getting this POM feels amazing.
네. 아까 전에 이제 플레이인을 위해서 오늘 경기를 위해서 준비를 많이 하셨다 이런 이야기를 해주시고
You said you prepared very hard for the play-ins. And there was actually a break since group battle until now. So what was the key focus in your prep work? Our last match was actually against the Bros, and I think we tried to fix all those things that didn't go well against them. And I think we just really tried to win all the laning phase. And in Super Week, you went to a 5-game series against the Bros, and once again, you went the full distance. So, what makes the matchup against them so intense all the time? I don't know, it just always goes that far. But it went well in the end today, so ultimately we knew that we would win even if we reached the very end, the full distance. And in game 1, by 20 minutes, you had a 10k gold lead and absolute dominance from DRX. So did you expect it to be so one-sided? I think from the laning phase, we actually played pretty hard and aggressively. So I think that's what really snowballed the game in the end, but during the Drake fight, I think all of our macro during game 1 went really well. So that's how you were able to close it out so quickly. And in game 3, you guys picked Zahin and also Sona on top of that. So can you walk us through the draft? I think Willer actually invested a lot of time and practice into practicing jungle Zahin, and I think Lucian Sona is actually not a bad comp, so we actually had it prepared. Yeah, Sona was such an excellent tool for sustain. So how was she on stage? Yeah, during the late game, I think the shield really made it easy for us to carry out the team fight. When it comes to DRX, DRX was actually the one who utilized Coach Voice a lot, up to even over 93%. And today we actually didn't have any. So for Joker, who is an avid user of Coach Voice, how did he advise you? Yeah, since we didn't have Coach Voice today, I think he was trying to tell us more about, what to do on stage. I think we really tried to talk about what we have to do in game as a team without the Coach Voice. Yeah, I think we're pretty capable of doing well without it by now. And with the playoffs on the line, you will face either D plus Kia or Nongshim. And the matchup will actually be decided by D plus Kia. So who do you think you will meet? I'm not too sure, but I feel like we're going to face D plus Kia. So will you be confident then? Yeah, we're just gonna have to practice hard and win. A lot of your fans actually took off from work even until tomorrow, so anything you would like to say to your fans? We're able to secure today's victory, and I want to make sure that we can secure the next victory by working harder. And that's the end of the interview with Jiwoo, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, Subin and Deer, for that interview with Jiwoo. As it is DRX with the flashy new jerseys coming out on top and continuing the season. And for the Bros, 2 months of scrims until the next time that we see them. As it is the bot lane picking up a lot of votes. A lot of votes except the Ian Cast. Ian Cast kicked W's, anyone? Chichijik voting for Willer as well.
We're just savants, They see the boom boom damage. They're invested in it. I mean, Jiwoo played great, don't get me wrong. But yeah, what else can I say?
Yeah, I guess it is what it is. We have to accept it, He did some boom boom damage, and also, he brought up some Lucian Sona, some of the fresh idea that we were talking about, like in the pre-show. And I liked it. And also, we have to praise Andel for playing Sona as well. I think that was a really great combination on the bot lane.
Had himself a great game 1, great game 3. He only needed 2 to get the victory. As we take a look at our comments now. Gentlemen, let's start with you. What did?
Oh yeah, I mean he's consistently delivering the right play at the right time. A true superstar, you know, with the performance.
I like that. Consistently delivering against the opponents that he's specifically going against.
Exactly.
Nailed it.
I mean, I think maybe people don't remember what he did in game 1, but he's Orianna. He didn't die at all, and also his Galio game. I think the save on the bot lane when his teammate died, he still managed to kill Teddy in the bot lane, and I think he also didn't die at the game 3 as well. So I feel like he did such a great game just in general this series.
Yeah, mine was for Andal, but I think played really well. And on the Sona, highest APN on the Rift, you know, it's all about the marksman, the 80 carries. You know, we saw Teddy's great Ezreal, but Sona actually, you're pressing the most buttons per minute. That's what we're about here. I think it was a great pick. I also think that his Nautilus was really impactful in game 1 as well, and did have a good start in the Rakan, although obviously that game didn't go that way. I think Andal's honestly had such a good resurgence and really been a big reason why we've seen some successes for this team.
I mean, his gameplay made me make me to want to play Sona, you know, because with the new item build, it feels so OP, right?
Yeah, it's so strong when you get to that point.
Tons of healing, and also Atlas called it out on the cast. Anytime there was any close engage, he would press E and they would run away. Wolf going with Andal, more like Anvil, the blacksmith who sharpens Jiwoo's sword.
Not gonna lie, this moment sounds like so like boomer. It's so boomer, no? Isn't it? Like,
in what way?
No, I mean just like Anvil, more like Anvil.
Did he cook, or is it cooked?
I mean, maybe that's because I'm Korean.
We did thinks it's cooked. He's bullying. Last week he bullied Jisun.
I think
when she wasn't here to fight for herself.
I think Wadid's just jealous. I think Wadid I saw him struggling to come up with his own comment, and he just didn't get any divine inspiration like Wolf did.
I'm too young for this, sorry.
Yeah. Wow. He doesn't know what an anvil is. All right. Anvil. Anvil. That's very American. All right.
Oh my god.
Pony going with name a more iconic duo. Healthy Andal and Smiling Jiwoo.
That's true.
Yet he gave the POM to Jiwoo.
Yeah, I know. I was like, wait, this sounds like an Andal. Vote. Pony?
What do you mean by this?
Yes. Pony?
Justice for supports.
Justice for supports. Pony doesn't care about supports. You heard it here first on Global. All right. Helios going with try reading Jiwoo backwards. And it would be
Uwij?
No, not Uwij. Like you would swap the characters. So it would be Uji, Uzi.
Uzi.
Playing like Uzi? Crazy. Helios, again, was he cooking or is he cooked? Because backwards, you're right. Uj.
I think this is better.
I think this is, I don't know.
I mean, from Korean perspective.
Oh, yeah.
I see,
from a Korean perspective. Okay.
All right, well, we wanted to take a look at the draft one more time because there was one ingenuitive pick that came on through at the end. It was the Sona.
I think the reason it works so well here is you have this death ball composition with all these bulky picks. Obviously, we talked, the casters talked a lot about the Lucian Sona, and we've seen that before, but you have Sona into Lulu. You're not really going to get pressured out in lane. You're going to have the pressure advantage, in fact. But also, the thing with the Sona, you're constantly getting value. Whenever you're popping your cooldowns in team fights, everyone's getting buffed. And so the thing you want to do is you want to kill one of your targets, right? Anyone on the enemy team. You take someone out, you're reducing the targets, getting those buffs. But who are you killing on this enemy team? Everyone's so tanky, everyone's getting healed constantly, shielded constantly. And then the Lucians, this sort of all the Sona, they squish your targets, but the Sona's protected by the front line, the Lucian's mobile. It's so hard to deal with. And even though Bro has some good tools in the later stages, like the Cassiopeia, the Aphelios, the Aatrox, these are things that are good into like a short-range melee comp. The mid game, the mid to late game, when DRX got ahead, you could see it just felt like they could never cut through.
Yeah.
The bulk they had, they just ran at them, they charged at them. And this is kind of how Sona comp should function. How we've seen, back when there was things like Sona Taric work really well. And I think it was a great spot to bring it out. It was honestly just a really solid pick from Andal. We've seen people in solo queue playing a good amount of Sona with the new items, and I think it's just a phenomenal pick.
Yeah, I mean, I think it just works really well with Lucian. I think you normally think about like Seraphine whenever you play Sona. I think it's more infighter because Seraphine has a longer range, but Sona is more aggressive. You dive into them with your AD carry, so that's why it fits really well with Lucian. And I think he knows how to play Sona. You know, he always tries to flash in with the ultimate crescendo. And I think, we definitely should give a shout out to Andil for this one because normally people really don't understand how Sona works, you know, especially for the rookies, you know. We are the boomers, so we all know how to play Sona.
I mean, I feel like the flash ult's the obvious one, but like setting up the power chord, getting the slows for the culling setup and things like that. I mean, like the flash ult's like, you know, it's a very distinct one, but he was doing a lot of things that was making a big impact.
Yeah, even in the second kill onto Teddy, when I think Galio was walking down, he power corded the slow. Teddy gets caught trying to hit the tower to get the extra kill. Then Yukal's roam is good. We are a team of the people here. So chat, we've got a couple of your comments to the comments. Worst comments in 2026. Helios is also cooked. You don't sharpen a sword on an anvil. So that one supports Wadid. Wolf's getting cooked. Very boomer in a poetic way. And then finally with the Uzi one, or I guess say it backwards. Ooage equals ooze? I don't know. Ooze? You know, like goopy? I don't know. We're cooking. Hey, y'all, you don't understand how hard it is to try and come up with comments on the fly, even though I don't have to do it. I will protect my talent. It's not the easiest thing. Just like winning 2 games for Bro in a best of 3. It's not easy. As they fall here and will not play.
What happened to your pitch?
I'm gonna lose. I'm losing my licensure as a defense lawyer.
These are some great preds. Oh, I mean, it seemed like a lot of people knew it was going to be a 2-1. You know, me, Atlas, Valdez, Wolf.
I mean, just blame this guy, by the way.
Umti. In fact, I think everyone on global side, apart from Wadid and Digon, knew it was going to be a 2-1.
The sheet said it was going to be 2-1 after 3.
No, everyone else knew. It was only you two didn't know. So
everyone else knew except me. But
no,
you know what else?
He didn't know. He thought it was 2-0, so he was wrong too.
Okay, Wadid's wrong too. But you know what's not wrong? More LCK League of Legends. KT and the DN Automotive Supers do battle for their tournament lives as well. Who will continue on? We'll find out in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. You're watching the LCK Cup.
Scout, where is Jinx from?
Town.
Wonder, Laden's price is up or down from 3,300 gold?
다운이요.
Closer, how many rounds in LCK Cup Playoffs?
4라운드.
Teddy, name a Cloud Templar catchphrase.
다운. 모르겠어요. 다운.
Keen, introduce yourself.
I am 그라운드 자기소개하기. 나는 긴.
다운이요. 다운. 다운. 라운드. 다운. 다운.
What you're going for.
Yeah.
And
You look at it that way, it's not so bad.
not the biggest steal in the world. As the exhaust is going to come down, so Mega does go in. They're looking for the turn this time around, but again, Owner kind of alone has Faker at least to follow up, and they're all super low on health, and it's really just pays as lose it. Takes an immense amount of damage, but it doesn't matter. As the rest of DK very healthy here, looking for that kill on a pace. He flashes the charm as Keria goes down, and the damage is just too immense. As Doran looking for the trade here on a smash, who says, I'll just take the disengage cone. Career trying to tank the turret for him.
Why are you going AP Jax?
Well, I mean, why not? Bin did it. It must be good. Okay, in they go. Hostile takeover comes down as Roma gets into the backline. He's in the shroud. Shu is just eviscerated. And now into the backline goes Rich. There's the unstoppable force they were waiting for. And everyone melts at the hands of the victor. It's going to be a full house here. Victors, full of Jacksons, and down will go the Drake. DRX, welcome back to the series. I see you took a bit of a timeout. I'm glad you decided that you wanted to play the game.
Now we see the mountain value. There we go.
That's what you do.
It's just a beautiful thing, the way that they could utilize this Fed, Yone and Fed, Yunara, to split the fight like that and do Baron quickly. It's just really, really awesome to watch. Now they're going to do the same thing here on this Dragon.
Yep, Quadra, Cloud Souls. Kanavi goes in. Okay, looking for a little bit of an angle. There's the Pop Blossom, picks up 3 of them. The Yunara is down. Let's see whether Genji will have the damage. As Gumayushi will be taken out. It's a double kill for the Auroras. Chovy will be wiped out, but Keen's at full health. Can he get the rest of them? It looks like he might be. As there's the Quadra. As it's getting pretty low. Kosic trying to get on into the pit, and there he goes. He's going to be stunned up. They want to turn on to the Sejuani as the smite goes to the Lilia and BNK. Kosic super low, but he's the tank, soaking a lot of damage. Clear, trying to frontline here, and with the counter-strike, I think it's good enough. But Vikla in a really rough spot, already goes down. Sonya's also already burned here. Raptor barely able to take out the Ziggs, as now the ult comes through. Kellen in trouble. Diablo trying to kite this one out, and I think he just does too much damage, although his frontline is disappearing. He's able to disappear the enemy team. 5 seconds here, and then he will be able to go wherever he wants. Out, big angle here for the flank. Has a blast going to get himself into the back of the pit here at the same time. Aiming's got to be so careful. Yeah, that is a nice double up there to get a bit of damage here on the sponge. They look for it. Paranoia flies in. That is going to be the steal away from Cuz. And they find Moiva is the answer. As BDD is dead. Aiming's dead. Cuz taken down. And Ghost and Perfect, the last man standing. Perfect though, he's gonna get run down, turned into a zombie.
뭐냐고. 나 그냥 어택 당했는데 안 좋아.
Who'd you put in 10th place on your list?
Oh, I didn't actually write the one in yet.
That's already there. It's written in for everyone.
Oh, yeah, it is actually.
Yeah,
That
globally.
one's- that
I
one's
see.
good.
Sorry, I was just trying to copy him.
now.
See, since he is tied in Preds with me, I wanted to see if like I could glean any insight from him. So I was just like kind of trying to copy his paper for the HLE one.
Oh, it is HLE. Yeah,
Yeah.
I put them. Yeah, I'll put them 10th.
Brutal.
Did you also put them 10th?
Yeah, I've got him 10th.
Oh, okay. Dion, what did you put 10th?
It has been written already for me that it's
Oh.
HLE. Oh, actually, he tried to write bro, but they told him they
Oh, are you
can't
talking from
actually
like
change
a
history.
prophetic standpoint? Like it's already been written, like in the stars
According
or
to me,
something?
KT.
DNS 화이팅! 401 DX 버스 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup. It is play-ins, and it is time for our second series of the night. One team goes forward, the next team goes home. We'll see who that's going to be between DNS and KT. Right now, I think a lot of people are probably assuming that KT are going to get across the line, and as soon as that happens, the likelihood of KT getting across the line goes down.
What if you just, rather than assuming that, expect that because that's what happened last time, but you really don't feel very sure about it? You have a slight expectation that things will stay the same. Neither of these teams have really proven since their last battle against each other that they've improved. They've kind of, in some ways, regressed. I kind of feel that I'll just spoil my prediction that KT will win it 2-1. We are again going to go the distance. It feels like no matter what to me in this series. And both teams got issues. We'll get into it a little bit later on, of course, with the win for DRX earlier. Bro are eliminated. D+ gets to choose their opponents. We don't know where DRX are going just yet. I think they'll probably get a close eye on this series, decide who they think is the better performer out of the three, and well, really out of the two. Obviously, we don't know who's going to win just yet, and make that choice.
Yeah, I think it's likely that if it is KT that do manage to pull it out against DNS, then DK choose DRX and go from there. But let's have a look at the points of the match here. 4th seed versus 5th seed, and KT barely escaping elimination with Gen G's 3-0 helping them out. Obviously, if it had been the other way, if HLE had have taken at least a game that was quicker than 34 minutes and 43 seconds, then it would have been KT taking an early vacation. Instead, not going to be the case, and they are here to try and fight against DNS. As mission, stop the Dusante. Let's see whether Dudu is going to once again challenge for his year.
He is ready to do so, looks like in this shot here. I think that this is Fearless Draft, though, Atlas, so I mean, he may get it.
You know that it's Fearless Draft.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, how can they stop? It will be fearlessly stopped later.
It could.
Let's take a look at the Preds. I already spoiled mine. I think we'll probably see a lot of 2-1s.
Oh, it better all be 2-1s. If you're a 2-0 Predator, oh, Pony, Prince, Jonas Strong, oh no! Jonas Strong's always a like 3-0, 2-0 predictor. That is just how he rolls.
Jonas Strong was predicting that he would go home early today.
Yep, and unfortunately for Jonas Strong, if that is indeed what his priority was, he is not going to have his way, because I assume, I mean, there is almost no doubt in my mind that this is going to 3 games. But we did an umpty actually predicting DNS.
I'm surprised we don't have more DNS predictors just because KT don't really have a support yet. Like, they're trying to figure that out.
Yeah.
The same is kind of true for
DNS, it's exactly the same.
But at least DNS usually kind of figures it out for the series.
We have 4 supports that are likely to be playing here today, as the fan prediction on X, 84.4% in favor of KT. And if you're a KT fan, you just shuddered. That it's a very scary thought, as that's Dudu. That they are the signs there just saying duh.
But it also is the way that you would type in Korean as an acronym for being nervous or scared about something. So they're kind of implying that he's
very perfect. That is absolutely perfect. And that is, in fact, his opposition. Kind of crazy here as we check out the players as they make their way out into the Chijijik LOL Park here to see who is staying and who is going home. Big smiles between Ghost and Peter, 2 of our loveliest players here in the LCK.
And Ghost is the one who replaced Peter on this roster alongside Palu, of course.
Yeah.
Ghost will be the starter at least in this first game, but I have a sneaking suspicion that regardless of whether KT win game 1 or not, it might be Palu that we see in game 2 in an elimination match here for KT.
It is kind of hilarious, though, that we have the World Championship runner-up team here on the stage right now today, as it is going to be Peter starting over Life, and therefore Dr. and Peter are actually going to be playing against their former teammates here in the other top side of KT that did get left behind. I am a little bit apprehensive about KT's chances here today, even though I did predict that they would win. The problem is the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, it's like, do you prefer the bottom 2v2 or do you prefer a strong mid-jungle synergy? Because DNS started off strong in that regard with Pyoshik and Closer, but haven't been able to find that consistency. And then on the side of KT, like, I know we've talked about how the fact that Peter and Life are changing positions. I think both of those support players have performed way better individually than either on KT. And so the support role has been up for debate in terms of its impact, as it was seen in the votes, by the way, for the first series. On to Rob.
Absolutely.
But, at the end of the day, I think that BDD and Cuz, and Perfect on his best, high rolls, will be more valuable, even though this is an 80 carry meta, than, maybe Ghost/Palu stumbling through some of this series, because that's kind of how KT have played all the time. Remember, there was a time when Duckdown wasn't even the starter. He was 1 of 3 for KT last year. Peter, a player also heavily criticized for many times during his career, and of course very recently, for his performance at the World Championship Finals. And yet, Cuz and BDD have always kind of gotten it done when it comes push to shove. And when I look at the inconsistencies here across the board for DNS, even Closer can have an off day, but I have to 51-49 trust that BDD and Cuz is probably the one I want in my corner in terms of predictions.
Yeah, the thing that I got to when I was looking at this is oftentimes when I have predictions in front of me, I go down the lanes, to see how it's going. I'm like, wow, DNS, doo-doo, I'd probably put him ahead of Perfect. I think Closer has been able to play against BDD quite effectively in the past. Dr. and Peter, we know that this is a, second best in the world caliber team if you only equate worlds in your ability to say who's the best team. And therefore, I'm like, wow, things are great. However, Pyosik can win and lose any single game. And his form has not been on the winning side of it over the last few series, and that's where my doubts start to creep in the jungle.
I also think that something that we should talk about is the drafting and the macro. And I think that KT have showcased poor performances in both, and the macro, everyone remembers the T1 KT game, the telecom war from earlier on. They don't always make the right decision on the map with winning leads. So maybe Duckdom, is the fountain laser carry of the late game. We've seen Teddy B, we've seen so many 80 carries be this season. If KT get indecisive, like Pays was in that Aphelios game. So anything could happen here. I have no confidence in either side. It's just going to be about who plays better today.
Yep, stoppable force versus movable object, Wolf. That's what we like to see. And speaking of stoppable forces, the unstoppable version is going to be banned away. Pantheon also taken away here as well, as KT looking to protect that man on your screen right there, Cuz. And his pick, you can see Pyosik thinking about what they want to ban. It's going to be Varus, guys. It has to be Varus or Rumble. And it doesn't matter the order.
It doesn't really matter the order, no, on second pick side. So it's final ban here, a little bit more up in the air. Could see a Jarvan ban again. Would not mind it. Orianna will be the opt, so they're saying we're going to get the Azir.
And they might,
and so
because Varus kind of has to be banned.
We'll get a Taliyah game. That's why they banned the Pantheon. The question is what comes with the Taliyah? Probably Vi.
Well, this is the thing that's kind of crazy about this, because Varus is so incredibly strong, but we haven't seen it yet. It's just been kind of banned every single time. Let's see whether DNS are going to give us a little bit of a sneak peek.
I think Pays
they aren't.
Was the only one who got to play it in that.
Oh, right,
series.
yes, true. And it was kind of ridiculous.
He did pop off. They'll opt for the Vi, actually, over the Azir.
That's kind of insane. And with BDD, he's pretty good at Taliyah, so maybe that's what they're going for. You get Taliyah Vi if they do lock away the Azir.
And Closer is not as good at Azir.
Although he does like to play it.
I think this is a cool way to kind of change things up completely.
Nico and Vesa.
So this actually is really strong for the supers here.
And the thing that's really cool about this is that even if Yunara is picked away, you don't really care too much, because you've got Aphelios, things like this, that can be really, really strong. And Nico helps out in the laning phase so much that you can play these hyper carries.
Exactly. You could play almost Kai'Sa in this draft if you want to.
Yeah, true.
Nico. Your options are really quite open. And now if you go for the Azir, you're walking into the Taliyah on the other side, and instead of getting the counter pick you expected. So a big curveball here thrown by the supers. They will still make the Gen G choices.
Oh, Closer!
Closer loves this matchup, too. He's a great Akali player. I don't take Taliyah in this one, Wolf.
You thought 2025 was Closer's best individual year. What about 2026, Wolf? Let's see whether he can make it happen.
But yeah, maybe.
This is also set up to be very scary because this is BDD's Azir. This is perfect on Renekton and able to protect the matchup as well. We could see cannon Narbands come through like what we saw in our previous series from DRX, and there is the cannon to start us off.
Any person who would want to play Poppy into Nico in the bottom lane. I'm looking for that person. We keep seeing this ban, and I'm like, I don't know if anyone ever would want to make that choice.
I mean, people do...
Carrion made that choice once, and like it did not go well for him.
Yeah. It is seen as like an option into the Nico, because you can just sort of get rid of her, but I don't really like it myself.
I was expecting to see range supports only, but now they only get to ban the Lulu, so now like Bard is playable. This bottom lane gets a little bit easier here for KT Rolster.
I imagine the Gnar is going to be banned. If you're going to invest the cannon ban, you almost have to ban the Gnar.
Honestly, yeah, I agree with that. I think they probably will. I kind of feel that KT just play Ezreal Karma here, call it a day. They already have a lot of engage. They can win the bottom lane by default. They have a lot of scaling. The Ezreal safe into the Nico, the Ambessa. And when I said you could even play Kai'Sa here, it was kind of, I was being a little bit facetious, but it works well with their comp.
Yeah, it fits with what the composition wants to do, which is go forward, dive in on top of a single target.
Atlas, it's also pretty good into Ezreal. And I think it's either going to be Ezreal, Kai'Sa, or sorry, Ezreal Karma or Ezreal Leona. That's my expectation.
Yeah, we'll just have to see what Aiming does want to do.
Dude throwing down.
Locking away the Gwen. That will put the Ambessa into the jungle. But that is kind of what we were expecting here, as Aiming on the Corki this time around could be the option. And denying Corki Nico is seeming to me like a pretty good idea.
Yeah, I think that is a bit of a pivot here. Corki Nami.
Seen this tech many, many times. The lane is just pretty strong. And so that is what Ghost is going to be playing this time. Let's see what Dr. Arm wants to be picking up into this, as the Jhin is they already have a lot of damage. I actually don't mind the Jhin here. Pretty safe. You can just sort of stand back and try and not get swept up by the Azir. See how it does go. There's a lot of volatility in this DNS draft, though.
Yeah, the more we go down this list of champions, I liked how it started. I'm not as happy with how it ended. There's a lot of power budgeted here, and there are some good matchup things, like the Nico helps you win the lane with anybody. You have the Akali into the Azir, and the Gwen can, if played perfectly, into Perfect himself here on this Renekton. Like, it's going to scale well. It's going to be a side lane threat. There's not a lot to set up this Ambessa, though, and we've seen Ambessa do really well with Wild Growth to help follow, or a Nautilus, for example, to help set up the engage. I look at KT's comp, I'm like, wow, the Corki does a lot of damage. Going to be fine in lane. Pretty safe. BDD is on Azir, the mid pick right now, and they got the Renekton for Perfect, and they have Vi for engage with this Nami. I definitely have to feel like, especially with the caliber of players here on the side of KT with these champions, that I go their way. Even though the draft, I think, started off so great with the curveballs we saw for DNS.
Yeah, I think there are like a lot of options if DNS hold on to vision control and manage to get picks, right? Because their skirmishing power with this composition is so high. Their 1-3-1 is also kind of deadly with Akali and the Gwen in side lanes. They can be very, very slippery and get things done. But I think if you ever 5v5 against KT, you're just gonna kind of die. Just with the amount of AoE damage and CC that's available here. The Renekton, even on top of players with that Dominus running, is just very, very scary to deal with. And I think the slow and steady approach here for KT should be able to get them across the line. But I think everyone knows that this is going to be one of those roller coaster games that we don't really know what's going to happen. The DNS fan chants were kind of crazy, as Pioshik might get baited. Because it's just going to walk towards him, but not actually going to bite off anything more than that.
Those weapons that, like, Pioshik has 2 of the Renekton weapons we've talked about. We tried to figure out the name, and
yeah,
somebody said it was like, actually, it's just a scythe. I'm like,
it's a glaive something.
Yeah. Anyway, it looked like crossbows on this Ambessa skin.
Which is
imagine Ambessa dashing around like that with ranged attacks.
Yeah, it'd be like Vayne, but with 2.
Yeah.
Wait, doesn't Vayne have 2?
Yeah, she does, actually.
Yeah, I made a mistake.
But she doesn't have that many dashes, okay?
True. As Closer is going to start electrocuting, but BDD is just going to start hitting, which is working out quite nicely. This is sort of an awkward matchup in the early levels for the Akali, but then you can really have some all-in pressure.
Yep.
And the slipperiness is going to help against the Emperor's Divide.
Exactly. The shuriken and the backflip play you can have with that allows you to make a lot of really fun stuff happen where you outplay the Azir and outposition Sand Soldiers and stuff like that. But yeah, you are not really a champion in most matchups as a Kali at level 1. BDD is very aware of this.
Yep. And now going to have the Shroud, so at least it does get into position to throw down these 5-point strikes. I think BDD are going to be very happy in the laning phase and should be able to get themselves a bit of a mid lead at least. The advantage, though, is here on this bottom side is the Nico Ezreal with some early push. Feeling pretty good. Yep. And here on the top side of the map, I think that the Renekton early on should be very happy and then may not be able to fight later, especially with the Ignite taken here by Dudu.
Exactly. The Ignite, very smart. We're seeing, you know, because Gwen doesn't really get that much value out of Flash, some flexibility there in summoner spells. It depends on the matchup, of course. Sometimes the Flash can still be valuable, but into the Renekton, ability to just deny his healing and look for those angles feels really nice. Actually, goes for an early back, grabs an Amp Tome, TP's back in with the lead that Perfect has. So Perfect is like, cool, got a free TP.
There you go. Pyoshik now here towards his bottom side of the map is actually blitzed through the jungle. Some cute little tech there with that red buff from Krugs. But will be able to get himself this one very easily. As we do have Cuz moving towards that top side, looking to try and get that trade. So jungle is pretty close in timing, but Pyoshik back to base a little bit earlier.
I'm not 100% sure what happened in the bottom lane, but Ghost was forced to back, and so a lead is quickly forming here for Duckdom on the bottom side.
Ooh, that was looking a little bit dicey there, but BDD just shifts the sand, says no to any sort of aggression. And Closer is actually ahead by just a little bit. Teleport back from both of our mid laners. And so feeling pretty good about that one. Peter will be able to snare up Ghost yet again, though. That ebb and flow should be able to get that health bar back up, but
Ghost,
not
man,
if
you
he keeps
just got
getting
back.
hit by everything. Yeah,
just got back here.
That is not what you want to see. Is all right. Valkyrie out from aiming. That means that all of his mana is gone, basically. As Ghost possibly caught out. There's a heal having to be invested.
Oof.
And DNS just outplaying them here in this bottom lane.
Yeah, I don't think Amy is to be happy with how this early game is going, as the support is unfortunately taking big chunks. Peter gets hit by this, we'll have to delay his back, and it's not leading to a massive lead, but, you know, a plate goes over, accelerates the AD carry quest.
And one of the problems here as well is, okay, Gwen not so immune, but Dudu is still going to be able to win the health trade. The problem is that both of these AD carries want to build the same items. So
yes,
the advantage that you can get is actually very, very noticeable.
It's very real when you see it. You're like, oh, wow, okay, both these champions do a very similar thing, and he has it first, so he's going to do the thing really well. This early game going very well for the Nico lane. Like we said before, you know, the Nico lane turns any lane into a winning lane, basically. But the Corki can hold its own. It's just that, unfortunately, Ghost got hit by too much stuff.
Yeah, he did. And so Duckdom playing it out very well. But I don't think KT are going to be too worried about anything that's going on at this point in the game. They understand that they do scale pretty nicely. Decent bridge as well with the 2-item spike from the Corki as far as mid-game is concerned. And then BDD on his Azir for the later stages to get stuff done. As Duckdom is going to miss the Mystic Shot, but Phosphorus Bomb also goes wide as Peter, looking for an angle, does get a Valkyrie out of aiming.
It's just this constant tug of war that DNS are getting small incremental advantages on every single time. Right now it looks like, oh, it's totally fine. It's only like 5 CS down, it's only 150 gold, but this keeps adding up. You know, that leads to another plate, leads to a dragon. It's these types of advantages you do not want to be giving up early. Very difficult to play into the Nico lane, but perhaps could have been a little bit better mitigation as there's no Corki here, cuz.
Yeah, but Pyoshik is taking a fair bit of damage from this one. Peter moving over, does still have those Tangle Barbs.
Honestly, Cuz just being here kind of bails his bottom lane out a little bit. He's like, I might fight for the dragon. Don't look at the Corki Ami lane over there. No, leave them alone. Let them catch those minions. That's kind of all he was able to accomplish.
Okay, nice little Aqua Prison. That was a little bit frightening for a moment there, but it's all right. So, Dragon just goes over to DNS, and there's not too much of a response here from KT at this point in time. I think Intelligent, like you were saying, they didn't have a Corki at the time, and so they do have to be a little bit careful. Some Crystalline Overgrowth going to net a plate here for aiming most likely.
It's like, you get Dragon, my bottom lane could play the game for a second. And that's a trade I'll take at this point with how things were going. And the lead is gone, right? It's basically back to normal. Ghost does have his heal coming up in just a second here that he used earlier. And
yeah, maybe the 2v2 kind of works here for KT, as Peter is looking a little worse for wear. But Dr. still feeling like he's pretty strong. Does have his Sheen complete, so a decent spike for the Ezreal in the earlier stages.
How safe is Ezreal is the question, because we talked about Teddy's game earlier. If you guys missed it, he popped off and was definitely front runner for picking up POM had they won the series.
Yep.
Bro is out, sadly, though. But the Ezreal's not as safe in this comp. Like, Teddy had a lot of free reign in the last one because there weren't a lot of ways to lock down the Ezreal. This time, there's a Vi, right? There's the Azir, which can do damage at quite a high range and can zone you really well. It's hard to pop off in the same way that Teddy did in that last game. Not to mention that Corki can just Valkyrie on top of you and kill you if he has a lead. So Duckdom's life is going to be a little bit harder this time around on this Ezreal pick.
And the fact that you can layer things on top of the cease and desist is also pretty painful, as Cuz can just press R, then you've got the Aqua Prison,
Tidal Wave,
all sorts of things that can come through on top. The Crocodile just wandering over to you, slicing and dicing. That could be one of the problems, but right now the gold is completely tied up between these squads. Just a Dragon in favor of DNS. And the next one is going to be an Infernal here, coming up relatively soon. We'll see what our soul is going to be. Hopefully Orcs paying attention, because it could be a Chemtech again. Chemtech actually feels pretty good if you're either of these teams, because there's a lot of sustain sort of inherently on a lot of these champs, and shields and things like this.
Yeah, not to mention that both the Renekton and the Gwen are going to love the soul passive. So, all right, looks like Aiming and Ghost have gotten out of this one without any disasters occurring. For a moment, felt like it could get rough, like it is for Closer right now.
Yeah, unfortunately, -1's in chat, as Cuz going to be taking this grub away. See whether he can get two of them. Should be able to. Does have Smite. Some needle work to come through from Dudu, who is looking
wants to look for a kill.
A little bit problematic. And yeah, Pioshik is going to make his way over. Slice and dice from Perfect to get himself out of there. Still has the dominance and flashes, actually, as Tidal Wave is avoided here by Doctor, but the Aqua Prison is not. And that is First Blood going over to Aiming underneath this turret. Ghost tanks it up beautifully. Sometimes you're just not allowed to stick around.
Yeah, a bit of greed and a great punish there from Ghost.
So all of that good work is negated, Wolf.
Yeah.
This whole wave!
This whole wave is gone.
Oh no.
Feels bad, man. And Duckdom here, greeting a little bit, avoids the tidal wave, but when you're stuck between the turret and the wall, that's exactly where any support was trying to land, or anyone just in general wants to land an ability. You have the least amount of movement in that space, so Ghost is like, checkmate, buddy, you cannot get out of here.
And it looks like he misses the tidal wave, but he forces the arcane shift so that Doctom has to use it. So
he's in that awkward spot between the turrets. He doesn't have boots. He can't outrun it.
Did he have flash?
He did. He could have flashed it.
Right. Maybe that was an option. However, he may have also just died and used flash, which would have also been sad. So might have been that he was just dead to rights. Anyway,
I think maybe Ghost takes an extra turret shot, you know, in that situation, or they have to back away if he flashes. It's tough to say. Maybe Duckdom gets killed back. It's hard to judge it in that moment.
Yeah. Hindsight is, of course, 2020.
I think Duckdom's brain was probably focusing on, I think I can walk out of this tidal wave, or out of the bubble. You could not, sadly for him, though.
Nope. Still able to get a fair bit of damage down here as another great bubble connects here from Ghost. He's got his eye in, although he does get hit by every other button as well.
I think that Ghost's ability to hit things has been good. His ability to dodge things has been less good.
Yeah, no, the hit things also counts for stuff hitting him.
Yes.
So it's a double-edged sword.
Things are hitting. Hitting different here in the bottom lane for KT. I also think one of the things I will say about Ghost is his decisions in terms of positioning in lane have sometimes been problematic, but his decisions when he's roaming, when he's outside of lane, his mechanics as well have been phenomenal. And that's coming from an X80 carry, right? Who, you know, sometimes you just have to position only and press, you know, your attack move. But Ghost has actually been quite good with his mechanics and his ability to land skill shots.
Some of the issues for Ghost have been like sticking around for too long and not reading the state of the game that well, because he was stopping backs when he was able to be killed. That was the last series that really did sort of hinder him. But right now, hasn't had any of those issues.
But by George, he will stop that back.
Exactly.
And then he will die for it. But like, he will hit the thing.
I don't know why George has to dictate it, but that's fine. As Pyosik in the area, because has already started off this Dragon. Mid lane control is there for BDD, which is why KT are probably happy to go for this, but the bottom lane moving on forward. There's cease and desist onto Pyosik. He tries to ult his way out, but it doesn't quite work out here. Tidal Wave is decent. Pop Blossom's better, and Pyosik just takes down Cuz. He said cease and desist, and Pyosik said no.
Yeah, that was a pretty weird interaction there. Not really 100% on board with how they wanted to play that. The Dragon goes over, so they want to make something of it, but...
And also, pressing your cease and desist button onto the one guy that has the ability to
stop ceasing?
Unstoppable, yeah. It's problematic. Let's have a look at it one more time here, as Cuz just really wanted to press up.
He's on Dragon, and they have the rotation over, but they don't have to play for this engage. They can instead just play for the slow fight.
Yeah.
Not sure about that one, but ultimately it means that not only do they not get the Dragon, but they also give a kill.
Buttons being pressed here towards his top side of the map is now perfect. No flash available. And there is the flash tank gloves from Peter, and down goes the Crocodile. Perfect. Unfortunately, not living up to his name there, but didn't really have too much of a chance without flash to get out.
Let's see if DNS can turn this extra momentum into a big lead here on the top side and a side lane threat. They don't have any grubs, so any money this Gwen gets will be valuable to try to set that up later. Bottom side is air quotes under control of KT because they have this push in, but there's no support there. Peter just got his first item, his belt. He is going to come over here. And we see a rotation for Closer.
As Dr. Oh, no, not again. Surely not again. As Aiming picks up turret aggro, only takes one shot there and almost destroys Dr. Arm's entire health bar. True Shot Barrage, big value.
Peter's ult's coming back up. They really need to be careful about overextending here. They will back away.
Oh, the Dragon never got taken.
Yeah, no, it didn't get taken actually earlier because Cuz dropped it to go for the all-in, which was what the crazier thing. Peter.
Peter is the one with health, so they're not going to fall for it this time around. Perfect. Pushes this wave in. Dragon goes down over to KT. They still have a decent advantage as Hextech. Oh my goodness. A Drake apiece for both of our teams as well.
1 for 1.
This is a fun one.
So going back to this play here, perfect looks for the Dominus all in. Presses his W. And then stays here.
Yeah,
trying to look for one more empowered Q, and then he's dead.
Yeah, he had level 11, so he had the extra level in the Dominus, which makes him feel pretty good. But
I also don't think he hit anything with his E to get a second dash there, if I read that correctly. And so just does not actually have the ability to get away.
Nope. Not a chance. It's Cuz moving down towards his bottom side. I'm pretty sure he was unseen. But nothing else going to happen. As Closer now going to discover a Crocodile. Throws down his little Twilight Shroud. Should be just fine.
Cuz does have flash and ult. This is a dangerous position for Dudu.
Yeah, let's see how immune the Gwen's going to be as the Aqua Prison does go down. Hit by the kitchen sink, and down he will go.
That's a turret.
First Star Blood.
Yeah, big win here for the bottom of the side of the map here for KT. And all right, the Observer's trying to keep up with all the silliness that's happening in this early part of this game, but we just keep exchanging blows as Pyosik is now going to go up here and take this Herald. And even with BDD having flash and ult, there's just no one else in the area with the backs for Aiming and Ghost to contest. But we talked about the race, right? You mentioned it earlier in these 2 item 80 carries. Aiming is the victor. He has a 1,500 gold lead, and he is going to be the one who is about to transform this Murmano. It's so quick he has it, actually, that it's not quite about to transform, but either way, we'll have it first.
This is actually huge. We mentioned it, and it has come to pass, and Aiming is the main benefactor, and 1.4k is just a lot of extra gold, so it's going to take Dr. Arm a little while in order to get there.
It's
also
also
have the core fields already.
When you consider the Renekton and Azir mid-game power with a Vi, plus Corki that can follow up. Yeah, he doesn't have his transformation, but he's still really strong here. It's just feels like KT can do whatever they want now on the map. It's just not really a bad place to fight, as long as they make sure they position well. And this Akali is not accelerated, right? It's behind 300 gold, and sometimes with Akali, you hit this expiration date if you don't really get any kills or any pressure in sides, and that may be the fate of Closer here.
And you also want to be able to execute the 80 carry. And that's going to be hard when Aiming is as big as he is, right? On this Corki. So it can be a dangerous time right now, parking themselves in the mid lane. And KT still with firm control, 2,000 gold in the lead, 2 minutes on this next dragon. But there is a Rift Herald in hand as Aiming just walks towards Docdom. Docdom doesn't really like it. Peter moving up as Aiming missed a cannon. Oof, that doesn't feel good. Maybe DNS are back in the lead.
Starting to stack his tier as quickly as he can. He has parity with Docdom in that regard, but has that extra item worth of stats. Perfect.
Buttons once again as the needlework comes on through. Both of them level 2 and perfect. Wasn't lit on fire yet. Yeah, this is looking like Dudu should be able to chase him down. Doesn't have Ghost, so the movement speed could be a problem. Gets the slice back and perfect with the turret still up. He's going to be okay as now Dudu, oh dear, realizes that he has to teleport in order to get himself out.
Okay, so that's a win in the side lane for Perfect, who lost in the 1v1, but then had friends show up, and therefore actually is the one who wins. And will actually even get to push an extra wave in before he backs here. And that's a big turnaround there. And like, because Aiming and Ghost didn't even really have to fully show up, they didn't lose anything. Now, this Herald is going to crash into a top lane, which is a top lane turret, which is quite rare. It isn't going to take it out either. Just felt like they wanted to force some sort of cross map here, but where the bread is buttered on the Rift right now is on the bottom side of the map, where that dragon is spawning. Will be the second Drake for either team to propel themselves closer to this Hextech Soul. See the gold here, the lead relatively inconsequential. There was a bite taken out, but KT have gotten back in the lead. I just kind of feel like when you look at these compositions and the lead is not a KT lead, it's an Aiming lead, and everyone else is still going to do their jobs at an even game state. I think DNS need to be really proactive, need to look for a good fight here, they need to set something up with this Nico pick. Because the Nico was picked, I think, initially to probably just win lane, and they were doing that until they lost control after one mistake. And now it's kind of like, well, I mean, are you winning anywhere?
And I feel like this is personal for Aiming. You know, he wanted to prove that KT made the right choice, you know, of picking him up instead of trying to hold on to Docdom. I have absolutely no idea what actually went down, so don't quote me on that, but it's what it kind of feels like at this point in time.
I like the manufactured story, yeah, it's great.
Yeah. I buy it, that's all we have to do.
I buy it, yeah, I'm into it.
I need to tell everyone that I am indeed lying. However, if it was true, it'd be fun.
Speculating.
Speculating, yeah. Isn't that another word for lying? Or just like, oh wait, it
means you think it might be the case.
Yeah, or I think it could potentially be the case. Yeah. It's not a true diagnosis though, but it is fun to think about, as Aiming did indeed replace Docdom on this team. Let's get hit by a W there, but not going to be too worried and looking for another.
I mean, look, you're not saying Aiming like TP Docdom's apartment after he was signed, or rather the reverse, like Docdom did that to Aiming after he took his spot, like. You know, but I think there's probably some feelings of like, let me prove myself in this matchup again.
Yeah, I was like, what happens in the KT frat house? This hazing ritual's crazy. Is all right, Cuz getting himself out of there. I don't know anything about that. We don't have the frat house thingy in Australia.
I wasn't really a part of it, so I mean, I heard stories about it, but you know, it's probably not like the movies. Or maybe it's worse than the movies. I'm just speculating.
So you're lying as well. You'll love to see it. All right, KT on full vision. They're going to be trying to take this dragon. Let's see whether Piosha can go for any sort of interruption, as the Drake will get stopped. Double teleports to bring in both Dudu and Closer, but that should mean that DNS can now take this dragon, and they do so, leaving Perfect to his ways on the top side. But I still think getting themselves this first Hextech dragon is a big deal.
Yeah, it is, I think, a big deal, especially because this was the moment where they didn't quite have that transformation for the Muramana for Docdom. And the fact that they're able to just kind of show up and get this for free, and it's on the cross map where Renekton that gets plate gold, doesn't feel like it's really equivalent here for KT. KT still have a leading position in terms of the gold, and the Corki is still further ahead and has those components in his inventory. But it doesn't matter if they're not used to fight, right?
Yep.
And like, yes, now he has the rapid fire cannon advantage, but we're not doing Baron on spawn here. So DNS kind of cheat their way to a little bit of longevity in this game, and I do think this trade overall favors them. And I think KT, I mean, I like the idea of not taking an unfavorable fight, but they had TP on the Renekton. They could have shown up and looked for that scrap, just not confident.
And Aiming now with the rapid fire cannon is just the main thing that this does is make him incredibly annoying in lane.
Yep.
As Piosha with like this hunger here. Yeah, the rapid fire proc is just so frustrating. And imagine if he had that as well as Hextech Soul. The game would be very, very frustrating to play. Same can be said on the other side. I think that Hextech Soul is kind of ridiculous for every single team, but especially like Ezreal abuses it so incredibly much, as does Azir and Corki. And Gwen, and like Mbessa and Akali. Like it's just kind of ludicrous. Maybe Akali a little bit less because you're a little bit more burst focused, but still. This is going to be a highly sought after dragon.
Yeah, I mean, if you hit your shuriken on somebody and get that slow.
Yeah.
You know, who knows who's going to follow? That could be the thing that gets Peter into Pop Blossom range.
Hey, true. Although Peter always seems to be in Pop Blossom range, he's Peter.
Yeah, he does have his flash available for an upcoming fight, but we're not quite at do Baron territory. I think the only team that could do it if they had a larger lead than they have now is KT because they have this Azir, but he doesn't have his second item just yet. If he has Nashor's Tooth, maybe they could threaten. They're threatening the idea of it, though, with the vision control. But, I mean, there's Hex Gates on the Rift here as well, so tough to try to sneak or start one of these. You're going to have to look for a turn instead. And they're just playing the vision game. They do not need to force. They're going to sit back and sit on their lead because their comp scales incredibly well.
Yeah, I think they're happy with this game going along 100%.
As long as this Gwen doesn't get out of control in sides, and KT kind of have unlimited time here, especially because the Renekton already has such a lead. It's going to be such a long time before Dudu actually can start to take over, if he does it all.
And the itemization is so comfortable as well. With the fact that it's double AP solos, you can build more of Malmortius and Merc Treads and feel pretty good about it. And so a lot of extra magic resist here for the Crocodile.
Just in general, he's basically saying, this is an island where it's our own private 1v1, and my AD carries ahead, so they went on that side. All I have to do is mitigate you, or anyone I solo lane against, if the Akali would swap and head against him. And in team fights, he's just that extra bit tankier. And so KT, I think, are really going to pick their battles wisely here, and not fighting for that dragon. I think they could have fought for it right. It gives DNS a lot, but I don't think that a lot is enough to say they're in a comfortable position just yet. And now I think KT can decide, okay, like this next dragon, we fight for it, or because this Nashor's Tooth is done for the Azir, if we don't have that favorable position, we can just run over to the Baron and look for that instead. Like, they have a lot of options.
And they also now have Hex Drinker on aiming as well. We were talking about the double AP, and so he is a little bit more protected as well. So feeling very, very nice about that one as well. As Dusk and Dawn done here for Dudu. So 2 items apiece for both of our top laners. A little bit of extra power here for the Gwen. Feeling good on 2 items, but the problem is the game state is not necessarily feeling fantastic right now. As Perfect is on the way to his next one. Level 16 here, level 3 on the Dominus.
Cuz in a threatening position, if anyone comes over and tries to cross through without vision, now he's just going to look for a steal.
Well, and it is just going to be stolen away. Cuz just walks up, presses Smite.
Less annoying than it used to be when that would give the whole team the buff.
True.
Still annoying as BDD has full side lane control. KT are completely set up to take this dragon, right? I mean, they have Perfect with TP. He's level 16. He's got his empowered TP. He is just like, all right, if you guys call for me, I'll be there. Otherwise, I'll stop the Gwen from being there. You guys got this without me. And as long as the Gwen doesn't sneak through and get here faster, I don't see a way for DNS to contest this without a sick engage, right? Like, it's a big Pop Blossom for Peter, but because they don't have Prio, it's really tough for him to actually make that happen.
And the item state is just really dire here as aiming has sort of hit this really nice spike with even the cheeky Hex Drinker there as well. And so he's very scary. There's the flash away from Ghost. Make sure that public execution doesn't land. As BDD a little bit worse for wear, but now Pyoshik gets altered once again here by Cuz, who goes incredibly deep. Afro Prison is decent on to close it somehow, but Cuz is once again just going to die, and aiming just auto attacks the Akali, and she is dead as well. The Arcane Shift forward is dire here from Docton at the same time as the Emperor's Divide gets Pyoshik out of there. Not sure what he was doing, going back in. However, he is definitely out now, as now Dudu wants to find his avenue in, as aiming has gone too far forward. It's an absolute mess, but the cleanup crew is down, and Perfect looked a little bit worse for wear. Still, it's BDD. What was that?
He doesn't have ult. He wanted the shield. He thought he had enough damage to burst them down, but it is not enough. And that's Rise Group, baby, or likely will be if things continue this way. Anyway, back to the fight.
That's sole point. That's sole point for DNS.
Like, back to the fight at hand. I want to watch Cuz here. Ghost has to flash away, right? Peter, I don't know, but it makes the fight more fair. Now, This engage here, when Pioshik has this angle, I think is a bit too deep, as there's an attempt to deny here on the Dragon, but it looks like it's not going to work out. Let's see if Cuz lives. He is going to be fine. But anyway, the crux of this is BDD takes so much damage here. He does a lot as well, right? But at this point, you could actually just leave. BDD has to use his ult here to stop Pioshik, which we were like, why is Pioshik doing this? But he does not complete his recall. And Dudu shows up here now, they're stuck. They don't have the damage without the Corki. I don't think they really accounted for this. And Perfect, I said they just gotta, just gotta stay on top of the Gwen. Make sure the Gwen can't join. The Gwen joined. And the BDD looks for this all in because he was likely dead anyways.
And he had a lot of Sand Soldiers, so I guess just wanted to make the Sand Soldiers dance. That was beautiful to watch. If you guys are missing the Fries group, don't worry, it'll be back later. But it's not here yet, but it does certainly feel like it is. As DNS move out to a kill lead as well as a huge Dragon lead. Soul Point is just massive. We mentioned already how important it is for an Ezreal to pick this buff up. And they are one Dragon away from securing it.
This is anyone's game to take. It really, really is.
Oh, yeah. I do think that later on in the game, it's going to be a lot more finesse required here for DNS, unless they can get that little bit further ahead and then control the 1-3-1.
Oh yeah, you had an analytical
certainly
reason.
an avenue for
you had a real analytical and composition-based reason. I just watched that last fight. I'm like, yeah, no, anyone could win. KT has 7,000 gold lead right now. I'm like, I'm not sure.
Wow, aiming just almost got 2-tapped.
Yeah, he's 1,000 gold ahead, but what does it mean when Ezreal just hits you like that? Does he hit you like this? No.
No.
Luckily for aiming.
His poor little toboggan. That more of Malmortius not doing a whole lot into the Ezreal, even though he does do a little bit of magic damage. Mainly it's physical.
I wonder now, like, who will make the mistake to break this game open? Because now we get to the side lane finesse sort of argument you were talking about. Like, you have the Dudu, Gwen, big menace here, does have the Dusk and Dawn looking for a third item fairly soon. And will be even more difficult to kill insides and will actually rip these turrets off the map versus, like, is Duckdom hitting all of his shots? So far, the answer is yes. But maybe they go on an objective too early. So yeah, that also works. There's a rapid fire cannon you mentioned. It's so annoying.
Yeah. This is what it's built for. So aiming can just be frustrating in the mid lane.
He also has red buff, so he hits you with that, and then you're like, get away from me.
I kind of like the build, though, from aiming, just because you don't really need that much armor penetration against this composition.
No. The Azir
armor built up
kind of has that covered with this build.
Yep.
So the Leandri's burn will be enough. It's a bit of a battle Azir with the Riftmaker as well.
Yeah,
he's got the extra shield from the Merc Tread, so I like that aiming is playing. I mean, he will end up getting a lot of extra damage here once his IE is done, but he is like sitting on, I will harass you slowly throughout this game, and BDD will do the rest. And it's a really cool and safe way to play this, where you're always a little bit oppressive. Speaking of oppressive.
Yeah, DNS have a lot of people around the Baron, but Dudu is very, very dead. Just swept up here by the Shuriman duo. Is it enough? Well, Pioshik is here, not doing Baron, so no need to worry about any sort of cross-map situation, and that is just Dudu cleaned up.
And Dudu is a real, like, he's the one that if you kill him, they can't actually try to play a macro game. Like, they have to just kind of wait it out and stem the bleeding in the mid lane. Like, KT don't even need to get Baron right now to make this into a super big play, because they already have a lead. They do tons of damage to turrets, as you guys could see here. Bam. Man, Crystalline Overgrowth procced, and that's the turret gone. And this means no turret here defensively to set up around for this next dragon. So KT, sure, they gave that last dragon up, felt really bad, but in such a commanding position, surely they won't do it again, right? Like, surely this time...
Oh, yeah, never. No,
surely this time they'll get the dragon, deny soul, then we'll see them with that lead that they have, control the waves, and then threaten Barons and turn off of them. Just like they did against T1 with the huge lead, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, no, actually, I remember, if I remember correctly,
no,
they didn't do that.
I don't remember that game. I don't know what you're talking about. Look, you just can't lose with a 15,000 gold lead.
Well, we're about a fifth of the way there.
Yeah, and KT have had like the gold lead throughout most of this game. It just doesn't really seem like DNS got the memo. The Supers have just kind of decided, no, we can still take these fights. We can still take these dragons.
By the way,
if they do get a Hextech Soul, the gold will mean nothing.
I know we've all been a little bit on the Nico hate train. This champion is broken. Oxus mentioned it several times. But, like, look at this item build and tell me that's okay.
Yeah.
How is that allowed? Is that okay?
Frozen
okay
Heart also just does so much work into this comp.
No, it should not be possible to just automatically win every lane, and I don't know, I'm not getting into it. I love Peter. He's a great Deco player. He's 100% KP this game. It's not his fault that this champion is super busted and flexible.
But can he actually win with it? That's going to be the question here, because KT with control of this dragon, looking to come over and start it up. They will pull it out of the pit. Pyosik moving over.
Surely KT get it this time. They surely don't just cower and let it go. No way. And let Duckdom have free reign with this Ezreal to poke them down while they hesitate.
Well, Cuz wants to press R on someone right now, and I assume it's Pyosik, because that's the player that he's really liked to hit with it.
Maybe play around Dragon KT, look for a turn. Kind of happy feeding a little bit here, and Dragon's right there, Cuz. Okay, pulling it out.
Yeah, and the more poke that lands, the better it is here for KT. Look at their health bars. They are much higher, and they do have the ebb and flow for some sustain, as Pyosik down to 50% already.
I mean, the BDD poke is kind of real. It just keeps zoning, keeps burning them with Liandry's, and eventually it wears down these health bars.
Yeah, conquering the sands, as Peter is just throwing clones in over and over again, as Dudu gets into the back of the pit. Closer is rotated around as Cuz has got off this dragon. And BDD is just getting so much control. Duckdom in a lot of trouble here, as now Cuz back onto the Drake one more time.
That might have been enough for KT to secure this.
Oh, we'll just have to find out, as even the Dragon is getting frustrating here, as BDD now off on his own, possibly in trouble, does have to flash to get himself out of the way, as now Peter gets in there with the Pop Blossom, and BDD Empress Divide from the grave as he is taken down, but now it's KT's turn. Cuz is going to sacrifice himself for the good of the team fight, as Perfect gets the stun onto Duckdom, and down goes the Ezreal. Finally, that lead that Aiming had all game pays off.
He chipped away at them so much. They lost so much health from BDD as well before the fight really breaks out. Look at that hit onto Duckdom. That's so huge here. Now they're just going to actually utilize the Dragon here to look for a turn, because DNS have to be the ones to pull the trigger, even though Cuz this game so desperately always wants to. Look at how they play this. BDD kites back, and then this Pop Blossom hits multiple members here, but look where Aiming is. He gets over the wall. Perfect is on top of Dudu. He's just not that tanky. And now with all those low health bars here and all the damage they took, there's just no fight left in this comp, and poor Duckdom. He gets caught here by the stun before he can get over the wall.
I think that was a rapid fire auto again. That must have been very frustrating, because he's been taking a lot of those. There's the Infinity Edge done here at the same time. Only one more item slot here for Aiming. Still has the brown bags.
Yeah, he's just going to get a GA, I think.
Yeah, that's it's going to be a lot of value here for the Corki.
He honestly could even, like, if he was crazy, go for like a Bloodthirster, but he doesn't need to. And KT now, Perfect.
Just going to walk at them. And True Shot Bros does do a fair bit of work, but now it is the Baron. And with Liandry's and an Ashes Tooth on BDD.
Uh-oh.
And now he's looking for Doc. Oh, dear. Cease and desist comes in. Ezreal will just be dead, and no need for an Emperor's Divide, as Cuz has to flash. Closer on the warpath here, looking for the angle, but does not get it. Cuz is going to be able to steal away a red buff as well.
I mean, they have a huge wave here. They can either try to break open the inhibitor or just Sundisk and rush to Baron. Cuz does have to back because he took a ton of damage there. Also doesn't have his flash. See what KT decide to do here, because in moments like this, if you hesitate too much, you can lose your advantage. Their advantage is starting to become like it was in that T1 game, and look at that. They will threaten the Baron to look for a turn. BDD did not ult critically on the pick, so he still has that as a huge tool here for this upcoming fight.
Well, there's a public execution onto BDD. Emperor's Divide is going to push him back. His BDD's actually pretty durable. He will go down in the end, though, as now Closer into the Shroud. He gets into the backline and executes the fish, but he's dead as a result. And now Perfect in that front line is going to push the rest of them away. I don't know whether it was worth. 2 for 1 there, and BDD the only sacrifice here for KT. I think they've got plenty of damage to get through this Baron.
I don't necessarily like how they did it, but I like that they had the confidence to do it. KT
it's about outcome-focused assessment.
Exactly.
That is what Orcs would tell me, and the outcome was good for KT.
And like BDD kind of dangled himself out there because he knew he had ult. He was like, maybe they engage on me. I think we could turn this. I'm going to shuffle, or sorry, not shuffle, but Emperor's Divide them back. And that's kind of how it started. The crux of this, though, is the initial pick, which allows this play to happen. But those here, BDD goes in, and he's like, no, we have 5 people here. I don't need to ult.
Yeah.
Holds onto that, so he has it here, which buys a ton of space, even though, again, I maybe just play this a little bit slower. Doesn't matter. Results-based assessment means that BDD dies, Pyosik also dies, Aiming is untouched, and Closer cool assassination, bro. And then it says aiming and then shoots him in the face. And that is a positive trade and a Baron over to KT Rolster. And now that to get the Drakes tied up, even apiece, 3 of them.
And now the Gold King is looking to try and live up to his name as well. The gold advantage here for the Corki is like 4.4k.
That pesky aim.
Why does he still have brown bags? He's got full build.
He doesn't need to upgrade his shoes.
Oh my gosh.
He wants to remind everyone where he came from.
He's like the famous person wearing Dunlop volleys, you know? Famously one of the cheapest shoe in Australian supermarkets. It's okay. Dudu teleports in and then wishes he could teleport out again.
Aiming's just reminding everyone he grew up in the bottom lane without a support.
Yeah.
He actually had 2 supports, but he had to survive through the top lane, lane into a Nico. Nami kept getting rooted, but
he was molded by it or something. Certainly, it's Bane Ming. Bane Ming trying to make it work here as the public execution doesn't do anything at all. And all right, aiming, feeling like he's back in that gigantic oversized well again. That's what it is, right?
Yes.
In Batman Begins? Okay, good. It's not Batman Begins, it's the next one, the last one. What is it? What's the third one called? Dark Knight and then Dark Knight Rises?
Rises, yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
Dark Knight was the best one, though.
Yeah, it was. You can't really top it.
I've never seen a movie in theaters more than I saw the movie. I think I saw like 5 times.
My God, that's too many times. I saw too many people hit by that phosphorus bomb as well. That was a lot of damage there. And this turret is also going to go down. The inhibitor likely to follow as well as the True Shot Barrage, actually doing a lot of work there as aiming just Valkyries through it for some reason. As Needlework to come out here, Cuz taking a lot of damage is perfect. Gets himself over the wall, but the chase is on here as Dudu makes his way in. The cease and desist is looking very awkward as they do take down the Renekton. Pop Blossom onto 2 as closing against Emperor's divided. And down to the GA will go the Corki, and now over the wall goes Dudu. The Vault Break is fantastic, but they take down the Vi. Aiming's dead as well as BDD's the next target, but he gets healed up by Ghost. And now Pyoshik gets on top of him, and Ghost goes down as well. It's the ace for DNS, and the roller coaster, it is off the rails.
That's, by the way, Hextech Soul for DNS.
Oh my God.
Now, they do have 0 inhibitors left alive, which is somewhat of a problem. As you can see, Pyoshik is taking the Hextech Soul in live. Now, this angle here for Cuz, again, very risky because they don't really have an exit point, you know? Like, he probably could have gone back and they could have all just retreated out. Instead, they try to kind of fight their way back here as it's awkwardly KT in the enemy base trying to kite through as if it's their own base, and they don't really have space here. Mechanically, BDD plays this next set of plays incredibly well, but fortunately, his health bar is just a little bit too low. Doesn't get hit there. Ghost gives him a little bit of healing.
Peter had to Pop Blossom the wave to avoid losing the game.
And finally, they will defend this Nexus.
Well, DNS versus the environment and KT at the same time.
The good news is they can slow those minions down now with Hextech Soul. And neither Perfect nor BDD nor the Nami that doesn't have Unsealed Spellbook have teleport to just TP into the base and end the game. So they can buy time here and just play for Elder and or this next Baron.
If KT loses this game, I fear. I just fear.
There is no way. Nah, you can't.
We've said that before!
Oh, but like last time, they had no Siege, they had nothing. Like they had an Akali comp with a Rek'Sai.
I mean, I guess they are against the other team that couldn't close out a lead.
Yeah, this
so maybe it's about the competition.
With all these super minions, surely.
This is a very large Renekton.
It's an Ezreal on the other side, trying to clear these. It's taken a while. There's no way KT throw here.
No, Wolf. I see what you're doing. Public execution into the backline there as Cuz could be in a bit of trouble. There's the Emperor's Divide to get rid of the Nico, but down goes the Akali before she does anything. But BDD suffers the same fate. Oh God, Wolf, you did it. This is your fault. Aiming still in full health though, and he is looking to get himself the heck out of there because I don't think he's lasting for very long.
The Nexus.
Yes, the minions may win the game. Baron's up in 50 seconds time as well.
Sunday's turret here actually also creating problems.
Wait, it's a 1 for 3. Will DNS ever be able to get out of their base to take a Baron though?
Well,
that's the question.
Maybe in like 2 minutes they'll have all their inhibitors back and they could maybe make a play. I don't think they could quite do it right now.
Well, you are really going to have to explain yourself after this.
And BD both just horribly misplay this. BD Emperor's Divide's at a horrible angle, then goes golden, so he can't offer any damage here. At the timing where he needed to kind of kite back and dash away and help his team. Instead, he just dies. Breaks his zone. He'll be back up. Pyoshik gets a GA. I don't think they can take Baron in the interim because their base was in tatters, but I mean, we're looking at Nexus turrets respawning here in 30 seconds, and in a minute and 20, all 3 inhibitors will be back up. And if DNS just win even one fight and they get Elder, or they win the fight on Elder, they win the game. And KT have not been able to prove to me, I think, even one single time that they know how to do Baron from a winning position.
And the gold lead is irrelevant, because now all of the money is still on aiming, right? But none of it is actually doing anything. He sold a GA to buy a Bloodthirster. It's 6 items for both of our, well, 7 items for both of our 80 carries.
And now they're doing the Baron. I mean, let's see how the turn looks.
I mean, I think
it's going to take a while.
Yeah, the rest of KT are just going to play keep away here as aiming and Cuz will be able to take this one down. I don't think DNS can do anything about this because Closer is in base, and yeah, they're not going to fight.
It's always so scary when, you know, you're taking a Baron like this and trying to rush it, especially with the new Baron health. An enemy has Hextech Soul. If they were able to get there a little bit faster, retreating becomes so difficult. Getting your backs off, it becomes so difficult because of that chain damage. They're going to try to push with this Baron here through the top side of the map right now.
Inhibitors coming back up. There it is. Second one is available.
The Nexus
last one, 18 seconds.
Only have half health on this patch, so yeah, they're not very durable. But like KT, can you win a fight in the enemy base? The answer so far this tournament has been no.
Yeah.
KT is the new DNF, and DNS is the new KT killers, I suppose. If KT can't get this done, this is actually just so wild.
I still think that they are in a favorable position, given the shambles that DNS
Look at the turrets. 11 turrets to 0, my man. Like they're like DNS.
Wait, they haven't taken a single turret?
Not a single one. They haven't gotten a single one. So why the heck if KT like mess this up? It's going to take DNS a little bit more to actually get back.
I didn't need to look more stupid though. I said this was a decent 1-3-1 competition. They haven't taken a single turret. Ah! All right. Well, KT now looking to try and take a fourth inhibitor,
now, allow me to consider an option for KT. Just don't let them clear waves, play back and defensively, take out their jungle, set up deep vision, and take the Elder and win the game.
That would be a pretty decent move.
I mean, there's an Best on the other side, gets a little scary, but like these team fights in the base, they're not looking so hot.
If KT loses a fight in the enemy base though, they definitely lose Elder from this timing, right?
Yes.
They'll never be able to get back there. So Rebel Baron power play is almost at negative money.
Score. I mean, you know, you maybe not able to smite those all the time, so maybe like trying to tell KT like
aiming is like, oh, it's late in the game. Everyone's naturally got way more armor.
But
it should probably buy Lord Dom.
He's so rich that he's been able to change his item build up quite a bit.
He sold GA and Bloodthirster now.
But like, just set up deep vision, KT. You know, play around it, play through it. Think back to your loss against T1. What went wrong there?
They lost their Nexus. That's what went wrong.
Well, they have an Azir who is almost full build, who has Flash and ult. You know, everyone has Flash.
Cuz has been frightening me this game.
Yeah, Cuz is certainly not playing slowly.
No.
All right, use the Baron buff. Set up Prio. No, go back to the Elder.
Oh, wait, this inhibitor is just dead, though, because aiming gets a hit at 4.
Yeah, no, they get that, but then go back to Elder, back off, set up for Elder, set up for Elder.
So far, looking like the plan is coming together. All right, KT, we are so nervous. Like, so many other times, we'd be like, oh, well, they just go to the Elder and it's fine, and we'd be relaxed and just waiting for the end of the game. I am stressed out of my mind.
The red buff.
Oh, here's the Pop Blossom angle as they get on top of Cuz, but he's not necessarily the priority. As Flash out from Perfect as well. They're looking so worse for wear. True Shot Barrage barely unable to take Cuz down to his GA, and KT will limp their way out.
They cannot do the Elder now. I think it's going to go to DNS.
Oh my goodness.
Cuz is just too low.
Well, let's see whether KT can get a lead. No, Perfect doesn't have teleport.
Oh, he doesn't. He has to run back. He has the Hex Gates.
But the thing is, if they're fighting this, then aiming can still do so much damage.
Okay, also
with these rockets.
TP to mid for BDD. Look at BD's hiding. TP to mid is an angle for him to actually try and
win the game. Yeah, he can just go win the game.
But the wave is being held the next one by Closer.
Oh, Perfect. He's back.
I don't think they can end through mid anymore. It's going to be close. Cuz on the flank.
Oh, this is just an absolute
They have to slow play this. KT have to slow play this if they want to in through mid. And Dudu has gone back, but he has TP. He's going to clear that wave and show back up.
Yep, BDD is also going back. He's in base right now, maybe building a Void stuff. Let's see whether he teleports back. The answer is no. As there it is, teleport onto the minion.
Oh,
the teleport!
TP
Dudu as well!
He sees the TP.
And Cluzo is teleporting in at the same time. It's going to be Elder for Nexus trade. Oh my god, it's Pyoshik that locks down the dragon, but are they just going to lose the game? There's a minion wave here. Stop the match, KT. That's all you can do. As Aiming trying to get out of there, and BDD is not going to end.
He cannot end. They couldn't stop all the backs. This game is going for a while, Atlas. I don't think this one's ending right here.
Oh dear, BDD, Empress Divide, but Closer goes golden, and BDD does the same thing, but I think this is going to be the end of the Azir. Dudu cuts him down, and it's gonna happen again!
Wait, hold on. There's actually
a lot of turrets.
The death timers are too long, though, still. I think they might have enough. They have to push through these super minions in the mid lane. Aiming's level 18 here.
And there's also, the inhibitor just died in the bottom lane as well. Aiming, if he can manage to kill, like this, the backdoor bonus.
He has to kill the waves.
Not actually doing anything at all. It's actually kind of crazy how much damage DNS do at this stage of the game.
Buzz has ult when he respawns. He's going to have to pick his target wisely. They need to somehow buy time. I don't think they can.
I don't think they can end.
No, I mean, I don't know. I don't think they can defend. I actually think DNS might have enough. Like
2 seconds on Cuz, 7 seconds on Ghost. Aiming's got rockets. And these minions are just dying. Hexgate to get out.
Man, I thought
god.
They just barely had enough.
We go again!
I thought they just barely had enough, Atlas. My god, this game. Okay, so
Hextech, Soul, and Elder, and now a gold lead for DNS.
We are, by the way, over longest game of the season.
Oh, yeah.
And flank here from Pyoshik.
Public execution isn't witnessed.
Elder buff still up here for 45 seconds. KT should be very cautious and try to play around that bottom side prio.
Well, Cuz possibly caught out of position here is, yep, eaten by a dragon, and down he will go. I'm not sure what the play was.
Like round 2.
Yeah,
but guess what? Dudu's there to answer
They've got
again.
no Nexus turrets. They've got no Nexus turrets.
But Dudu's here to answer again. He's level 20. He's a top laner. TP. They're going to try to 2v1 and end the game, but the backs are already channeled for DNS. They're on their way home.
Well, they have to try and get here as quickly as possible as Aiming. If he hits this a couple of times, they are just going to rush the base. Empress Divide to push them away. The Pump Blossom to buy some space. And BDD is going to get eaten by a dragon. Aiming's going to go down. And they throw the game away. Ghost is down as well. There's the ace, and that is going to be it. KT, they just thought they'd throw it all at the Nexus, and unfortunately, that did not help them win the game.
A stinker here from Cuz, to be sure, but the macro decisions from KT continue to boggle the mind. I understand the frustration. They weren't going to get prio on Baron in that scenario, and they thought with Baron that they would maybe lose too much control because it's Elder plus Baron plus Hextech Soul at that moment if it goes over, so they made the Hail Mary a second time, but they just did not read the map at all. And man, we're playing against DNS right now, but this game from KT makes DNF's macro last year look credible.
Oh my god.
Damn,
100,000 gold for DNS in the end.
It was impressive that it happened once, but it's twice as impressive that it's gone a second time here for KT, and this time with a composition that should have won almost absolutely in every scenario. They didn't have to give up those dragons. They didn't have to. Hard force. BD went for the gamble. When the TP came through, he saw Closer's TP. It was on vision. And BD was just like, all right, I play this game. You're out of there, so you can't come back. I'm going to get there. But guess who also could see that TP channeling? The Gwen, who's just going to back and deny you from ending the game. The KT, instead of just trying to play around the turn on objectives even one time, Atlas, they gave this one away.
Oh no, Batman wins again. Unfortunately, Bane Ming just wasn't quite enough. Dr. Arm doing 60,000 damage in that game. And it's like what I was talking about before. This was the KT bottom lane. In the end, the Ezreal did a bunch of work. And yeah, the graph is absurd. Once, like, KT have the 2 largest gold leads in losing games by a massive margin already, and we're not even at the end of the LCK Cup for 2026. Oh, this roller coaster is just looking completely Final Destination. And now it is time for us to take a short break. When we come back, the space will have the joy, nay, the privilege of breaking down that masterpiece of a game. And then you and I, Wolf, will have to trudge our way through game number 2. We'll see you soon.
못 맞췄다. 나 없어 얘들아. 나 없어.
바로 가야 돼. 바로 가자. 바로 가자. 바로.
이거 우리가 장로라서 얘네가 급해.
얘네가 급해나?
바이 생각해. 바이.
잡았어.
야 백도 생각해야 돼. 한 명 직다.
내가 집을 막을게 그냥. 내가 집을
아지는
막을게.
노텔이잖아. 아지 노텔이지.
아 노텔이야. 한 명 직다고.
이거 얘네 지르는 거 생각해야 돼.
괜찮을 때. 내가 공 포지션 할게.
야 이거 한 명은 더 가야 돼. 한 명은 더 가야 돼.
나 집 갈게.
지른다.
갈게.
막을만해? 막을만하면 그냥
맞아.
와줘야 돼. 한 명 더 와야 돼.
한 명 도와줘. 나도 이거 그냥 집 갈게.
집까지.
다 와줘.
때리면서.
내거부터 칠게. 내내.
야 이거 코르키 못 가. 코르키 해야 돼. 코르키.
잡았어.
남이.
내가 끝내자. 가자.
야.
Who'd you put in 10th place on your list?
Oh, I didn't actually write the one in yet.
That's already there. It's written in for everyone.
Oh, yeah, it is actually.
Yeah,
globally.
I see. So I was just trying to copy him. See, since he is tied in Preds with me, I wanted to see if like I could glean any insight from him. So I was just like kind of try to copy his paper for the HLE one.
It is HLE. Yeah, I put them. Yeah, I'll put them 10th.
Brutal.
Did you also put them 10th?
Yeah, I've got him 10th.
Oh, okay. Dion, what did you put 10th?
It has been written already for me that it's HLE.
Oh, actually, he tried to write bro, but they told him they
are you
can't
talking from
actually
like
change
a
history.
prophetic standpoint? Like it's already been written, like in the stars.
According
or
to me,
something?
KT.
Hello, everyone. It's time for ticket check. Do you have your ticket, sir? Do you have your ticket, sir? It's time for the tickets for the KT roller coaster, which led us to the craziest game of the year. They don't know how to finish, then they do know it should end. Elder, backdoor.
It's the craziest game of the week.
What is happening?
You know, it feels like just very similar to another crazy game that also involved KT.
Did it? They've done this before?
Yes, they lost as well.
This is a consistent thing.
It is crazy, and we have so much to go through here as it is the longest game of the LCK Cup. 49 minutes, 35 seconds, and a bunch of thoughts that just never came together for KT.
I mean, it's even more frustrating because last time there was a excuse, you know, because oh man, our comp is all about diving in, you know, we can't really siege. But this time around, you had BDD on Azir, you have Corki, you have late game value, and also you have a turret sieging champion. So there's no excuse.
You can also add the caveat that last time it was an LCK Cup game and you're against T1, you know, like the reigning world champions. But this one, right, this is do or die, right? There are no second chances.
It's disaster.
It is such a disaster. I can only imagine what was going through their heads when they started to crumble in this game.
Well, it started with a lot of chilling. KT were on top, things were going well, and now we're just gonna make a smorgasbord of highlights for you to end the game.
Yeah, and this was them maybe just going a bit too fast trying to push in the base, right? They had Brion, they had the minions doing a lot of work, and so many structures have been taken at this point. But I think Cuz just gets a bit aggressive, tries to push in and challenge the Gwen here. But it's this position where the backline can't really move forward. You can see Nico's being a threat.
Yeah, and also look at the re-engage from Peter here. He's looking for the angle. And I think when they just got the Renekton, KT felt like, oh, we have to go in. But Peter re-engaged with the flash in. I think that was crucial.
And the thing is, BDD and Aiming were constantly waiting, seeing the clones, being threatened, thinking we can't step up, and then being like, we're losing the fight, we have to do damage. Second they step up, they end up getting engaged on, and they start doing damage, right, with the engage down, but it ends up so close here.
Like, all these fights are so close, by the way, and also they don't have the turrets in their base, and they didn't even get a single turret in the game. Yeah, only Nexus turrets, I guess.
Those turrets are still up.
Yeah, those turrets are still up. And what's gonna happen next, by the way, is another fight in the base without the Nexus turrets, by the way.
Oh, yeah, this was crazy. Ult comes in for the engage here. And again, it just feels like the carries are struggling to get full access into the fight, right? You see BD has already used the Stasis and the Empress Divide. He ends up going in aggressive and just gets deleted here.
Oh yeah, he needed to DPS, but like at the beginning of the fight, he has to press the Zonias, and I think at that point you can't really fight back because Doksan with the GA, with the 3k HP, he's just dashing in freely, and also you have the Gwen for the late game value.
And at this point they have Hextech Soul as well, so any positioning mistake is punished so much more. And look at the base, by the way.
Oh my god!
Minions. Situation we're in.
It's not the end of the fight, by the way. There is so much. There's one more, maybe two more, I don't know. Here, BDD is looking for backdoor at this point. He thought there's no point to do the team fight, so he's in the base, trying to TP in, but the issue is you have to deal with Elder. But I thought BDD could actually make it because they TP'd.
They both TP'd into the fight, and then BDD TP'd away, and I actually thought DNS, I thought this was a moment the game was over, because they both TP'd it, and they realized immediately.
But look at Closer!
Yes.
Now look closer. He's gonna base. Oh, he knows. He knows. He's the Nord.
But I saw this moment. I was like, is that it? Is he just gonna end? But they win the smite fight. They get Elder.
Oh, Dokdam.
And they managed to get away.
Oh, Dokdam.
I feel like there's so many moments where something went differently. This game was just over.
But they couldn't end yet.
And the game's not even over.
It's not over yet. Can you fast forward? Can you fast forward? It doesn't matter. BD is gonna die. They tried to end the game, but there's no minion wave. Now here we have Aiming, defending the base. Oh yeah, they can't end.
Keep going. Fast forward.
They can't end. They can't end because there's no minion wave. But KT, why? Why are you stepping up? Why? Why you had to do this? You have so much time. You still have the Nexus. You still have the inhibitors.
And the thing is,
why?
BDD goes on like a secret mission journey. So we see him. He's taking the Hex Gates on the side. if we if you look at BDD, BDD's gone on his own journey.
What?
To the side. He's like, I'm gonna end the game. I'm done with this.
I love that Cuz just believed him. Cuz was like, yeah, sure, I'm gonna go run into the Nico. You got it, boss.
He's like, I trust my mid laner. We went to World Finals together. I believe in him.
And Renekton TPs. They TP'd. He went to the World Finals with him too. He's like, yes, boss, I'm going in.
End the game!
End the game! End the game!
No, you can't, because DNS, they knew it. They knew that they could defend the base. BDD dies. And everyone falls off because they had Elder.
Oh my god! Oh, and then this bit as well. They're leaving, and Dr. realizes he's like, wait, the super minion, I have to go back.
For those of you wondering what it's like back here, this is a true reenactment of what we were doing, basically. It was, they can end, no they can't! We gotta get the back end! Also, Duck Jump, I mean, who's it?
Yeah, but
There's a ghost.
Koshik missed his ult when they were up in the mid.
Other than that,
crazy.
Other than that, chill game.
Yeah,
very chill game.
Very chill. So that is what is expected of game number 2. Nothing but a chill game as these two recover. Also, take care, Atlas. That man next to you has very, very weird powers of flipping the game. Take it away, guys.
It all comes back to what Chronicler said, and that is the curses aren't real, and that was a lie. And Wolf, he uses it for evil. He does.
Well, that would, well, in Valdez's definition, I mean, I wouldn't use it at all, but...
Very good point.
All right, like,
I am a bit sad that Orcs didn't really do the it is what it is to the end of time during that particular space segment, but the game was too weird and silly, and honestly, I kind of respect it.
I want to point out, like, I don't know if you guys saw Ghost on the player cam there before he went, literally shaking. This is an insanely stressful game. He's warmed up. They're not putting Paulo in for this one. Of all the scenarios we had laid out today, you know, almost no one said the series was going to be a 2-0 either way, but I think not even one person said DNS 2-0, if I'm not mistaken.
I think it's all 2-1s, I'm pretty sure.
Like, this scenario where KT lose like that makes me wonder if maybe this is going to be a 2-0, because momentum-wise, you have negative 10,000, and DNS have the giga momentum of like, wow, we held that off. We were able to pull this through and clean up and win the game. All of that aside, you got to go back on stage in front of a full arena here. You got to play game 2, and right now, first pick goes to KT Rolster. They'll be on the Malphite, the Orianna on their side, and we'll once again see the Jace Rumble Varus, you have to imagine, here for DNS.
Yep, I imagine that is going to be the way, as the Jace lost is an interesting choice. Maybe that means that the DN Supers have an idea of potentially leaving it up. We'll just have to see. With the fact that it's Fearless, we're not going to have the same sort of game state as BDD. Unfortunately, looking a little bit rough on his Azir so far this LCK Cup. I don't know whether he's picked up that many victories on this champion when it is one of his most famous picks.
Yeah, do I dare say it? No, I won't say it.
Oh God, am I gonna like? I'm looking it up right now.
I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say anything.
0%. That's not looking great, as Jace is left up. Aphelios and the Cassiopeia. What did I miss while I was looking up those Azir stats?
Jace is a flex pick, and we have seen one of Perfect's most famous games, a win against Genji on it. But it is likely to be piloted by Cuz. I have said it before, but it has very rarely been relevant because it's been banned almost every game. I think the Jace right now in the jungle is a very risky pick. It's just not very sturdy. It is incredible in terms of impacting lanes early, and for objective fights it can be quite powerful, but when you get to later fights, you're just a paperweight sometimes. As DNS also then get the Giga Strong Rise Yunar rotation here.
I really want Jinx Lulu. Because then, when you to the skies in on the Jace, you become a bit more durable and you have a bit more CC. However,
Pantheon Taliyah, or Taliyah, leave it a flex pick.
I wouldn't mind Pantheon Taliyah, actually. That'd be kind of cute.
Jace is pretty blindable in the top lane, you know? Okay, well, we're just going to remove all mystery, as Perfect is like, oh, I thought I was playing Jace. You see his face? He's like, they promised me I might get to play it.
Wait, but jungle is still up, so they can just pick Trundle. And that feels pretty good. Because you're into a Talia, Trundle doesn't have a whole lot of dashes.
He doesn't really care about the Jace too much.
Troll King, Troll King.
That's
yeah, you have so much sustain. I actually think that it could be a little bit of a rough one if the Trundle does come on through. But it does mean that you then sacrifice the Lulu, which is obviously what they want to be picking up on this rotation. So maybe thinking about it.
Or
instead it's
just
Lee Sin.
Lee Sin for fun.
Yeah! Let's pick a billion different dashes when there's a Talia.
I am playing comfort. I saw how game 1 went.
And honestly, Pyoshik out-jungled Cuz in a pretty big way in game number 1.
He certainly did.
I think he deserves to have his fun game.
It's also very sticky, getting on top of a Jace. As the Braum will be taken away, kind of leading into, I'm not going to allow a Lucian Braum lane.
Yep.
Here on the bottom side into my Yunara. Lulu, 100% got to be banned here.
Oh, 100%, yep. That needs to leave.
I don't
Lulu,
see,
Bard, maybe those are going to be the bans.
You don't have pick priority, so you can't pick it away. You just have to take it away. Zahin.
Oh my goodness. Wait a second. So does KT have a different plan? Because I was expecting Bard Lulu as the definite ban rotation, but not wanting to do that, just going to try and protect this top lane as much as they can.
The Bard, I think, is fairly, you know, it's manageable. The Lulu, I just don't think is. As we'll take away the Nautilus to prevent any more of the single target blow up here.
All
and
right.
in terms of engage, they currently have a seismic shove.
I mean, they have an unstoppable onslaught.
Kind of, yeah. And, you know, the hammer knockback, you know, in second.
There's the Lulu ban.
Thankfully, they do make the right choice.
I think that could have been very
catastrophic, potentially, there on the bottom side. Bard is still strong. But I think for KT, manageable here in this situation. They can also, believe it or not, go Alistar here, and I think it's okay. They need a little bit more frontline. This Rek'Sai can shore that up as well.
And counterpick for Peter there as well to make sure that they can shore up this bottom lane as best they can. I think that's really, really smart.
And now if you go for a melee pick here to look for more engage as KT, they can go for the Alistar. If you go for a ranged pick, they opt into something else that's a little bit safer. Like the Bard, for example, that you mentioned. So could be... It feels really strong here for DNS. Oh, Tristana. No way they actually go for the Jinx after not doing it earlier.
Oh, a bit of a fun Caitlyn kill lane could be on the cards here. There's aiming locks it in.
Maybe?
Yeah, Caitlyn Lux, one of the oldies.
Could also be strong. It helps set up for the pick comp. Like, either of them work really well. They'll just take the Bard away. And now Alistar feels unplayable here for Peter.
Yeah, you're not allowed to do that.
So now what is he going to go for here? Is he going to go for some sort of like marksman support, or does he have a plan to run something like a Karma?
Yunara Renata? No, that doesn't sound very good.
This is a very uncomfortable position to be in as Peter. The Caitlyn pick, I think, kind of catching them off guard.
Well, Rel is feeling very similar to an Alistar at this point in time.
Yeah, really going to be quite a tough early lane to pilot.
And there is no range at all on DNS as well. So they need Pyoshik to find aiming with a Q. Otherwise, I mean, he just nets out of any sort of engage here from Peter. It's just going to be really tough to kill this Caitlyn.
I kind of do think that if they could survive the laning phase, though, DN Supers, their comp does big damage later. The Scion is going to disappear, and there is not any other front line. The Jace doesn't offer a ton of utility in this comp here at all. And the Bard ultimate sets up really only the Talia shove. And otherwise, there isn't a ton of follow-up there. This draft for KT is wonky, but it does a lot of stuff in the early game, and it wins lane and the bottom lane super hard. They're going to have to play through that, empower their bottom lane, where if we see just another lackluster performance from Ghost in this lane that's supposed to be one where they end up losing it somehow to this Rel lane, then I think we see a 2-0 here, Atlas. Like, you've got to get a lead here. You have to play through that. You drafted for it, and there are consequences if you fall behind.
Oh, 100%. And there's also a lot of poke power here for KT as well. So if they lose dragons, things are going to be problematic on that front at the same time. I feel like there's a bit of a draft gap, but honestly, I felt that in game number 1 as well, and look at where we are. Let's get into the rift for game 2.
미니언들이 생성되었습니다.
All right, not able to kill the ward. As fans going crazy as Pioshik is almost dead. Does just have to use a ward, which is a resource, you know. Lose a little bit of something. This lane is going to be so hard for the DN Supers.
Also means Pioshik get to start his safeguard as well, which is not ideal.
We're going to put that in the cons column as well. As at least Dudu is going to have a really good time.
I love bad level 1s into range, where Peter's just like, I have a shield. Please don't touch me.
Yeah. Well, this, it doesn't get better.
Shoot the shield. Please don't shoot my AD carry.
They just need to hope that aiming misses as much CS as possible. Unless they all in, as he flashes already. Aftershock now down, though, as Peter taking a lot of damage back. The electrocute from Ghost doing so much work as the crash down. The re-engage. Aiming is able to at least stay alive to help with that kill, but Doctor versus Ghost. I like this one for the Yunara and DNS. They figured it out, just all in.
Yeah, you cannot actually go into the range of the Rel when you're playing the Caitlyn and range support setup here.
Oh,
so
no.
You know
Wait, did you cast a curse this as well?
I mean, I did kind of say if they lose it's like really bad and like it shouldn't happen and it probably won't happen. You got to play through that bottom lane. But they may have just lost the game.
They may have. Well, aiming going to get slurkled. And Doctorm still here, wants to get this crash and will be able to do so. And so First Blood and the trade back. The First Blood did go over to KT. So theoretically, gold advantage there, but the kill goes over to the Yunara, and the kill on KT side goes to the Brad. Let's check it out one more time.
Flash grab here on the aiming. He ends up getting burnt. Peter has no aftershock. So the first kill goes over here. And aiming is dead, though. So it's a trade of support for AD carry. So yeah, you got the First Blood gold, but you lost your AD carry. The enemy AD carry is still farming and has an experience lead and is able to get it back here with a longsword and call.
Yeah, and so Ghost has a higher lead over Peter than Doctorm does over aiming, but the money on the supports just really doesn't mean that much.
Really doesn't. And Peter is, I was going to say, in this lane was going to be a paperweight, but now he has weighted aiming down, in fact. Aiming turned into paper, actually, so I guess it works out.
Look at that, Shock Blast gank on the wave. As Pioshik moves over, this ward is going to be swept. Should be Rift Scuttle taken here by the Lee Sin. Chase doing the same thing towards the top side, cuz getting through that jungle pretty quick. And everything goes quiet once more on Summoner's Rift.
Pioshik, I don't think wants to set up a dive or anything crazy down here on the bottom side, but it's definitely a lot more agency here for DNS. As Peter is not able to quite get into range there with his Hex Flash.
Yeah, Ghost just going to keep meep slapping and electrocuting the Rel as often as he can. But that is Closer taking a turret shot that he very much did not want to take. BDD doesn't have any mana though, and he misses a cannon. So we're going to say that it's negatives on both sides. No flash available for aiming, and he's just going to get all in. Again, Doctorm takes his second!
I think this is just too
they
much.
really missed their bottom lane, dude.
I think this is too much. I have been criticized in my early League of Legends casting years for calling games early, but this is too much. Like, this is an 800 gold lead nearly here as that plate goes over.
And the whole wave is just gone.
It's gone. It's a 15 CS advantage. And it's just like good coordination here. Peter with the Hex Flash closes the gap. Doctorm already trusting they're going to be able to get this.
Gorgeous. Slurkle slows him up.
This is the ranged Bard lane.
Yeah.
You had counter pick.
And obviously, like, Caitlyn doesn't have that much to offer back, but you're supposed to stay at range, right? You're supposed to try and just get pot shots. Not the all-in is never the thing that you can do, but DNS have been really, really good at forcing the all-in. And if you can do that, then the engage lane works. Man, Peter just reading the matchup, playing it well.
You're not supposed to get a touching distance. They have done it twice now. And Pioshik is going to be able to safeguard, again, high value.
Yep, as Dudu gets the knockup, uses the flash, and Perfect going to flash out of the way. No mana to speak of, as both of our top laners just teleporting back to lane a little while ago. As now Pioshik just giving some gold over to Cuz for that first strike.
Now, Jace jungle does incredibly well with Prio. If your bottom lane is in tatters, it's a little bit tricky to play this out actually now as Jace because you don't really have good CC. And I mean, Aiming wishes he was playing League of Legends.
Yeah, unfortunately not really able to. Dr. takes a little bit of damage from that Shock Blast. It's a little bit annoying, but not really going to be too consequential as Dudu pushes this whole wave forward. Unstoppable onslaught here from Perfect. Might get interrupted here by Dudu on purpose, which would be pretty funny, because then he wouldn't be able to get the minions underneath the turret. But it does not actually happen that way. Shock Blast going to go wide. As Goshik on the crab.
I think they're trying to bait a fight. They're like, you guys want to fight this?
I don't think KT should want to fight this.
They want their scuttle.
A little bigger than Aiming.
They want their scuttle, but they just have to give it up. You have to say, all right, yep, the bottom lane's in tatters and our Jace doesn't have prio, and so therefore, not going to do so. Goshik gets level 6, by the way. Level 6 not there for Cuz, but also doesn't matter. Goshik actually has a real ultimate ability, and so continuing to try to scrap for this, I think, would be unwise for Cuz. I think your best bet is to try to look for an empowered Shock Blast steal. And even Peter's going to walk up and say no. He cannot
the bottom lane priority is just too much. KT do have control in mid, but they have no semblance of it towards this bottom side. So DNS going to be able to use that to grab themselves this first Drake. Next one going to be a Chemtech. So some big, powerful dragons.
We talked about the Yunara lead for Geo in game 1 of our previous series today. Was gifted kills, right? WinCon out the window, a lot of issues there, but in this game, it's just turned the bottom lane for KT into a peg leg. It's, like Duckdom has a lead, but this Caitlyn that really is strongest before she hits her trough in the early laning phase, and the dominance you pick this pick for is now just kind of handicapped, unfortunately, and let's see what BDD can get done. You know, we had that cool shove earlier. Sion maybe 13 CS behind, getting proxied, but maybe, you know, he's just Sion, he'll be fine. Maybe the Jace, that pick is super broken, right? That's why it's banned every time. Maybe it's just strong enough to get over the line here for KT.
I like the clutching at straws that you're doing, but right now, it is feeling a little bit worrisome. Rest of the map, kind of okay, like you're saying. So, I'd say early days, doesn't feel like it. Feels like DNS already off to
early days, yeah,
exactly
that's when Caitlyn saw 1,000 gold up, right?
Oh dear. Oh, Perfect now having to fight against Dudu, who is feeling better and better in this lane. Soon just going to be taking 0 damage forever, and does secure the cannon quite nicely. It's Perfect just wants to be that big old tanky front line. And looking at his tab screen, he's just feeling a little bit worried about what that might look like.
I would say so.
Oh dear.
Now, in terms of things that inspire confidence,
we're looking for some of those.
Taliyah, Jace as a duo, not so much, but Taliyah, Weaver's Wall, stalling out objectives, playing through some shock blasts, and looking for an all-in onto perhaps a greedy Yunara. There's some wiggle room, right? KT have a draft that has a decent amount of burst. They even have the aiming ultimate, right, to follow up on some of these scraps. If Cuz chips somebody down super low, then and they're isolated and no one can block from them aiming ults, and that target is out of the fight. They probably won't die, right, but they'll potentially be out of the fight. There's some things you can do. They have tools.
Well,
and,
here, that's going to try and lock down Doctor, but it does not work. As the turret going to lose a plate. Closer with Realm Warp available. Thought he might be looking towards that bottom side. The Arc of Ruin flying on forward there from Doctor.
So Caitlyn doing a little bit of Caitlyn things just for a moment.
Yep, and at least they do get Doctor's ult out. So that's going to be down for just a little bit. Not too long though. Cooldown is relatively short. But teleport back here from Perfect. Be able to get back towards this lane, and his Balmy Cinder and his Bramble Vest going to be doing a decent job clearing this.
I am very scared for what this first dragon fight, like, or really it's second dragon fight, right? But the first dragon fight that KT could potentially look for is going to look like, whether it's this dragon, right, where it's really tough because Yunara is pretty ahead, or if they don't fight and they give 2 dragons with Ocean and Chemtech not in the soul pool. So that is...
Yeah.
It's very awkward for KT to make the decision to let it go, but to fight for it may just cost them their tournament life.
Dudu just taking some tunnels to get himself out of there. Preyseeker connects on to Perfect as once again shoved back is Closer. We will be checking out Caitlyn going back home. Berserker's Greaves now complete. But man, looking real worse for wear here in this bottom lane. And that cull, only 12 stacks left to go for Dr. He is very happy with the game state. And Perfect, not so much. The Rek'Sai doing what she's supposed to do.
I like it when they put this graphic up and it doesn't show the gold leads. You're like, ooh, it could be a close game.
Now you have to calculate it for yourself.
No, I mean, not even the one at the top. For lane by lane, you're like, his CS number's not that different.
Yeah. I don't know where this gold lead came from.
Yeah, it does show a little 600. Small bounty there in the bottom lane, but... All
right, Ghost just going to get the flash out of Dr. Not bad. Lands the Cosmic Binding as well, gets the barrier.
Weaver's Wall at the ready for BDD. If Dr. wanted to try to bait, or he gets baited in, but like he's 1v2, so I don't know why he ever would.
Yeah, Cuz moving over here as well. They do manage to sweep out this ward. And Piochik walks over Vision himself as BDD clears out the wave, and Cuz knows what's going on. At least Piochik does have control vision down there. There's more money. Just a cheeky little extra 5 gold. Yeah, I think there's a fair bit of going on, because I don't know whether DNS are going to be able to use this in order to follow it through for a victory. And I also don't know how KT are going to be feeling after things went this abominably bad in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to stabilize some of the bleeding here. Sion ulting back to top lane, losing more plates, losing his ultimate, not able to join this fight.
At least KT do know that this dragon's going on.
Weaver's Wall, how does it work for them in this case? Like, are they going to try to zone the Rise out who can ult over it? Or are they going to try to cut off the bottom duo? Shock Blast isn't going to do much for them.
Well, Piochik is somewhat separated at the moment. Seismic Shove does pull him back, and he's on the rocks. He eats a lot of them as flashes out for both the jungle and mid of KT. That is the Drake secured, as now Cuz moving himself back, and KT, I don't think they're going to be aiming. Has to flash again as the Realm Warp brings the DN Supers forward. BDD in a bit of trouble here, as there is the Prey Seeker, and Tudu with the Void Rush is able to take him down. Yeah, just separated and destroyed. Perfect is trying to get some work done towards his top side, but KT, they're falling apart.
They certainly are. That fight, initially it looks like, okay, did they really need to flash the Lee Sin engage? And the truth is, because Piochik had flash, kind of yes, if they get insect in, they will just die there. Whoever gets insect into the waiting maw of DNS is
okay, here's another Tempered Fate, as they do find the Cosmic Binding. Dr. taking a lot of damage there as Peter goes in, gets that big old shield, and aiming, doing his very best to take him down. There's the magical journey. Down goes the Rel, and aiming still alive. I kind of thought that maybe there was aiming was going to die there, and then we'd just see him walk out of the Chijijik Low Park. But doesn't happen, and Ghost is going to chase Dr. down.
I thought Dr. was going to arc him. Obviously I wasn't tracking the cooldown, but I was very scared that aiming somehow was going to get blown up there. Had the barrier, and so they make something happen here. Believe it or not, and it's only now a 300 gold lead. And
Collector is done.
Collector's done. That's the beginning, as we'll go back and watch this here. They tried to split, a little bit slow on this. Target selection is the Yunara, which is correct. If they try to go for Peter here, I think this is a completely different scenario. Pushing Dr. back, then they go over the wall here. Peter, very low. Aiming drops his barrier because he's leaving nothing to chance.
Yeah, and I think he needed to. You got to make sure that you pay as much respect as possible. As the KT fans daring to hope, daring to dream. And as we have a look back, DNS with a slight gold advantage. But Dr. lead has certainly gone down, especially considering the fact that he has completed his cull already. So with plate gold and things like that, aiming feeling pretty good.
That's traction.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a wet noodle fight that will continue for a very long time.
I'm going to test your reflexes. Perfect presses Q. He's like, oh, we'll play it.
There you go. Checkmate.
If you were just a little slower.
Oh dear.
Well,
I feel like the closer this game is, the more anxiety I'm filled with.
No, exactly. Before it was like, well, I guess, you know, we'll just remember this last game of the series is kind of they had the wind out of their sails after game one, some errors in the bottom lane. I guess it's done, but they get you hopeful that maybe this is a 3-game series, and then you're like, oh, I've been hopeful before. I mean, just for me as a commentator who predicted this as a 2-1. I want to see 3 here. I want to see KT bounce back. Nobody wants to see a team get obliterated in game 2 like this after losing game 1 in such a way. But this Jace pick just really isn't hit right for me, and you know, the bottom lane disaster, we've talked about it enough, as that Shock Blast is also going to miss. But they're going to look for an all-in here on this Herald, I suppose, with this TP, but they're too slow.
Oh, God, yeah. Perfect makes his way in, but he does have a huge shield after he gets here amongst 4 people.
But they can't do anything.
Rift Herald taken down. That's a great shove onto Pyosik, but that's perfect, taking a lot of damage. Forced to flash to get out of the way as Pyosik gets ulted here by the Scion, and aiming, having to deal with Dudu, who is just refusing to take damage. Seismic Shove doesn't do too much as Pyosik crashes Shelly into this outer turret, and Peter is looking to get out of there with the crash down. KT will give up the Herald, and Doctorm able to dash his way out, but does have to use the ulti to do so.
I think worth it to use the ultimate there. He didn't need it for the fight, because there just wasn't really a fight.
Flash out from Ghost, man. That was a little bit frightening. I think there was a snap trap in the way, so he didn't really need to. Unless, no, Dudu had flash, so
Dudu had flash.
Could have been flash knocked up.
In this situation too, you just don't want to leave anything to chance, I suppose, as the low health or the not tanky squishy bard.
Big agree.
Is in a position to where you already lost the 2v2 bottom, and you really just want to give over any money. Just trying to play safe, try to hang on, try to get your mental back on straight. As it has certainly gone boom, I think.
Oh yeah.
And 45 seconds till another Hextech Soul, by the way. They gave 2 dragons, and I was like, oh, it's going to be a high roll, right? Chemtech and Ocean are off the cards. We got Hextech again. Imagine just the double Hextech here to win the series and to move on and play-ins here for DNS. Could be, we might not have to imagine it. We might actually witness it before our very eyes here as the dragon spawns in 25 seconds. Prio, still a bit ambiguous here. Ducktom having control of the mid lane. And this Rise pushing here in the bottom lane means that it's going to be KT trying to wrestle it away. Perfect did use TP, Dudu did not, so they have an man advantage. I think this is just going to go over unless KT can make something happen before it spawns. It's up now. I mean, what are you going to do?
Well, let's hope that they try and fight for it, because I think giving this one up is going to be problematic. As KT moving forward, they have to get it. Like, you can't give away Hextech Soul this early. It's just insane.
It's a 5v4 no matter what. Like, Perfect can't get here. He just will not be able to.
He does have ult, so he can sort of just, like, wave race down the river.
He's standing to position for that, as you say it. But he doesn't want to waste his ultimate because he doesn't know where Dudu is. Dudu's missing on the map, so he kind of has to slowly walk down as Pyosik starts this up slowly and Peter gets position on the banana brush where they have control vision.
Yeah, and KT, they really, okay, Tempered Fate goes wide. The train is rolling in as Peter kind of throws his ultimate away, doesn't find an angle for it, is now perfect in that front line, but it is Soul Point over to DNS. Pyosik playing the series of his life. Well, not his life, because that happened in 2022, but definitely of the year. As that Realm Warp is a Realm Warp of all time, 100%. His closer is now going to get punished for it.
Looks like they'll be fine, but yeah, I wouldn't have taken that direction myself. I probably would have just gone back towards the Hex Gate, but they want to defend this mid turret. They clear out the wave. Dudu might have been able to do that on his own.
Oh man, KT, I mean, you can't give up that dragon.
I know, but they can't get anything going in this game. They just really cannot. And it feels so bad to give it up, but they couldn't find the fight angle. And when they were trying to push to the left side of the dragon pit, you could see how much damage Ducktom was able to put in to the Scion even already this early in the game. Bracken Kraken Slayer non-stop. He's looking for his second item here fairly soon, if not right now. I mean, watch this one more time. Pyosik starts the dragon up. Ducktom can walk forward, and he once again dashes the Bard ultimate. Still has flash, still has barrier. Perfect gets shoved back in. And the contest here on the dragon, it's a 50-50.
Oh no, early smite.
Early smite. And then the Caitlyn traps, they just play around them. They're just like, we don't need to win this fight. We just got Hextech Soul Point. We don't need a Realm Warp that direction either, but that's another topic for another day. They wanted to defend the turret, which it worked out. Like, they could have just not gone into the pit, but they get there, they defend the turret.
And now the gold advantage is actually all Dudu. As Ducktom and aiming are basically even. Obviously, doesn't mean that much, as these 2 items that Ducktom does have is a big spike for the Yunara.
And how much money, like, what would you put the price of an Hextech Soul, especially a 4-0 Hextech Soul on? Like, gold here,
I mean,
maybe
a
relatively
large amount.
Ghost, I mean, some things just can't be calculated in gold. They're that valuable.
Indeed. Although there probably is representative gold value, as Pyosik on a little bit of a flank angle. This turret looking very worse for wear.
And closer also here. KT, I think, very wise to this, suddenly like, wait a minute, that ward is hit.
This is sneaky. Aiming. Ooh, he was thinking about it, as Peter is going to tank that ace in the hole, but probably didn't want to in the end. Peacemaker comes on down.
He is still fairly vulnerable. This turret isn't going to last very long. It's got Crystalline on it. Pioshik's going to make this happen, I think, Atlas.
He is a very patient man. Gets the kickback, picked up by the Magnet Storm, and down goes Aiming once again.
What a sick play. And they know that with the Crystalline Overgrowth there, they just instantly kill him. There is no backup. Like, there's no way. I think Aiming, when he went for that ult, he was like, okay, nobody jumped out of the brush there. I'm probably fine. They would have got me while I was channeling. Duck Dom dashes
every
it
time.
Again, he dashes it.
Every ult he has available is just used to dodge out of the way of a Tempered Fate. And honestly, I mean, it's kind of okay if you start fights earlier, but Aiming is dead, and Dr. just has to wait a little while for that ultimate to be back up. Does have his Infinity Edge on the way.
We're starting to be able to have that conversation about the Baron, you know, here for DNS, as this play is just so clean. Ward hopping in, looking for the kick. There's no turret. Cuz cannot do anything, as he's a Jace. I mean, I think if he was any other champion, he probably would have died anyways, but he especially can't do anything but send a Shock Blast and say, sorry, man, that's all I got.
Well, there's actually a really fun outcome, right? If DNS does manage to win this game, I want to go into that theoretical world.
Yes, the D+ selection?
Yes, the D+ selection is very, very fun, because what it might mean is that they select DNS, and then we get the DRX versus Nongshim rematch.
Ooh.
That would be very, very fun. And then we could have, you know, a DNS versus DRX.
I don't like that rematch. That's too much for me. Like that one's really difficult to call and difficult to wrap my head around.
That's what makes it fun.
I'm ready for the D+ tragedy, you know?
I mean, that is...
D+ lose to DNS, that could happen, though. I mean,
certainly could, especially if DNS keep playing well. Pioshik feeling like he's just imagining himself in New York once again, you know? That's what it feels like. That's all right, KT bearing down on this bottom lane. Peter clearing out vision.
Dom has got this wave controlled. We're 45 seconds away from this dragon. KT want to do an early setup, but it's way too early, and they're losing minions. They're bleeding out super fast. Like, the gold lead has been minuscule across the map this entire game, but if you're a League of Legends connoisseur, you know that the next big step here is this dragon, and KT have never been able to control the map, never really able to win a scrap, so you just don't... It feels like the gold lead is 6,000 here for me, for DNS.
Yeah.
Like, it feels like their win cons are so much higher here. KT have one last desperate fight. If they mess this up, by the way, they've messed up everyone so far, then that's the game, right? That's Hextech Soul. So...
Oh, Aiming. Dudu is now lurking in the Pioshik position. It looks like Aiming is just going to walk his way out. The only place he knows there is safety, as the dragon has now spawned. Closer to the southern side of this, as you've got Peter looking for a little bit of a reset. And vision now down on the Drake. Started up, but Pioshik's in the area, and his smite button has been so good. Peter's back in base.
Yeah, that's a big opportunity for KT. Late TP.
Big flanking teleport angle, though, for Dudu. If he can get in here, that is going to be Cuz denying the soul. And now Dudu's possibly fighting a triple knock-up. Gigantic here, but he's taken out. Pioshik's going to go down, and the Magnet Storm collects them all. Dom to pick up a double, as Peter will get knocked into the sky, but the fight is already over. 2 on the floor here for KT.
That's Baron.
Oh my goodness, don't tell me they can actually just walk over and take it. That's a very young Baron Wolf.
Jesus. It was like, hey, I got it. Cuz it's like, I got it. And then promptly,
oh no,
Rek'Sai engage.
Now they can't quite get to the Baron. Yes, they can. Cuz is dead, Pioshik is dead. Peter, Perfect, sorry, is walking up, does have to just drive that train out.
He kind of tricked him, like they got off the Baron.
They did?
They could have just ignored him.
And they are just going to go for the reset, so it does deny the Baron, and this does deny the soul.
Look at how close this is to a 50-50, by the way.
Oh, yeah. It was actually the fact that Cuz did the hammer boot back onto Pioshik, but this, man, oh my lord.
And then Peter is like...
Hex gating over.
Again. Oh! And it was already over, by the way. It didn't even need that to happen.
But it looked so
cinematic
good.
as hell, yeah.
It looked so good.
Peter was like, you give me one champion with a circle on it that hits multiple people, I get it done every time.
Oh, yeah. And that also confirms his 100% kill contribution, which is very, very important. Almost 100% death contribution as well, which would have been very impressive. Going to be seeing that bottom lane outer turret falling down. The lead is extending here for DNS to the tune of about 3,000.
Who is Palm?
Oh, God, Wolf. I have no idea. Yeah, no. I don't need to know. I don't need to know because I don't have a vote.
Well, I started to remember that suddenly I actually have to both vote for one and then justify it with a comment later.
Oh no, not the comment.
It's contractually obligated to do so.
Yeah, no, it is actually in his contract, everyone. As Perfect is not going to get his blue buff. Pyoshik lying in wait. He's spent a lot of time standing in bush.
How long until the Caitlyn trough gets climbed out of? Aiming just keeps trying to get foothold.
Yeah.
You know that guy that recently climbed the Taipei building?
No, he's like the silverfish in the bottom of your bath that's trying to climb out and just can't really do it, you know?
That guy climbed the Taipei building recently. I forget his name, Alex something, right? Like he said sick at the top. I think that's what Aiming will say if he climbs out of an equally large trough that he's in this game.
Yes, I would agree.
He's an item down. He's working on that third item. He's getting closer, little by little. The Baron is still live, and DNS have not been able to start it just yet, but now that those ultimates back online, I think they certainly can. And the Dragon spawning in 2 minutes time. That's again Hextech Soul, so DNS can try to threaten a turn on Baron here. They will need to, sell the Baron, I think, a little bit harder than they are right now.
Yeah, we're checking out Perfect and Dudu on this angle here as well. No teleports available for either of our top lanes, but getting closer as level 16's hit for PDD and Perfect.
And when a Ryze and a Yunara are showing on waves, I think KT are pretty sure you're not doing the Baron. Pyoshik's like, aha! Joke's on you. Now the Yunara is not showing, so KT will come over here and look for a contest. Perfect does have teleport. This may be the last moment in this game here.
And the thing that's really important here as well is that DNS have Tremor Sense. So Dudu is so important for spotting out KT, trying to get flank angles, wrapping around things like this. And it can be really, really hard to catch them by surprise. They have access to that. So Dr. Arm getting stronger and stronger. Has another quiver. I think Aiming is going to be relatively close, I guess, to Infinity Edge. He might have it on this back.
He doesn't have his flash, but he has...
There it is.
His support has Knight's Vow and the Locket, so it's very difficult to kill him.
All right, well, there are turrets left on the map.
Yeah,
KT.
True. It's looking better for KT right now than it looked for DNS in the previous game.
True.
30 seconds till this Dragon spawns. DNS want to just get Hextech Soul work for them in game 1. This time they have a lead, and they might work for them in game 2 as well. TP in from the Rek'Sai. I don't think they're going to get that same wombo combo they got last time, but this time they have Prio, and so if Pyoshik's smite button hits,
they might just get the Dragon, Yeah, that might just be it.
That could be it.
There are 3 items and a Serrated Dirk here on Cuz. He does do a lot of damage with this full lethality build.
If he hits.
Yeah. Oh, Wolf, come on, man. He did not.
That's
oh, no,
baby.
They also did double control ward. They are completely out of sync.
By the way.
Yeah. KT, you need to get over there and try and take this one down as closer. Down to 50%. As can Cuz actually get in there? The Magnet Storm is fantastic from Peter as Dudu gets into the backline, and there's the Hextech Soul! They're on top of Aiming, and I don't even think they needed the ulti out of Dudu to take him down, but they're going to do so anyway, as Ghost is also dead, Cuz dies at the same time, and BDD offers himself up as tribute to the DNS War Machine, who are now just realm warping towards the enemy base. Is it just going to be the DNS 2-0, and what did and Umpty know that everyone else didn't?
Well, Wood is an ex-support player. Peter is an ex-KT player, and he and Duckdom are looking to end this one and get revenge.
Yeah, Perfect. Just going to be taken down. The zombie version, I don't think is going to be enough to deal with these minions, as the Nexus turret will be falling. There are some respawns coming on in here, but I don't think it's going to be enough. And yeah, free hitting is Dr. He takes down the Nexus, and DNS will eliminate KT in 2-0 fashion.
A a very, very big win here for DNS. Hard to call it a one-sided series with what happened in game one.
I'm going to call it a one-sided series.
But with the crowd going nuts and chanting DNS here, it feels like a turning of the tide for this org that struggled so much throughout last year. They picked up the KT bottom lane, and things really haven't looked better for this team in a long time since they lost Cuz to the other side on KT as well. A lot of storylines kind of melding together here between these two organizations right now. And man, Atlas, I wouldn't want to be a KT fan right now.
Oh, yeah. Let's focus on your comment. What's it going to be? Where did the vote go? That's a
keeping it a
question.
secret.
Oh, he's keeping the cards close to his chest.
But I will be mentally thinking of a comment to then reveal to Jisun that I type in a private text message to put it up on the space later.
Oh, okay.
KT will bow one last time. I said I wasn't going to say earlier, but this is giving me serious Nongshim 2022 vibes, Atlas. Yeah. Goes back on the same lineup. Disappointing performance, not living up to the sum of their parts. Yoshik taking games off of him, giving it a thumbs down.
My goodness. And also, seeing the Talia and then says, give me my Lee Sin. We've got this. As Dr. Phenomenal performance. I mean, this was bottom gap by like one of the largest of margins. And it's 2 series in a row that Ghost and aiming or Polo and aiming, whichever one you throw out, has just not been able to stand up to the competition. And that was this bottom lane of the XKT bottom lane that obviously made it very, very far at Worlds, but weren't necessarily the greatest here in the LCK, and the Nongshim bottom lane. I mean, KT just not really being able to get it together in the laning phase is problematic.
I mean, even watching moments like this where it should be a freebie, they have such a deficit that it actually feels almost playable here for DNS. It's just so insane. KT had problems in their bottom lane, but even beyond that, I think one of the biggest issues is their lack of ability to control objectives on the map. And even with like titanic, monumental gold leads, they're unable to do it. And that is something they're going to have to spend this long offseason now between LCK Cup and LCK proper figuring out, because it is certainly not there right now. There's going to be a lot of teams looking to scrim and practice. I'm sure they'll have some opportunities, but man, they missed this bottom duo, as you said, right now.
And also, it might be actually the year of Dudu, because Dudu having a fantastic series. I think the Rek'Sai was obscenely good here in this game number 2, but his Gwen was also fantastic, especially for the intelligent positioning later on in the game, denying the backdoor attempt, as we have a listen to DNS as they just wiped the floor with KT in this fight. And KT also got out-macroed throughout this entire game as well, and just some really bizarre moves being made. And DNS just finding all the angles. Dudu doing so much damage in this game, my god. On a Rek'Sai, I guess he was just hitting perfect over and over again, but still, pretty impressive. And then we will get the palm, and I just have no idea.
This is the kind of series where it's the same sort of vibe with me when KT lost to T1, where even T1 fans also kind of felt this immense feeling of like, we overcame KT, but also you can't help but feel bad. Like, I think there's no way Faker didn't feel bad, you know? It's like, wow, what a loss. This was my second choice. I'm still going to keep mine a secret, but I almost voted for him. He had an incredible series. His Yunara popping off in Game 2, but in Game 1, keeping it cool when it mattered most across an insane deficit.
I thought Peter was probably worth a shout there as well, but Doc is just having a brilliant performance here today, and I think the bottom lane really was the highlight here for DNS. They put KT to task, and they were not up to it, unfortunately. So as far as our swappable supports are concerned, Peter certainly reigning supreme this time around. Obviously, we didn't see Polu today. Ghost stayed in for both games, but yeah, KT fans probably starting to worry, but they've got a lot of time now to try and figure it all out and get things sorted, as DNS moving further forward, and they now have an extra life. So they're going to be facing off against the loser of whichever other team is going to lose in the next round. As of course, Nongshim and DK get to choose between DNS and DRX, whichever D acronym they would like to go with. And,
who would you choose?
Yeah, I don't really know. And so I'm not actually just, I'm not going to offer my opinion. Let's throw it over to the interview with Dr.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation, and we have Dokdam on the side of DN Supers. And with that win, you'll head over to play-ins round 2. How do you feel? Well, first of all, I did not expect that 2-0, but 2-0 always feels great. And after the LCK Cup opening match, it was actually a rematch against KT, and this is actually your former team, so it was a perfect payback time. So how did you prepare? I think in the groups, because we had started off with a defeat, it felt like we started off on the wrong note. So it was actually really good that we were able to really pick ourselves up and prove ourselves. And Dokdam, this is actually your first POM this year. And with that Ezreal Yunara, you had a huge contribution. But which moment do you think got you that POM today? Well, I think for today, playing Ezreal, I couldn't really hit my Q today during the laning phase, and I thought to myself, I really need to pick it up during the team fight. So I think it must be Yunara in the end. Do you agree, fans? Everyone, it does agree with you. And yeah, in game 1, from being 10k gold behind, you pulled a massive comeback. It must have been so thrilling for the players, so how is this possible? I don't think we were too concerned about the 10k gold difference. I think we just had such high value comp that if we were able to just stall it out and play it out till the late game, we knew that we would win. And in game 2, you let the enemy take Jace. So what mindset? What can you walk us through the thought process? I think if we were to take the Yunara pick and the Rise, we knew that we can actually go ahead and counter whichever comp that the enemy goes with, even if they take Jace. And in game, the same game, you played Yunara Rel against Caitlyn Bard, so how did that go? I think Yunara, as long as you stack easily, you would be able to win lane. So I think I was actually expecting that result that, we dominated the lane. And now with the playoffs on stake, you'll face either D plus Kia or Nongshim, but we just got the news that D plus Kia actually picked DRX, so you will face Nongshim. How do you feel? I think that's pretty good. Are you confident? Of course, I am always full of confidence. So we will look forward to tomorrow's match. You'll have to play your play-ins stage round 2 match right away tomorrow. So anything you would like to say to your fans? We'll make sure and win tomorrow, no matter what. Thank you. And that's the end of the interview with Dokdam, and back to the desk. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Ayaya, for that wonderful translation. As it was, Dokdam getting the POM and a 2-0 for the DN Automotive Supers in fantastic fashion. Amazing fashion.
Oh yeah.
Banger.
Fashionable fashion.
What a series. And
crazy.
A 2-0, I mean, just the fact it was a 2-0, because obviously we did have some predictors who went for the DN Supers, but 2-0 as well. And you had some thoughts on the draft?
I mean, for me, I think it was kind of troll draft from KT, because whenever you want to play Jace, you need a setup. But they play with Talia, which is the one who need the setup as well. And also for the bot lane, they have Caitlyn Bard, which is not guaranteed CC or like playmakers. So it was kind of weird that KT choose this kind of like rough team comp.
I think also we've seen often into Yunara, things like Nautilus, things like Vi be really highly prioritized because they have that point-and-click CC. There is nothing on the side of KT that can actually lock down the Yunara effectively. You also have the Rise where you would like to have something reliable because you can get so much movement speed. I just think they don't have great tools to really keep a lock on these carries on the other side. On top of the fact that this Rek'Sai, if he does get rolling, is going to be a thorn in your side, which we did end up actually seeing later in the game.
Yes, we got to see how the composition wants to wombo combo in the big play. I mean, they were already ahead based off of the bot lane fighting, but then really came ahead at the Drake pit when they had that fight.
I mean, I feel like this is crazy because no matter how you draft the comp, no matter how you want to pull it off, you don't expect to be able to do something like this because originally the goal's a dragon, but this flank, the triple knockup is beautiful. And then look at the Hexgate. Look who's coming.
Loading. Who's coming? Loading.
Who's
Loading.
coming? It's Peter.
It's Peter. Remember me?
Oh, it's so beautiful. And the thing is, they don't get the dragon, but the execution of the fight is so good, it just doesn't matter at all.
So yeah, I mean, for me, the reason why I predicted DNS to win this series is not because I really wanted to gamble. I have the reason why. I mean, just because how they play the early game, they're really active, and also especially from their top side, I think Dudu and Closer and Pyoshik, they play so well all together. So the issue was the bot lane. They were not consistent enough. But today, as a bot lane, as a former KT bot lane, I think they played so well, especially in the lane. And I think the consistency from them was kind of on point. And that's why the game 2 felt a lot easier. But also for the game 1, they were the main playmakers on the Nico, on the Azrael. So I think DNS, they're a lot stronger than the people might thought. I think they are a really strong team.
Yeah, revenge served with a victory. See you in 2 months, KT. Let's take a look at the POM and how things shook up, how DuckDom ended up becoming today's POM. It was pretty solid, even if you took out Media and Soup and Chijijik. You know, it was overall there, pretty much.
I think this is a good vote spread, you know. I think top lane Dudu, you know, I think the Rek'Sai was very impactful in that game, and also game 1 as well on the Gwen. And of course, you know, I went for Peter, so completely feel justified that there's some backup with that one.
Yeah, and you know what? We have our pomade ready.
Yeah, it says walks, guys.
No Peter, no win!
Yes, exactly.
Yes. Wait, but you voted for DuckDom. You didn't, you didn't say no DuckDom, no win.
No DuckDom, no win. Sorry.
No Peter, no win.
Yeah, do it one more time and start with Peter.
No DuckDom, no win.
Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
There we go.
We need to untangle the walks because their brains are starting to get a little scrambled there.
Sorry.
But the votes were there. The bot lane got the win. Ooh, Wolf going with the revenge angle as well. Missy?
This is spicy. Really spicy.
No thoughts?
I think you know, in the same vein as we are, right?
Oh yeah.
Feeling a little bit upset that they no longer had Peter on their team because he was having some great performances in that series.
Ghost didn't get subbed out. You know, we were saying, would you get subbed out in a loss? Didn't feel like either one of those were necessarily Ghost's fault. But again, Peter and DuckDom with the win. Go ahead with it.
I mean, I think it's just a mental issue after the game 1. And we could literally see it from the players' cam. And I think it was really hard to bounce back after that game 1. It's a heartbreaking loss.
Yeah. All right, let's see what the Korean side had to say. Start with Cloud Templar. DuckDom, just amazing.
Just amazing.
Duck Zreal, Duck Nara, damn good.
Oh.
Duck damn. Duck Dom.
I guess. Just keep going with the names.
Elias is having some good ones. All right, let's see what our last one is here. From Pony, Dudu wins lane, joins fight first. How do you even stop this? Dudu was doing everything.
It's the year.
True.
It's the year of Dudu.
True.
It's been established. It's the year of Dudu. You can't stop him, right? Last year was the year of Closer. Closer's on his team, but it's now the year of Dudu. He's learned from Closer about having a year. Now it's the year of Dudu. Can't stop him.
I mean, there's no more random throws, you know? And also, I really like...
Well, there is from KT.
Yeah, I was going to say, they were involved in the random throw.
They were the catchers.
They were the catchers.
I mean, you know, DNS, they're really good, in the early game. I really like the game plan. They just stack up the Drake, you know? So I want to shout out Pyoshik as well. He always cares about the Drake, you know? So early Drake makes you to bounce back in the game, even though maybe you can make another mistakes in the mid game, but you can still do something for the objective. So I really like it.
Yeah, and picking the Lee Sin. He's been successful on the Lee Sin on his wins. Same thing with Peter, the Nico earlier on the wins. It just feels like they know what champs that they can perform on, as we actually now have the bracket ready. The selection has been made. D+ selected the higher seed, will play against DRX, and after watching that performance, said, Nongshim, you can have the DN Automotive Supers.
Yeah, which, you know, I think says a lot about the performance today. The fact that D+ went, hey, we saw what happened. We don't want to mess with that. And it really illustrates the fact that DNS really overcame expectations. You look at the predictions, and even though obviously we didn't had a great prediction on DNS winning, they didn't even expect it to be a 2-0, right?
No.
This was a massive overperformance, and D+ definitely respecting that and not wanting to go against them.
But I don't know. Should I predict DNS over Nongshim? That's like, I don't know. That's on another level. It's really hard.
It looked good today.
Look, the revenge story worked for DNS bot lane against KT. Wasn't Peter as well a former noodle boy?
There we go.
Revenge. Yes,
It's
Dr.
revenge.
Ooh.
That's right.
Oh, man.
You never know.
But what if they sub in life?
No way.
No, I don't.
I hope so.
I think
I
you go
hope
with
so.
a hot hand. So after the selections have been made, these are your matches for tomorrow. It is still a best of 3, but qualification on the line to playoffs. D+ versus DRX, then the Noodle Boys against the Automotive Supers.
Yeah, and that's the thing with this next stage is double elim. So if you do lose tomorrow's series, there is a best of 5 to see, and you still have another chance to make it. So obviously we said goodbye to 2 teams today, but those teams will have a second chance.
We did say goodbye to one of those teams.
How do you feel?
Are you sad about? You gone?
The emptiness is returning.
Oh, yeah.
No.
They're gone.
There's a lot of time to go to the hyperbolic time chamber.
Look behind your shoulder.
I know what
right
look
there.
behind my
Look behind you.
Over your right shoulder.
You know what?
Right there. There you go.
Good job,
No,
DN
no, next to
Supers.
that
That's
one.
a good win.
Oh, now the camera.
We got a lot of time to practice, but not too much time before our next LCK Cup match. On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you in less than 24 hours for the qualification matches. Bye-bye.
Chase your dreams and don't look back. Reach for the stars.